just, the occupiers also use distance mining. And if we speak about anti-tank mines, as it was last time on this territory, such ammunition actually works because of the change of magnitude field when any vehicle goes through it or past it, it just explodes. You hear how the shelling happens, and you don't hear it, you don't, but because when the shelling just comes on the side, it should explode. But if it doesn't explode, it means that the mine is somewhere in alert position and ready to explode as soon as the magnitude field changes. That's how they tried to nivellate our efforts. The situation in this area was much more difficult in April because the occupiers had more successful positions. Ukrainian defenders, losing their lives, pushed back the occupiers. Here, the hot hostilities took place, and the Russian UAV started, and the shelling was opened immediately. You can see that there were a lot of ammunition, a lot of shellings. So always when we go to the positions, we have some rifles, some ammunition. So the UAV was flying from the north perspective. At that moment, the occupiers were controlling altitudes. That's why they had an advantage, and our defenders had no chance at all. You could see that this vehicle is fully damaged and fully destroyed. Since April, our defenders have moved forward very successfully, and they do not plan to stop. We have only one goal: to return back our Ukraine. Artem Listopad, Pavlo Ilitsky, Media Group. Dear friends, we continue our marathon, and Dmitro Kotovich has a short break, and I would like to present to you our guest, Artem Listopad. And as you understand, he has been staying in Ukraine, in our city all the time. He's in Ukraine, in Kharkiv region, and I would like to mention that speaking about low number of journalists in Kharkiv, it's not that true, because we don't have a high numbers of journalists, but they are the best. Artem and others, we have Suspilne, and also we have been having all those times from journalists from Suspilne channel. They will be seen here with us tomorrow. Also, we have our STB correspondent in Kharkiv, Dalia Dutyak, another person who has been working here, Alexander Osad, who presents Suspilne channel. So we have fantastic journalists who are doing the great job, and they help to understand what actually happens in Kharkiv, in the Kharkiv region, and how the armed forces of Ukraine work, how actually all of us live here. Artem, I'm so thankful to you that you have joined us. Now we have watched your story, how the armed forces of Ukraine worked in Izium area. My question to you, do you know roughly how many trips have you had to the front line? Thank you so much. This frontline trip was so remarkable for me because it was only one when I visited the front line, because all other times I visited near frontline territories with the 4-kilometer distance, for example, to the front line. And this was the only one when I visited the 0 point, the front line, directly visiting our defenders. Yeah, I know that it's difficult to visit the 0 points. Yes, exactly. First of all, it's not safe for journalists themselves. Have you passed any military trainings for military journalists? I've passed some courses in the very beginning of the war. As many of us, we have watched some videos, some in internet, what should be done in any of the cases. I haven't passed any qualified trainings at that time. Just I didn't have any time, because maybe it was a possibility to find some such trainings, but it wasn't. I didn't have any time for it. Do you think that it would be relevant for you? Yes, of course. I think it should be done not just a single time, not a one-off training, but each person should just update their knowledge regularly, because we don't use it all the time, but it could be used in any time. You can see that in this coverage, you were in ammunition. Yeah, here you were protected. We can here also have some helmets and other things. Yeah, a lot of things have been taken by our athletes, but we have added a helmet, which you can see now, to our studio in order for you to feel this atmosphere. That's why for us it's very important to share information about you. And frankly speaking, you are always behind the scenes. Yeah, you have some stand-ups, but your work mainly is not so presented. Who actually is doing it? Because we can see your just reportages, your reports, but we don't see you a lot. What did you do on 24th of February? You know, exactly at that time, 24th of
Я
February,
вивозив дружину в Мерефу, і
I
її
took my wife and her mom to Mirefa, but I even left my laptop at home because at 10 I should have been at work. We should have done some coverages, some reports. I didn't understand that that's full stage invasion. So I thought that there were some shellings and we need to work. So I was sure that I will return back home, and I was sure that I need to be back at 10. It happened that I returned from Merefa to Kharkiv, but nights we spent in Merefa. So I didn't return to Kharkiv at that time, at that day. I returned later, but not to our side, not to our place, not to the north area of Kharkiv, because it was quite hot. It was quite hot there. Yes, we have returned to Kharkiv later, but in another place, to Shishkivka, that's another place, area of the city. So how do you feel now? Do you think that you need some having a rest or not? Yeah, of course. For me now, it's the most extreme times, the hottest times. That's counteroffensive of our defenders. When I and many of my colleagues, we have visited freshly occupied territories. It was extremely hard and quite pressure one. So now I think that it's a calmer situation, calmer days now. You know, many journalists have some claims not to authorities, not to military, but to maybe to those who somehow limit their possibilities to work on such dangerous territories. Have you had any problems with getting to some places? Yeah, let's understand that we have some rules of work for the war now, but there are some things which you didn't like. Have there been such things? Whereas there are some situations which you, as a journalist, observed as an obstacle. Of course, I can't speak about any specific claims, but speaking about situation itself, not about the occupied territories during the counteroffensive, but about north to the city where Tsirkuni and Tishka are located, there was a problem that volunteers reached those territories, and military and civilians understood that volunteering support is needed. But not always they understood that journalists should also have a right, and it's important to share information about it. I speak about the time when volunteers and political persons were able to get there, but it was more difficult for journalists to get there. I know that you are not with empty hands today. Yeah, you would like to show us? Yeah, I would like to show you a trophy. We have visited Gusarivka. That's a village located near the front line. At that time, when our defenders started counteroffensive to Balaklia, and that's also a village near front line, hostilities took place there. Occupiers opened fire against that village. We didn't know that the counteroffensive would have started at that day. You could see that the knife, it was in the fire. We cleaned it a little bit. That's a knife from the occupier's rifle. It was presented to our filming team by the former military. He was in Kosarivka at that time, and luckily, occupiers didn't know that he was the ex-combatant, was a former ATO officer. So at that time, he was in Kosaevka, which was under occupation, and the time was close to moment of deoccupation. So from the very beginning, he observed the station when the armored vehicle of occupiers passed through the village with following with the Russian tank, marked as appropriate. And very unexpectedly, Russian tank just opens fire against the Russian occupiers' armored vehicle. Then it just goes in the opposite direction and left. Well, then how it happened? Actually, it was a trophy Russian tank. So our defenders used it as a trophy. They didn't change the marking. They just engaged into the line of vehicles, of Russian vehicles, of occupiers' vehicles, and then used this tank opening a fire against the occupiers' armored vehicle. So, and that was a knife from the armored vehicle of occupiers presented to our filming team. What are you going to do with it? You know, I still don't know. During my trips, usually I collected some small trophies, and I plan maybe to present it to one of the museums at my local school, my local city settlement where I was born, but I didn't think about it. Yeah, thank you so much. Again, I would like to express my words of gratitude to fearless journalists who stay in the city, who keep working despite of anything. I think that we have spoken with you already, that this year became such a stage for accelerated jump. I think that, yeah, of course, there are some problems to be solved, but I think that Ukrainian journalists have shown themselves from a very professional perspective. Thank you so much. Very quickly, just in a nutshell. So you have worked for Objective team. Where do you work now? Now I work for Lithuanian channel. Lithuania now supports Ukraine so much in media sector also. They have their own correspondents in order to cover Russian aggression. Just to remind you, Kharkiv Media Hub is a coordination platform for Ukrainian and international journalists who visit our city. We help them to work. We help them with searching of content, of heroes, of characters, and in such a way we help them to picture completely Russian invasion of in our country. We have a lot of topics ahead to discuss, and now we are welcome in our studio, Ivan Skiba. Thank you so much. You've joined our team. And we have a topic. I would not say that it's an interesting, but I would say that it's hugest, the biggest topic about Kharkiv metro. So many things happened there, and very unexpectedly, our city transportation system became a shelter, an asylum, a playground, a platform. There were so many different things done. Now I think that it's time to communicate with those people who spend a lot of time there. So, Ivan, we are welcoming you here in the studio. Our marathon keeps going. Yeah, I was provided with some boots, but it's quite cold with my legs.
Виживаємо як можемо. Нам тут спокійніше
No, we survive as much as we can. My kid has said that they're not going outside till it's over.
Сделать людей красивее, светлее.
To make people more beautiful, we have already done some procedures, beauty procedures, and people who have received them left us happier. 27-28 of February, 40 plus hours of intensified content community, hundreds of stories of volunteers, medics, fixers, journalists. Marathon trial for 205 kilometers. Festival.
Рада повернутися в студію.
I'm
Рада
happy to be back again. I'm happy to be part of the Media Hub team for these 2 days and of this huge Titanic project which is called LIUTYI Life Marathon. Actually, Kharkiv Media Hub is such a thing which have been helping us with all this work for these months as fixers, journalists, managers, volunteers. Thank you so much for what you do. We are going to discuss now topic of metro, but not as a transportation unit, but we are going to speak about metro, which became a shelter for people during the first months of war, and how actually the lives of people in it, which lived there, developed further. I developed an article. I wrote an article for Polish bi-weekly newspaper, which was called Life Under and Above the Ground. And we have raised the issue of metro and the issue of soil and how to return to our ordinary life, to our green life, to the grass, to the sun. So with this narrative under the ground and above the ground, we will be discussing the next 40 minutes. We have 2 key guests today with us in the studio. Each of them, they have their experience living under the ground. That's Katya Koval. She's a designer, and during that last spring, she carried out art therapy with children. She keeps working as a volunteer. And Svetlana Nechaeva, who has a very interesting profession in an ordinary life. I don't understand what is it. You are so you are the leader, the presenter of transformation games. And Svetlana also has very big experience living under the ground. So that I return you to the beginning of the war, because sometimes we want to forget them, but now maybe it's not on time. So let's start with the very beginning. How did you arrive there? Svetlana, as I know a little bit of your story. So first of all, sorry, I'm very sorry that you were forced to live through it, but please tell us more. What was the starting point? You know, when the war started, I was in Kharkiv with my daughter, and my son, my husband were in Kiev. That's why I was waiting for my husband to come from Kiev. He said that actually he would be enrolled in Kiev, but he would do everything to relocate to Kharkiv. So he's a former officer with specialized services. That's why he should have been enrolled immediately. Actually, we didn't plan to go to metro because we have just a garden, two cats and a dog and all other things. Until the last moment, we were on the ninth floor of the multi-apartment building, but when the plane started to fly, it was too much for us. Yeah, so she started to react very nervously. The night was terrible, and we were afraid of not leaving till the dawn. So I lost my connection with my husband on 2nd of March. The only thing I managed to send him that we took two cats and dog. We packed the suitcase and moved to metro. There was no connection with husband after this. I started to look for him, and only on 8th of March I found out that twice two missiles hit the location where he was, like at address Melnosiska 5, and he was found dead. So funeral took some time. All the processes took some time. There were no strength for me to leave Kharkiv. That's why I decided to stay in Kharkiv, to stay in metro. I received a call from my colleague saying that we have a lot of medication. In Kharkiv at that time, there was a huge deficit of medication. 3 times we were in line to the pharmacy, trying to buy some just basic medication, and we failed. There was not enough medication. That's why we decided to visit that center with my daughter, looking at and just working with those medications. So we have such a skill to understand what each medication is for and what should be done with it, because I had a lot of problems with my parents' health and my kids' health. That's why how to work with it. We started to volunteer each day. A lot of medication was delivered. I also started to develop lists in metro, and we distributed medication to those in need. Cardiac drugs for elderly people, different medication like antiviral, anti-cold medication, because there was a conveyor, a huge line of those ill people, because in metro, all the air is not circulated. The bugs were circulated immediately. So I needed to become, so to say, doctor, checking pressure. Also, all people were so stressed out. They were just going from one side to another. Some of them fall over the stairs, broke their legs, their heads. We were calling to ambulances. We were waiting for ambulance teams to come. But while waiting, we needed to help. We needed to just put some bandage or add some drugs, some medication, so on to say. So I'm sorry, I'm listening to you. I feel inside what you say, what the last year has made to us. You said that we went to metro to have a rest. It's terrible. You know, during this invasion, I visited metro first because of the medical topic, medical issue. I work partially as an interpreter of Doctors Without Borders. So I helped academic Pavlov station. That's a metro station. And I fully agree with you that air there wasn't circulated at all. When I visited it, there were a lot of elderly people who almost didn't go out because those elderly people, they said that, you know, if I go out, it will be my last time when I go out at all. This was a black humor. So all the face color of them was just terrible. They didn't receive anything. We tried to bring them some vegetables, some fruits, in order to add a little bit of vitamin D. Thank you so much that you helped. Thank you so much, because of course those people needed some kind of friends support. Katya, how have you visited Metro? You know, on 24 February, I was in Kiev. It planned that I should be in Kiev for some days, but I was stuck in it for several weeks. The volunteers were there. But anyway, in some weeks, I returned to Kharkiv with my friends. We have done a small hub. We have also aligned communication with some other volunteering hubs. Together with them, we helped military, we distributed humanitarian aid, some psychological support. I decided to visit Metro because I had previous experience with children in 2014, so I have united a team which consisted of me, my friend Lina, psychologist, kids painting specialist. I and she, we had some special experience, similar experience in 2014. It was planned to be as art therapy lessons, but I can't say that it was done as planned because it was quite chaotic. But we have visited some key central subway stations and university substation, subway station. We have met with some volunteers who cooperated with UNICEF. They coordinated other volunteers. They helped with some material, support some materials, and they had
графік по кожній
a
станції.
joint schedule for each metro station in order for volunteers to cover different metro stations, in order for people, for volunteers to safely reach their metro stations. When we joined this schedule, it was clear that there were no volunteers at Перемога and Universitet metro stations. So you decided to work there in faraway located stations. Actually, it was the most difficult metro station, Heroev metro station. So we were told that volunteers come to this metro station and then just leave the city at all. We didn't understand why, but we understood already on our first visit. The first visit when we had there, it was on the Easter day. We didn't want to divide our team. We decided to visit the stations as a whole team. So we visited it during Easter, which and at that time, everyone said that it would be dangerous, stay safe, stay in the safe place. So we thought that people will be scared. People would be scared. People need support. Where will they be scared most? In Saltivka. So we visited Saltivka. I would like to, sorry for interrupting you, I would like to show your photos. So you decided to visit Saltivka for to have some bright things. Actually, I think that the May photos, because that's the day when we made kids zone there. That's one of the reasons why all volunteers left this place. There was no kids' room at all. When we have arrived there, the premises were full of fume, of smoke, because people smoked there. That's, I think that the Botsat metro station, in English it's Botanical Garden. We have a lot of photos from different places here, which you can see. So visiting that station, we were told that there is no kids area, but as I know, in other stations they were. So there's no kids station. We asked, where could we have place for our lessons? Or wherever you want. So we enter and we see that people are everywhere. It's just overcrowded. So we found just half of the meter as a place to have. So we were in the very center of the station. All connection halls, all stairs were full of people. It was overcrowded. We took everything from our boxes. We used the boxes as tables for our lessons. First lesson, was attended around by 20 people, but by 20 children. You know, what were the first signs of normal life in those stations? For example, Academic Pavlov metro station. It was a nail beauty specialist sitting there at the table and doing her work. At another station, I've seen, for example, another thing that it was under the ground and people started to plant onion in the small cups. It's not because they wanted it, but they wanted something being alive there in metro substations under the ground. You know, I think that the people who suffered the most in the under the ground were elderly people and children because they are the most vulnerable. How have you worked with children? How they responded to you? So, children responded very actively, especially at those metro stations where there were no other volunteers. At Heroev metro station, we were always welcomed very happily. Always they just followed us, saying goodbye till the exit. We always when we left, usually children didn't go further because always when we left there were some grats or other shellings. Children responded always very actively. In different conditions, one child could be not afraid of any shellings at all and say, "What and what?" Another child could be just scared to death, would be freaked out. What does it depend from? It depends a lot on conditions and it depends a lot on parents because parents become some such conductors, such middle persons for children to the reality till some specific age. So how parents respond to different situations give children understanding how much should be they scared of. So the less parents react negatively, the less parents freak out, and the more parents can control their emotions and at the same time be sincere with their children, the less stressful situation could be for children. Thank you so much for your comment. I think that's extremely important. Can you tell us more? What has changed? What happened afterwards? How your life has changed after this? After you left Metro. So Svetla, when you returned home, when did you go out the metro? As I have mentioned, in May I needed to visit Kiev because for the last 10 years we rented an apartment there, and I worked in parallel for 2 cities. I visited both cities, and my husband was a box trainer, box coach. So the owner has asked why and what, and I explained that Yura, my husband, died, and we don't need this apartment. So together with his daughter, I arrived to Kiev. It was 10th or 11th of May. I remember this difference, this gap between Kiev and Kharkiv, because when we visited Kiev, we felt like indigenous people who went out from the underground, because in Kiev it was sunny. There were some coffees. You can buy a coffee, you can buy some bakery. We visited Holosevsky Park, where watching and observing swans and so on. So when I visited my apartment, we received information by 19th of May we should just go out, and I packed all my things and I returned home. I was happy. I was happy that by 19th of May I needed to pack all my stuff in metro and return home. So I was happy to do it because my daughter got some bugs 3 times. Two of them were without antibiotics, but the third one with. So there was one doctor who told to everyone what should be taken, what medication should be taken in order to exit all the bugs safely without any damage to their health. So did you have some place where to return? Yeah, so Alexeyevska metro station was quite safe. It was under some umbrella, some protection umbrella. There were several shellings hit near Alexeyevska metro station, but it was quite okay in comparison with what had happened in the city. Katya, you know another experience of evacuation from metro substation, and for many people it was some critical, extreme experience, especially in such metro stations as Kharkiv metro station. So tell us more about it. And you know, it's quite strange because these two stations are different because of conditions, because of number of people. When we left Peremoga metro station, it was around 800 people. Heroiv Pracy metro substation was around 1,200. Of course, the figures are very rough, but in Peremoga substation, the situation was the following. People started to find out about possible request to leave metro station before official announcement. So the gossip started, the word of the mouth started to work. We received a call that in a week, I don't remember exact date, but in a week we should leave the metro station. Immediately next day we visited it in order to see children, to meet children. As I remember, we have met only one or two children. Where did they go? Actually, they just left very quickly. I think we visited the metro station, Peremoga metro station next day, and hundreds of people have already left it. The next day after it, we have visited Heroiv Pracy metro station. We were told of another story, the gossips, no one knows exactly, but when we visited, we received information that still we don't know the exact date, but we have a lot of around 250 people who have no place to go. We have already developed a list what they were offered with. You know, there were strange proposals. They were not strange, but chaotic. From our side, we communicated with the head of the metro station, and everything was very chaotic, with some proposals to relocate to dormitories. So, for example, a person comes and says, who is ready to go to one of the sanatoriums, recreation places? Those who were ready take their suitcases, take their bags, and immediately go, they went. In other case, there was a proposal to relocate to North Saltivka dormitory. It was May. It was quite dangerous there. Everything was quite chaotic. So yeah, I know we're going out of our time, but it's very important to tell me, to discuss with you, so that you keep working in the stations. Now there are 500 people there. Yes, I work there. During this winter, it was very cold, so major part of those who left were those who have some place to return, but still there are around 500 people there. What do they need? What support do they need?
Відкривати збір на наступний тиждень. Це
Now we are going to open a call for donations for some household issues. There is no boiler. Before we brought to them some household cleaning solutions. There was no washing machine, no boiler. We helped with them. And again, we're going to open a call for donations for household solutions, such as cleaning solutions.
допомагає Дергачівська
Some
громада.
other volunteers help them,
Скажи, будь
including
ласка,
Dergachi Community and the Charity Fund. How can we find more out about this donation call? We are in Instagram. Can you share with us information about it? So yes, we will ask our colleagues to share information on this Instagram channel and
людина, яка
Instagram account and YouTube platform, because I think it's extremely important. My last question to Svetlana: what do you think? This volunteering support, was it important, and if was, and how much for survival of people in metro? So you know, it was extremely important both for volunteers, because it was possibility to fill in this emptiness because people were under shock. People didn't know what to do. So in some aspects, it saved me also. It rescued me when I lost my husband. And also, it was extremely important for people because people were left without medications, without foods, and we have more and more IDPs coming to Kharkiv. In December, I have left a little bit all these activities because in December, depression hit me. I was just downing into depression, but volunteering movement keeps working. They keep bringing medication and food. So the volunteering front line of Kharkiv played a huge and important role of supporting
Можемо пишатися.
people. I think that Kharkiv is a place which all Ukrainians and all Ukraine is proud of. Yeah, thank you so much. I agree, and I hope we will never be forced again to go under the ground. We'll be living above the ground. Thank you so much. I'm waiting for the next guest. Let's watch a video about some lessons in metro station, about some leisure there. Let's watch it.
Всім привіт, мене звати Фозі, я музикант харківського гурту «Танок на Майдані Конго». Запрошую вас слідкувати за марафоном «LIUTYI LIFE» 27 та 28 лютого. Марафоном з Харкову, який присвячений річниці нападу хворої Російської імперії на незалежну державу. Тому слідкуйте, буде багато наших артистів. Ми зараз в Європі збираємо кошти для потреб Збройних сил України, тому, на жаль, не зможемо доєднатися навіть онлайн. Але ми з вами, давайте триматися разом, поки ми разом, з нами вища сила. Слава Україні!
Текстна реклама від Фозі. Вітаю двох моїх гостей. Іра з нами є онлайн в Зумі. Ірина Грицька, креативна директорка агенції «Бумеранг». І мій хороший давній друг Коля Коломієць, художник, засновник і керівник студії Азанізімаза. Привіт, дякую вам, що ви тут є. Коля, в мене таке відчуття, що ми цю історію з тобою вже якісь просто безкінечну кількість разів проговорювали, але все ж таки я знову, от як всіх моїх спікерів, поверну тебе подумки на початок. Як ти опинився в метро? Художник? Чому?
стало важко знаходитись серед людей в бомбосховищі. Не дуже.
Тому з одного бомбосховища ти вирішив піти в інше бомбосховище?
Я вирішив піти. Ні, спочатку ми пішли на концерт, який там, значить, метро проводили, і я такий, концерт, цікаво. Єдина подія за ось цей час пішли і побачили, що в метро діти, що є умови, щоб там щось робити. Ну і все, я такий зробив побіг від тої атмосфери, яка була вже там, коли ми всі один одному приїлись, до моєї улюбленої справи. Тому в мене то було не щось пов'язане з бажанням, ну, там, допомогти, а перший імпульс був, хотілося самому якось
продовжити робити те, що ти робиш.
Так, це найбільш задоволення в моєму житті. я був дуже радий, що навіть в цих умовах можна це продовжувати. А якщо воно ще й комусь потрібне, то це взагалі прекрасно.
Я тут просто хочу якби сказати тим, хто не знає, просто так вийшло, що студія, в якій Коля багато років займався з дітьми, вона виявилася тим районним бомбосховищем, бо вона в підвалі, куди почали приходити люди, і Коля на якийсь час став таким комендантом бомбосховища, і вже тоді далі втік в метро. Ти почав в метро працювати з дітьми, бо, власне, ти все життя працюєш з дітьми. Ваша станція була трошки інакшою, ніж, наприклад, академіка Павлова чи Героїв праці, та живішою, динамічнішою. Ти колись сказав, що ця станція дуже швидко перетворилася на такий аналог вулиці. Про що це?
Так і було. Це така станція, мені здається, була для прогулянок, що там робилися ці події, концерти, і там тримали невелику кількість людей. В плані, я не знаю, може це органічно там сталося, бо станції поруч дві, вони такі величезні з цими переходами і таке інше. Але ось це була така станція, по якій ходили люди, гуляли, деякі навіть ранкові пробіжки робили, що підіймались по сходах наверх, вниз, катались на навіть там якихось велосипедах, скейтах, діти. То взагалі була така дуже цікава історія. Так, і звісно, коли дивишся на інші станції, багато інших станцій, то там взагалі не було не те, що пробіжку зробити, там
пройти
такі умови дуже жахливі. Але там було ось така, дійсно, якщо метро це місто, то це була така площа цього міста, здавалося.
А я попрошу вивести нам на екран і протягом розмови якийсь час фотографії, щоб ми побачили і цю атмосферу станції, бо там і котиків, і собачок на повідках вигулювали. І заодно ми побачимо той проєкт, який Коля з дітьми зробив. Слухай, це, попри те, що ми давно вже про це говоримо, я знаю цю історію, вона мене все одно не вражає, тому що ви зробили абсолютно розкішний, дорослий, фантастичний виставковий проєкт візуальний, більшість з яких ніколи не займалася живописом, не займалася візуальними мистецтвами. Як це вдалося?
Це теж диво, і це одне з оптимістичних таких явищ, які я взагалі бачу за цю війну. Мені здається, що якщо казати про Україну як про плодючу землю, то ось ця плодюча земля, де не пошукай там якісь таланти виявляться. Може просто треба трішки інші умови, щоб ці таланти б змогли якось вирости і розкритися. Але, так, це диво, бо я трішки, боявся, що ми прийдемо, і це буде схоже, скоріше, на якесь малювання, щось там заспокійливе, а завжди, як мені хочеться, щоб це було щось дійсно таке звичне для мене, що в студії ми завжди робили і діалог, і інше. Я попав, і вже на другий день виявилось це відчуття, що вау, я попав в
свою стихію,
так, середу, і що зараз все розпочинається. І з кожним днем це тільки посилювалося відчуття, що зараз буде щось неймовірне. І все. А далі оцей механізм, коли діти почувають себе, що вони здатні ось на таке, що в таких умовах, коли прилетають до них ось ці респекти з усіх кутів, то вони вже такі самі зірочки, значить, цього культурного поля і розуміють, що вони роблять, і ось ця наснага щось робити більше, вона тільки збільшилась.
Тобто проросло.
Проросло. І для мене те, що проросло, воно ж не тим, якби закінчується, що вони зробили цей проєкт і все. тим, що ці діти пішли потім до студії, досі, хто не поїхав за кордон, досі ходять, досі зростають, деякі вже своє життя якби з мистецтвом почали пов'язувати по-серйозному. І ось це для мене головне. Не дуже важливо зробити якийсь проєкт, а дуже важливо побачити, чи цей проєкт якби потрібен настільки людині, що вона дуже довгий час свого життя, розвитку,
може присвятити.
залишається цим проєктом.
Ми з тобою ще поговоримо трошки про те, що було потім, а я тут хочу включити Іру в розмову і таку підводку зробити. Власне, цей виставковий проєкт, який Коля з дітьми зробили в метро, ми разом з Колею потім возили в Париж в межах проєкту «Українська весна», який робить Український інститут. І мені здається, що це був такий дуже серйозний, ну як серйозний, дуже емоційний, щирий, насправді, такий проєкт, такий метод якби культурної дипломатії, тому що те, що стосується дітей, воно працює насправді. І на Парижі, власне, така міжнародна історія цього проєкту не зупиняється, тому що Іра має чергову пропозицію, яка вже in progress для дітей. Ір, розкажіть, будь ласка, що буде з цим проєктом далі, куди ви його везете?
Ну, наразі вітаю всіх, хто в студії, хто слухає, дивиться нас онлайн. Я дуже вдячна Колі, що, по-перше, що він це зробив, а по-друге, що дав можливість показати це світу. Що стосовно мене, то коли я побачила це вперше, то воно мене дійсно здивувало своєю ідеєю, своєю яскравістю і, безумовно, тими умовами, в яких воно було зроблено. І в мене з'явилось бажання показати його світу, показати тої локації, де знаходжусь зараз я. Я у Литві з моєю молодшою донькою. І тому я почала шукати можливості, як це можна зробити у Литві.
В яких містах буде показана ця виставка?
Я зараз розповім. Маючи 20-річний досвід в рекламі, як професіонал стала дивитися, як це можна зробити найбільш ефективно. Я побачила, що тут у Литві є дуже великий оператор наружної реклами, французька компанія JCD. Я знайшла їх контакти, ми познайомилися, я зробила презентацію і запропонувала цей проєкт. Компанія з великим інтересом поставилась до цієї ідеї. Нам потрібно було декілька часу, щоб узгодити всі деталі. І цей проєкт вийшов у 3 містах Литви. Дуже великою програмою, 260 локацій. Це сучасні лайтбокси, які розташовані по місту, на зупинках транспорту, такі великі стенди круглі, де вони розміщують іншу рекламу.
Як реагують люди, коли це бачать, який відгук є? Чи це розповідає, допомагає нам розповісти якусь історію про нас?
Люди реагують дуже з великим інтересом і найбільш вражаюче те, що вони навіть не зразу розуміють, що тут є річ про війну, тому що малюнки настільки яскраві, настільки в них багато життя, настільки в них багато емоцій, справи до добра, до світла. Для них це дуже цікаво і неочікувано. Вони вважають, що це зв'язано з війною.
А є якась супровідна кампанія, яка пояснює, в яких умовах це було створено, як люди, коли бачать ці банери, чи вони потім дізнаються, що це, власне, в Харкові в метро під час вторгнення?
Сама компанія JCD, вона провела додатково багато піар-заходів і інтерв'ю на центральному литовському телебаченні, різні статті в Digital Media, де вона розповіла цю історію з того моменту, як їй запропонувала я цей проект, ну і відповідно всю історію від початку, як ці роботи були зроблені.
Супер, я вам дуже дякую за цю можливість, тому що мені здається дуже важливо, щоб ці дитячі голоси, дитячі історії взагалі звучали в світі. Власне кажучи, у нас з Колею був такий момент, ледь до Цугундера мене не довів, коли в Парижі одна журналістка спитала у Колі, а як ви вважаєте, чому важливо показати цей проєкт тут, а Коля на голубому глазу каже, а я не вважаю, що це важливо. І я так спиночку вирівнюю, думаю, ой, але після цього Коля каже дуже важливу річ, і я от завжди до неї повертаюся. Він каже, для мене важливо те, що відбулося і буде відбуватися там. Для мене важлива ця моя робота якби з дітьми. І мені, а сюди він каже, мене діти делегували, вони дали мені якби свій голос і сказали, поїдь і розкажи там про нас. Коля, ви продовжуєте роботу з цими дітьми, які були в тебе в метро, і мені здається, що вони взагалі фантастично ростуть, як художники і художниці, і от нещодавно в ДК «Артерія» ще одна виставка відкрилась. Так, розкажи, як далі?
За цю війну від нас велика виставка, і знов до неї війшло там 30% від того, що ми зробили за цей час, і навіть деякі вже художники, ось Христина, наприклад, та, що працювала з нами в метро, і та, що дівчина, яка вже своє якби життя з мистецтвом пов'язує по-серйозному, як то кажуть, то вона планує персональну вже виставку, бо кількість її робіт і ось те, що відрізняє якби талановиту дитину від художника, це проєктне мислення, що ти вкладаєш в цю суму свою робіт, чим ти їх пов'язуєш, як цілосно вони як проєкт виглядають. Ось вона це вже, не те, що досконало, але йде до цього, і мені дуже подобається. Тому коли я вийшов, я кажу, вже деякі роботи просто взагалі не виглядають поруч з іншими, якби органічно, що тут точно вже потрібно робити персонально, щоб ось ці змісти, які вона вкладає, не були якби розпорошені по всій виставці. І, до речі, ось ці діти, які пройшли цю школу малювання в метро, вони дуже потужні, вони дуже якби немов якийсь новий досвід роботи в таких нестандартних умовах, ось він дав якийсь результат. Не знаю, але вони дійсно відрізняються, і дійсно в них відношення до них інше, бо це фактично вже родина. І вони якісь інші, от саме ці діти з метро.
Ти знаєш, я хочу сказати, що мене в цій історії, мабуть, найбільше вражає, захоплює, зворушує те, що потім ці діти самі до тебе повернулися, що їх не привели вже в студію батьки, вони прийшли, постукали тобі в двері і фактично вимусили тебе почати з ними займатися. І мені здається, що це про дружбу.
Так, мені здається, що взагалі це дуже класна ситуація, бо там, якщо казати про дружбу, то вона і є, напевно, це дружба, бо вони там мені пишуть там по телеграму, які шлють свої, те, що вони намалювали, треба прямо зараз поділитись, не чекати до заняття, ось прям я намалювала зараз, ось ми там щось, я їм кидаю якісь книжки, книжки, якісь там фільми, які вважаю, що саме зараз потрібно для
Це такий
чогось.
спільний освітній процес, правда? Слухай, це так круто, мені здається, знайти в якийсь момент цього значимого дорослого, да, який з тобою потоваришує і почне ділитися взагалі своїм досвідом.
Ну, в мене в житті так і було. Мене мій викладач теж підібрав, відігрів і якби з мавпи зробив людину. Ось тому я знаю цей досвід, дуже вдячний. Я не думаю, що ось я такий досвід мав, і зараз я буду його на других переносити. Ні, але інтуїтивна ця вдячність, вона якби мене прямує цим шляхом.
Я боюсь, що мене скоро почнуть виганяти з ефіру, але я не можу не спитати, чим вони зараз живуть, ці діти, що вони малюють, про що вони мріють, говорять.
Ой, говорять, про що зараз говорити? Все ж таки війна, більша частка розмов, якщо це розмови. Кожного разу, коли ось така бесіда переходить в такий щось довірливий якийсь стан, то виникає ось ця травматика від війни, все ж таки вона дуже глибоко засіла. Ось, але це дуже розумне покоління. Мені, до речі, дуже здається важливим не втратити це покоління, бо вони знаходяться в такому хаосі того, що зараз має назву освіта, бо вони не спілкуються поміж якимось своїм там однолітками, якимось колективом, як то було у школі у класі. Вони бачать педагогів, які налякані, які зараз дуже сумно виглядають. І зачастую ці педагоги, теж викладачі, теж не дуже якісно це все роблять. І ось ця освіта перетворилась на те, що ти нас, викладач, не чіпай, ми будемо робити вигляд, що ми навчаємось, а ти роби вигляд, що ти навчаєш. Ось така домовленість. І мені дуже думати важко, що це спричинить. Ось це таке обмеження. Що буде на виході, бо вони вчаться зараз якомусь імітації, чомусь порожньому. Ці дуже талановиті діти, які попадаючи в умови, коли вони можуть зростати, вони зростають просто шаленими темпами, зараз таким же чином імітують якусь діяльність. І чи не навчаться вони цьому ось такому імітації там життя? Я своїх як можу виводжу з цього стану, постійно про це кажу, що є розвиток, а є деградація, тільки два шляхи. І якщо ти щось когось надурив, то ти себе надурив, якщо щось не зробив. Але в об'ємах країни це, мені здається, одна з найважливіших загроз, яка є у суспільстві.
Мені ж натякає, що ми маємо передавати слово біговому марафону.
I would like to share the so I would like to say that thank you for that you are the friend for these kids. And I would share with my colleagues during the marathon. Hi, we are the volunteers state. We're helping militaries that on our pages. We are getting all of the nations and try to bring them to the front line. And we are all the part of the culture. We are all So we are here. So we have a lot of meetings where you can share. your donates, and we have some. So all the money that we gather together, so we spend for support militaries. Hi, this is the culture state. So before the year of invasion, so we are recording this video, and we would like to say congratulate for everyone, whatever it sounds like, everyone who are unbreakable, who stand. Thank you for your power, for your work, and I hope we'll be together and bring the glory closer. Thank you for this project. Wish you power and inspiration, those people who are running this amazing distance.
Великим оком своїм повний місяць зазирає, сушить, знову мушу рушити по душу, безкінечний похід, і 300 зим, 3000 літ, із заходу на схід. Чорний слід не через море, білий слід не через сушу, чорний світ не через горе, во-во-во-во-во-во. Чорний слід не через море, білий слід не через сушу. Сьогодні крига вкриє серце, завтра неодмінно рушить. Сьогодні крига вкриє, во-во-во-во-во-во. Сьогодні крига вкриє серце, завтра неодмінно рушить. Сьогодні крига вкриє. Сьогодні крига вкриє серце, завтра неодмінно рушить. Сьогодні крига вкриє, во-во-во-во-во. Сьогодні крига вкриє серце, завтра неодмінно рушить. Сьогодні крига вкриє. Кіломіліметри часу розтягнули і одразу провтикали. Розібрали на малі дрібні деталі, всю механіку печалі. Всі фрагменти наче цілі, а того разом чомусь по вертикалі. Зорі в морі залягали по спіралі, як перлини, як коралі. Кіломіліметри часу розтягнули і одразу провтикали. Розібрали на малі дрібні деталі, всю механіку печалі. Всі фрагменти наче цілі, але горизонт чомусь по вертикалі. Зорі в морі залягали по спіралі, як перлини, як коралі. Чорний слід не через море, білий слід не через сушу, чорний світ не через горе, во-во-во-во-во. Чорний слід не через море, білий слід не через сушу, во-во-во-во-во.
Да, ну, власне, ця пісня мала прозвучати вже після нашої розмови.
This song was supposed to sound after our conversation.
Трошки змінити Івану з Колею. Друзі, ми продовжуємо наш телемарафон і зараз
Continue our marathon.
з
Now you heard a song by Oleg Kadanov.
гітарою Стаса Кунина.
Guitar by Stas Kunov.
Акомпаніментом. О.
Accompanied. Almost music.
А я все чую, все прекрасно.
Everything and everything is good.
Волонтерська
Who are you? Are you?
Анна Губанова і Стас
You're the
Кунин.
volunteers of the cultural shock.
І от я помітила, що всі наші гості
I noticed that all our guests who visit us,
про що ми будемо говорити в ефірі, і далі у вас розмова продовжується з якимись спогадами. Що тоді було? Що було 24-го? От ми говорили про у вас є своя історія про
we
метро.
talk a lot about the memories. What happened on 24th? What happened in the metro?
Під час нашої розмови, шановні глядачі,
The conversation. On the screen, you may see the QR code, so
діяльність.
you may donate
Ну, хоча я думаю,
for
чому
this band.
Спрямований на наш сайт. Він також є англійською версією тепер. І так
QR code will lead you to our website, and our website is also in English.
на те, щоб все, що треба, закуповувати, і потім Олег це сам відвозить в Бахмут і навколо.
Ну,
We
власне,
buy everything for those money, and we bring this to Bakhmut and around.
Він декілька днів буде там, як він це
We
каже,
will stay there for a couple of days.
у нас є бігова
This
частина
is
марафону.
a vacation of the volunteers.
Колеги,
Так, я
зараз
їх бачив сьогодні зранку,
О,
я їх
бачиш?
проводив так.
І я трошки їм навіть заздрю. Я думаю, що
I'm a little bit jealous about our colleagues who are running to our athletes, because it's much better to run than being in the studio.
цілий день ми говоримо про те, що ми трошки втомилися. Мені
The
здається,
whole
що
day we say that we are a little bit tired.
трохи балансує. Зараз дійдемо, чим ви займаєтесь, коли ви намагаєтесь відпочити. Давайте про 24-те. Трошки
Let's talk
про
about 24th.
що сталося, що відбулося в вашому житті.
What happened in your life? Have you been in Kharkiv? Anna was in Kharkiv and Oleg was in Kharkiv too. At 4:30, I had a call from Oleg Kanadov, and he told me that everything started. I lived with my friend.
І момент, коли
And
в нас
it was
почався наш штаб.
the first moment when our headquarters began.
Пішов, він
До
не мог
мене,
додзвонитись Стасу.
я як найменш частина людей, я прокинувся десь у 10-й, тому що я
She got up at 10 o'clock that day
досить пізно прийшов додому.
because I came home very late a day before.
Дзвонить мені на телефон, але я
And I heard somebody calling on my phone.
потім я почув дуже гучний стук у двері. Це був Олег. І
But
коли
then I heard somebody knocking at my door. That was Oleg. And he said me, wake up.
Так.
якось так почався ранок.
Потім було таке, що ми зібрались, ми були, якраз Олег зі Стасом пішли на наукову в метро, і Олег подзвонив
Then we gathered.
котом, теж прийшли в метро, і ну скільки
My
годин.
neighbor Masha and her cat, they also came to metro.
Вперше відчули, прям, ну ми не лякались тоді, це було
And we had a feeling when we were sitting in the metro
зверху ми
on
чуємо,
the ground.
на нас бігти, а там було дуже багато студентів
There
іноземних.
were so many people running underground.
В
Да,
натовпі.
ну, це страшно.
It was like a panic in the crowd.
Напруги, дуже багато всього, що зараз, я думаю, ми
There was
злякали.
so much tension on this first day.
Важко.
It
Тому
was
що
very difficult. This crowd, such a big crowd.
і тоді, після цього, через
And
мені
after that,
здається, що
Да,
a
ну,
couple of minutes,
нам треба йти додому.
і ми пішли, власне, до мене додому, я живу
we
там.
decided to go home.
Я, Олег, Стас і моя
Me,
сусідка.
Oleg, Stas, and my friend, and that is how we started the cultural shock. We shaded the windows.
А далі наступного дня, наступного дня
On the next day, on 25th,
робити. Він з
Олег has gone to do something with Anton.
в штаб, до
They
військових.
went somewhere to headquarters.
Що вони поїхали нібито влаштовуватися в ТРО, але вони приїхали на бусі, тому коли їх побачили,
They went to join the territorial defense.
вони не
Ви
влаштувалися.
корисні ще зі своїм бусом.
Так,
Ну насправді я пам'ятаю, тоді 24-го взагалі не зрозуміло було, що робити. Ніхто не
As I
розумів.
remember, on 24th it was unclear what to do.
А 25-го ось вже Олег з Антоном знайшли собі задачі, почали їх робити.
Самоорганізувалися.
Самоорганізувалися.
Так.
А ми сиділи, я, Стас, і ще декілька наших друзів, ми сиділи в квартирі, моніторили новини, дедосили там щось в браузерах, як всі тоді, і не розуміли взагалі, що робити. А потім
After that,
наша діяльність так прям як штаба почалась
our
27
activity as the headquarters, we started on 27th, and we had a post on Facebook that we open a volunteer headquarters.
Зранку до вечора їздив, вони з Антоном їздили по
Many requests from civilians.
будемо якось допомагати щось робити. Він каже, ну давай.
They helped Oleg.
І я пам'ятаю, це
Took a part of his job.
нічого не
We
зрозуміло.
were sitting with requests. Many people write.
Що ось дівчата, там є ось дівчата, ось Стас, ось вони займаються цивільними.
Oleg posted that there are girls and stars, and they take care of civilians.
Почали наші номери запостили в Суспільному як волонтерський штаб, і нам почали дзвонити люди, просто незнайомі, в мене телефон
Our
дзвонив.
phone numbers were posted on Suspilne as volunteer headquarters, and we had many phone calls from people. They didn't even understand what was the date.
Тоді ще на цивільних. Ось тоді ми в Олега забрали цю цивільну частину, і довгий час, всю весну ми займалися цивільними, а Олег займався
For the
військовим.
whole spring, they took care of civilians, and Oleg, in his turn, took care of the military.
Там неподалік. У нас було все не дуже класно з безпечністю, тому що, в принципі,
So
був
we had a warehouse
склад, але то таке.
in a safe place.
Ми в березні перетиналися і в підвалі.
Remember that I met you in March.
І да, ви постійно там
Вже.
виступали, там збирали на ЗСУ, теж хлопці, ми заїжджали до вас.
We also collected money for the armed forces.
Які теж бажано було не знімати, ну принаймні не показувати, да, там якихось
Ми намагалися.
характерних ознак, де він знаходиться. Тому дійсно, ну,
That
час
is
такий
why
в якомусь сенсі, але
it was a very chaotic time.
Дні, коли ми почали працювати, Стасу подзвонив його друг Паша Куштим, який теж зараз досить відома людина вже. І ну, Паша подзвонив Стасу і каже, що в мене тут школа,
Happened.
скільки в нього там було людей.
Десь 4.
І ми почали спочатку шукати великі...
600 людей у вашій
We
було.
need to find a place for the 400 people, and we started looking for a place
Почали
and
шукати.
also food for the people.
Це була велика мета, яка нам, ну, ми зрозуміли, що нам треба робити,
It was a very great goal,
і задачі.
Так, і ми зрозуміли, що це ефективно привозити
and we understood it was effective to bring help, aid, and food to the place where there are many people. And we decided to look for big groups of people in the shelters,
і допомогти одразу.
give them help and to give help to many people at once.
Таку мережу волонтерів по всім районам.
After that, we had a volunteer network in all districts.
Два прізвища. Перше Антон Бегменко, який є технічним директором Харківського медіахабу, сидить там в нашій
Today,
студії, власне, відповідає за все, що
we heard
відбувається.
two names. The first one is Anton Begmenko, technical director of Kharkiv Media Hub.
Його дуже складно було зловити. Вони постійно з Олегом їздили на виїзди, і я прекрасно розумію, що є речі важливіші навіть те, що робимо ми. І ось треба було підлаштовуватись під хлопців, під те, чим вони займаються. І Павло Куштим. Сьогодні
Павло Куштим.
підбірка таких
At night we will see documentary movies and we will see a story about him.
Щоб тут більше сконцентруватися на наших героях, на наших гостях. Так от Павло Куштим – це волонтер, який...
Павло Куштим is a volunteer who...
що такі люди колись потраплять в міську раду, наприклад, або...
will get, I hope, to the city council one day.
Він організував величезну...
He can manage everything. He managed a large space for the people who could live there.
Така спільнота, яка достатньо нормально проживає певний час в небезпечних умовах.
Ну да. Я снабжала їх ліками тоді, я просто відправляла їм такі пакунки величезні ліків. Постійно. Кожні пару днів мені Пашин брат Женя присилав список, а там список був такий на 70 позицій, на ще більше. Величезні були пакунки, а в них там було багато.
Also, there were big packs.
Діяльність я займалася.
And together we started our activity in school. We took care about medicine. Now we help on the military.
Культури, тобто зараз наша
допомагаємо
військовим
і help military and take care of culture.
По-перше, культурний шок. По-друге, в нас просто так склалось, що в нашому штабі багато культурних діячів.
This is how we justify our name, cultural shop. So we take care of culturals.
Добре пам'ятаю березень. Хто в нас волонтерить?
I remember March very good. And who were the volunteers? Poets, artists, musicians. So many cultural people were the volunteers.
Ми не знали, і з якими ми не спілкувалися, там, з Салтівки, чи вони теж волонтерили. У нас є розповіді. Розкажи свою про пациків з нових домов.
Many stories from different people who volunteered.
Це Оля була Голуб, мабуть, та?
One of our drivers, Оля Голуб.
Вона, жінка, молода жінка.
They went to ХТЗ and she was driving around the town.
Це всі бабушки.
And when they came there, many people gathered. And once she saw not only old people, but the young men.
Я зараз думаю.
This ХТЗ is not very safe district.
Побачивши цих власних
And
хлопців.
Olga was in tension when she saw the guys.
Що ці хлопці, вони там побудували свою систему
But she
дисципліни.
found out that they built their own system.
Всі отримали порівну.
So those guys, they distributed the food. They made people to take turns. They make everything for the order.
Приємна несподіваність.
Мені здається, що волонтерили це не тільки культурні діячі.
Так, ми просто зараз
I think that volunteers are not only cultural people.
Таких людей, які пов'язані з культурою, це не обов'язково митці для мене, наприклад. Але, в принципі, люди, які пов'язані з цією сферою, вони дійсно дуже активні зазвичай.
Я дуже швидко ще одне питання, бо от мені дуже...
question.
Вистачає взагалі хоч трошечки
So
часу
1 year is over.
про вашу пряму діяльність? Не волонтерство?
You have enough time for your activities.
Насправді,
Main activities is volunteering now.
періодично...
Ми іноді щось робимо з Олегом, але це...
So we do something from time to time, but it is very hard to find time for that.
що це
and we don't have like inspiration.
треба
We
емоційно
also feel need
дозволити якось це робити. А зараз якийсь такий стан, який
and now I'm not in those conditions. I need to keep myself and optimize
важко.
myself. It's hard to do.
Не волонтерська, це фасилітація, проведення різних тренінгів
So
пов'язаних з скілами.
my activity is facilitating.
Робити теж волонтерською. Я зараз розпочала, наприклад, клуб для підлітків.
I do the volunteer facilitating.
Клуб для підлітків.
I organized a club for young people.
Хто це чує? Хто це чує, можна мені написати. Це буде клуб, який щотижня офлайн в Харкові говорити з підлітками про емоційний інтелект, про конфлікти, про
I talk with young people about the emotional intellect.
Для мене це просто дуже важливо працювати з підлітками саме, тому що через
For me,
декілька років
it's very important to work with teenagers
все, що
because the teenagers are those people who will reconstruct what we have now.
Я взагалі дуже складно ставлюся.
Very good because I feel very difficult towards the children who are in these conditions.
Нагадувати, не забувайте про себе, бо в
Так.
цьому
Добре.
русі на цій швидкості складно, ми трошки підступилися, і треба пам'ятати, що ми
Feel a little bit tired.
але тут є. Ми зараз все ж таки
We are made of concrete, but anyway, we feel tired.
і нас включили, але ще одна пісня, на щастя, залишилася, тому музична частина марафону, і далі ми продовжуємо.
So we have a musical part of our marathon.
Нам випало знову сьогодні з уламка вліпити відсутню суть, витягувати з безодні спотворені сторони і красу, і потім напередодні на себе працює зіпсутий час. Прекрасні умови погодні, кислотні дощі роз'їдають нас, і потім напередодні, кислотні дощі роз'їдають нас. Прекрасні умови погодні, кислотні дощі роз'їдають нас, кислотні дощі роз'їдають. Вже не працює плацебо, наш Бог без машини і без чудес, а той, хто втікає від себе, у кожному бачить лише себе. Нам випало знову сьогодні дивитись у дзеркало до кінця, дивитись у око безодні, стікаючи залишками лиця, дивитись у око безодні, дивитись у око безодні, стікаючи залишками лиця, і потім напередодні, дивитись у дзеркало до кінця, стікаючи залишками лиця.
продовжуємо наш медіамарафон і продовжуємо говорити з представниками свідомих громад Харківської області.
We continue our marathon.
Лютий лайф. Ось он такий. Я знову вітаюсь з вами. Ми
Greetings again from our studio, and we continue talking about world communities, what is happening with us during the war, about our LIUTYI life and how we live this. And we will continue to talk with Chuguyev community representative,
а також керує
deputy of Chuguyev City Council.
Можна я розпочну з такого питання? От прокоментуйте, будь ласка, Чугуєв з перчинкою у серці, оцей патч, який у вас. Бо гердани...
Begin with a question. What is your patch about? Can you describe your patch?
Бренд нашого міста,
This
коли
is a
ще
militarized brand of our town with
туристичною привабливістю. І
so
коли
we positioned ourselves before the war as a town with some tourist peculiarities.
діяльність. І спочатку
And
ми
we had a lot of tourism activities.
зі змислом. А потім, коли вони вже уїжджали, ми вирішили їм подарувати на згадку серце у вигляді перчинки. Але в нас такі дискусії були дуже гарячі. Такі
We had so many discussions.
думали, ось гляньте, дивіться, у вас є неофіційний бренд Чугуєв, серце з перцем. Ті люди, які можуть
Our official brand of town Chuguyev is heart with pepper.
І такі в той же час ласкаві, любі, милі. І у нас таки виникло неофіційний бренд серце з перцем.
Клас.
А коли
Our unofficial brand is heart with pepper.
буду довго тягнути, я вам відразу я приготувала, це вам.
Давайте, а це вам.
This is what I prepared for you.
Чугуївської громади
Так.
і лютий лайф від лютий
У
лайф.
співробітництві будемо працювати.
Дякую дуже.
І коли
We will
розпочалася
work in close cooperation. When the war began,
бригада,
our guys, our 92nd Brigade, our military and our territorial defense, they defended our land, and we decided to make this chevron for them
перчинка серця,
to show that we are resilient.
і дякуючи
And
хлопцям,
thanks to the guys,
ми, слава Богу,
volunteers,
жорсткої окупації, дещо
our
там
town was under severe occupation.
захоплення, але слава Богу, нас це минуло. Був жорстокий бій,
It
нас
was a very hard battle. We had many bombings and shellings, but we survived and we are not under occupation.
до війни було 39 тисяч
How many
населень.
people you had before the war? Before the war, we had
6 населень.
30,000 of population.
Разом з ними ми складали 39 тисяч населення. Під час війни
During the war,
дві хвилі місто покидали люди. Це
the
навесні
people left the town in two waves. In spring, when we had severe shellings,
за один день 12 ракет прилетіло до міста і дуже багато було розрушень. Тобто люди масово виїжджали, а потім уже у серпні, коли більш-менш наші збройні
in August,
гарячого напору на фронтах, на передовій, люди почали повертатися.
our armed forces attacked.
Страшно, коли літом йдеш
The people returned.
скільки було
щоб відпочивали наші діти, щоб відпочивали наші
When you go on the street, you may see how much was done for the people to have rest, for our children to have rest.
До 12 ще якось хтось ходить, а після першої години місто вимирало. Було тихо, не було нікого, йдеш з роботи і розумієш, що ти майже один. І було дуже моторошно, навіть я сьогодні розказую, в мене по шкірі йдуть мурашки, ну це дуже було страшно. Але на сьогодні, слава Богу, люди повертаються.
Today people return, many children return with their families.
Що ми будемо розквітати, будемо робити.
That makes us hope that everything will be okay.
Дивились сюжет, який підготовлений був спеціально до марафону «Лютий Лайф», і там Максим Розенфельд, він розповідав, до речі, дуже цікаву
So today we watched a storyline of how Maxim Rosenfeld
Чугуїв як місце
told us about Chuguyev as a place of winemakers.
Громади, то на гриби
So
радом.
the coat of arms or the emblem of our community, we have
Винограду. І тому з цього
a
винограду
bunch of grapes. Because in recent days we had the yards with the grapes.
пізніше. Вони з цього винограду робили гусарську жонку. Тобто це такий специфічний напій, який
And hussars used to make a special drink out of this grape.
цукру,
When you
поливають
put a head of sugar
чи спиртом, чи коньяком, ну у кого що було.
and you pour a spirit or cognac on it,
Є безпосередньо в
and
вино,
it burns,
хімічний процес відбувається.
the sugar drops into wine, and after that they pour champagne in it. So that was like a drink.
Випивали
And
там,
after that the hussars, they drank this drink.
які проводила обласна державна
And in
адміністрація.
this time when we had Slobozhan
Це ж такий шлях до такої
fairs,
європейської інтеграції.
sold it.
2019
2011
це
we
був
won the brand Small Towns Big Impressions.
рекорд України, ну, мабуть, буде рекорд Гіннеса.
And we are on the Book of Records of Ukraine.
Репінський пленер, це наш земляк відомий. Намалювали картини художники і виставили 328
The artists draw a picture.
літрів цієї жонки, якраз стільки, скільки років було місто в цей час. Тобто, і якраз були два зафіксовані рекорди, які занесені в книгу рекордів України.
Цікаво. Ну, давайте повернемось до...
Let's go back to the events, to the destroyings, to the stations. Do you know what to do now? Do you have the understanding of that? So the war was unexpected.
Зазнала якихось втрат.
Almost every family
Людей, рідних, близьких. Чи це була втрата
had
домівки?
losses, loss of relatives, loss of jobs, loss of family.
В багатоквартирних квартир, вірніше квартир в багатоквартирних будинках зруйновано або пошкоджено.
So many apartments are destroyed.
Більше 721 будинку, приватного
More than
будинку.
721 block buildings are ruined.
Сільськогосподарських об'єктів було пошкоджено і об'єктів комунальної власності. 11 шкіл пошкоджені, 2 з них вщент розбиті, тобто потрібно відновлювати. Одне улюблене
Cultural fields are also damaged.
там культурно розвивалися, спілкувалися.
Cultural house is also damaged.
Його немає. І якраз під час ракетного обстрілу цього будинку погибли наші
During
волонтери.
the shelling of this house, our volunteers died. One of the volunteers that in the first days of the war, we cooked food for the people in the shelters with them.
Спільно розвозили по місцях, де були ці якраз були місця укриття і в багатоквартирних будинках, в підвалах. Ну, не пристосовано, але хоч щось і намагалися робити. Також ми залучали до цієї роботи і наші заклади освіти, тобто і
директори. Also our educational institutions were involved in this job.
Якимось чином накормити людей, які були
hot food and gave it to the people in need.
Місто, можна сказати, були біля лінії фронту.
We were near the front line and many people left, but at the same time many people came to our town.
В яких умовах, хто опікується, як вони живуть?
Ну, по-перше, люди намагалися знайти квартири.
Thousands of people came to our town. People tried to find the place to live, some temporary accommodation.
Приміщення спортивного залу в школі. У нас був товки, він був в такому невеличкому укритті і більш-менш захищав від обстрілів. Також там людей розмістили. І якраз оце для цих людей ми намагалися знайти, де спати.
We tried to find the place for those people to sleep and the blankets for them.
І якраз облаштували місця для прихистку цих людей. А потім вони дехто роз'їхався, хто поїхав далі, бо в нас було неспокійно, хто залишився тут, хто ще кудись перемістився. Ну, тобто люди переміщуються постійно, то повертаються, то знову їдуть. Ну, така міграція людей йде.
So some of those people left and some of those people stayed. So there is a process of migration that continues. And during the Easter holidays, we were baking Easter cakes and sent a lot of those to our guys at the front lines with children's letters and some symbolic sacral objects. Next question. Is there time now to think about the future? So we were thinking about strategy, and are there any changes now? Our city head has been the mayor of the town for 20 years, and she is thinking about the future. We want to restore our town. We are trying to help people whose houses were damaged in the multi-storied buildings. But it's difficult to also help people who are living in their private homes. We're expecting some help from international partners. We also have an ambitious aim because, you know, our town has a large square, almost as large as the central square in the city of Kharkiv, but the buildings near this square were damaged. So we wanted to reconstruct this square, which was actually a dream of Ilya Repin a long time ago. So there are some beautiful hills where we could make an amphitheater for recreation, and we have a plan for reconstructing this square and do hope that we'll be able to do that in the future. A town like Chehuiv certainly deserves these plans to be materialized. We spoke today with Olena Shulyak about decentralization, about the power of communities, and about the state providing more trust to local communities. Today, thanks to the Kharkiv Regional Military Administration, we are receiving support in the form of windows for damaged windows, support for reconstruction of buildings that were damaged. And there is a large multi-storied buildings which will be reconstructed using the funds from the regional administration. And from the first days, they have been giving us humanitarian aid. Our colleagues from Lozova town also sent us some support. They sent us humanitarian aid and food, which was very important. We got support from Lviv, from our sister cities in Poland. One of our colleagues who moved to Chernivtsi organized a volunteer group, Together We Are Strong, and they sent us medicines. You know, pharmacies were closed in the first months, and it was really difficult to get medicine. So it was through our colleague who organized shipment of such packages, and at Nova Poshta post offices, we obtained such medicine packages from Western Ukraine. Children from other towns sent us albums and paper and pencils, so we were able to organize a contest of children's drawings before the Easter holidays. It was a very good way. Lyudmila Makarenko, deputy head of the mayor of Chehuyev. This is a new symbol of Chehuyev with a hot chili pepper in their heart. We do wish that the month of February, this severe month, LIUTYI, finishes and spring comes. I thank you so much. I would like to note that we are just beginning this project of conscientious communities, and we're going to continue, so please follow us, not just today and tomorrow, but follow us, Kharkiv Media Hub, our social media. Also, you can follow the QR code and find a volunteer organization that you trust and support them financially. So, we're going to listen to Maxim Seleznyov next. This is something unique, music as weapons or musical weapons. You have to listen to it yourself. We will also listen to our friends from Lviv. We will listen to the Kharkiv Literary Museum, Serhiy Zhadan, architect, Dvornikov, Budmo band, and a lot of interesting things. We haven't reached the equator of our marathon yet. Let's send our thoughts to the guys who are running the marathon. Alexander Seleznyov is online. Follow the marathon on the 27th and the 28th. We're all fighting for our freedom, for democratic values, and for the future of the world. We must run towards our goal.
Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. Will not surrender. Will not surrender.
А ми продовжимо говорити з різними неймовірними людьми.
Continue our talks with amazing people from different cultural institutions and projects, people who are helping us to keep sane during these turbulent times. They help us not to stop in our cultural development. We know that Russia is fighting not only for our territories, but they are fighting for our culture, our ideas. So this blog is devoted to the Kharkiv Literature Museum and their projects, the fifth Kharkiv. My first guest, Olga Riznichenko. She is a leading specialist and one of the founders of the Literature Museum. She is head of the volunteer organization Charity Worker. I can see it in your eyes that you have come from somewhere. Yes, where from? We were in Kramatorsk, Konstantinivka, from the 18th February and until tomorrow. This project continues. It was a project to bring children's books to deoccupied villages. Marco Pimpa, an Italian clown, was with us. It's actually Marco Rodari, a grandson of the Italian writer Gianni Rodari. So he joined us from the family of Gianni Rodari. He was presenting books about Gelsomina in the Country of Liars, a book about Russia, just like the book about Cipollino. So those were wonderful minutes working with this clown. He really could open up the children's hearts, and grandmas and teachers were thanking us. They said that our children are laughing for the first time after a few years. You know, I'm really tired, but we visited 40 deoccupied, liberated villages. We had several meetings a day with the Italian clown. But you know, we had so many calls from different villages. They were expecting us everywhere. On the 24th February, we were near Kupiansk with children. We were in the basements. You know, on that day, all events were cancelled, so our meetings were unofficial. But children starting from ages 3 were brought to these meetings. For some of them, it was their first meeting with a clown. And when we handed out books, they were so overwhelmed, so happy. It's really impossible to overestimate how important this is. People would come up and tell the Italian, you know, your life is not in vain. You give so much joy to our children. Your words that slipped, that you did it unofficially, away from the authorities' eyes, I think it describes your life quite well. Olga, you have so many faces. So this project, was it the Literary Museum or the Charity Worker volunteer organization? You know, they were united. I like to mix our projects this way. We went to Izum, and Marco, who is also a footballer, he plays for some Italian village. He said, you know, I will bring my friends and we will rebuild uh, a library in Izum. So we come to this library and there are so many books in Russian, but he doesn't read Cyrillic alphabet, but he understood that those books were by Pushkin, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and he was asking us, where are the Italian books? Where are children's books? So we put our books, and he said, oh, the book about Peter Pan, the book about the Hound of Baskerville, and he was so happy. He said, I support this project of Literature Museum. I will finance for 2 years your supplies of children's books to this library in Izum. It will be the world classics of children literature. And I said, wonderful. So the Russians bombed a library with Russian literature, and now we are going to bring Ukrainian books. So in our literature museum, we're going to make up plans that will give a different kind of education to our children, even in the most remote villages. The children really want to read. So this project appeared overnight when the village of Korobotchkina was heavily shelled. We brought food there and people were crawling out from their basements, and I asked them, what shall we bring to you? And so a boy comes up to me. We saw him 3 days ago. So that boy said, I'm going to my first grade, but I have only one book. And I know it by heart. Bring me more books. And there was a French philosopher with us on that trip. And women asked us to bring some love novels, because what else can you do in this situation when there is no power, no internet? A woman would read a love novel and think that love is going to save the world. You know, I also have some other faces, and with my friends, volunteers, we also went on such volunteer trips. So when we met people, they also asked for books, and they told us the occupants arrived, they burned Ukrainian books, they said they were going to bring Russian books, but they didn't, and they destroyed the library, the school, and, you know, in a village, people don't usually have a good library at home, so they were asking for books. And children, people asked books for their children mostly, but they asked adult books only because the television was not working. They told us honestly, if we had television, we would watch television. In your experience, what do people ask for? Yesterday, an older woman grabbed a book, The Black Sun, by Ukrainian writer Shklyar, and there was a schoolboy who began crying. He said, I want to have that book. So our project specifically focuses on children. We bring children's books for liberated villages. We have books for younger children. And as for the older children, it depends on the village. This village in Korobechkino is special. They want to read. They're avid readers. Sometimes we have books, educational books, children's encyclopedias, and these children, they want to read. And young mothers still have that desire to learn. There is a book, The Art of Family Education. It's the publishing house, Old Lion from Lviv. And that was a very popular book in every village. People wanted to take that book. But there were other villages where people were kind of indifferent. What books do children ask for? The boys ask educational literature. They really want fantasy books, different series of fantasy books about miracles, monsters, things like that. They can grab those books right away. Mummy Trolls and books about Alice in the Wonderland, really popular. So without this project, I wouldn't know how important is the art of book illustration. Marco Rodari confirmed that the level of illustrating Ukrainian books is really high. He said it's fantastic, it's so beautiful. By the way, not only the publishing houses donated books in the amount of thousands of hryvnias, but the Italian clown gave us so much money so we could buy a lot of books from Vivat Publishing House. You mentioned illustrations. The Old Lion Publishing House were one of the 5 top European publishing houses. There's going to be a book expo in Bologna. We are looking forward to their participation there. Your colleague told me that they don't know how many books they distributed. She said, who knows, who counts? It was 10 tons of books. But tell us who supported this effort. There were individual people who were sending books. Then we got packages with beautiful packaging from libraries. Then we got magazines. And then we had about 5 big shipments from the Old Lion Publishing House, and also a Lviv Publishing House, Ababa Galamaga. They do this regularly. A publishing house from Ivano-Frankivsk sent us books as well. And the Club of Family Leisure Publishing House also contributed, donated books. Folio, Vivat, these publishing houses, they were supporting us. It's impossible not to support you. When you were telling about Izum, I was ready to stand up and go with you. Thank you so much. Catherine also works in cultural diplomacy, and I would like to show you a conversation I had with her a bit earlier. Tatiana Pilipchuk, the director of the Literature Museum in Kharkiv, is with us. It's a pleasure that the Literature Museum is a space which changes our perception of what a museum is. It's all about community and forming new ideas. During this difficult year, the Literature Museum played a powerful role in my life as well as in our city. So this is what we're going to talk about with Tatiana. It's my pleasure. As my history teacher said, it's my pleasure that it's your pleasure. So, we are remembering how this all began. Let's go back to the beginning, to the February of 2022. With our colleagues, we had conversations about evacuating or hiding, burying museum collections. What happened is that in many places it didn't happen. What did you do? We work with some dark memories in our past, so we know perfectly about the relations with Russia. So we know the history of Mykola Khvylyovy, and when the war was in the air, so we knew that we had to prepare our part of our collection for evacuation. At the same time, we prepared a bomb shelter. In the morning on the 24th, everyone wrote in our work chat, we are coming to work, we will be working on our exhibits. I just asked our colleagues who have children to stay home, to not come to work. But most of our colleagues quickly came to work. We moved our exhibits to the basement, and we went out to do some volunteer work. So we closed and secured the most important exhibits. And as for the rest of the exhibits, unfortunately, we don't have a system for that. There are no reserve places to evacuate collections to. Actually, there were some old instructions, and you know where in time of danger our collection was supposed to be sent? To the east. Oh, really? But you know how to break instructions. But we found out in 2014 that instruction was not workable. So I thought if I was going to evacuate the collection, I'd rather die than let it be destroyed. You know, it's even my criminal responsibility to take care of the exhibits of the museum. Sometimes museum directors are so careless, they want to write it off as damages. Really. So I'm not going to ask you where the collection is now hidden. I wouldn't tell you anyway. The thing is, we don't know how long this war is going to last. But we're sure that these exhibits will see the light of day and they will be shown someday. Yes, this is cultural diplomacy and it's tremendously important. When I was moving this exhibit from Kharkiv, it was all just due to my personal context with some people at the Ministry of Culture, with people at the Territorial Defense. They really helped me with vehicles. And again, according to the instructions, official rules, the collection had to be transported with security. Actually, we did it in early March. The Ministry of Culture worked fast. They issued a decree. So it was not done in a underground volunteer way. No, it was all done officially. We have lots of friends, and quickly a working group was established to save the cultural heritage. Well, people who are in charge of similar museums in Kyiv and in Lviv. Tell me briefly, what is happening with other Kharkiv museums? I will tell you that most museums removed their exhibits. They started packing immediately and they moved their exhibits, their collections sooner or later. We are very thankful to the international museum community. When we received packaging, the packaging was from such museums as the British National Museum and other illustrious, famous museums. It was very touching. You know, we were always short with resources, and suddenly we had such quality packaging, you know. So, as far as I understand, in Kharkiv, there were no losses of collections. What about the region? It's more difficult. We are only now beginning to make the estimates of what may have been lost at the regional history museums. Some things were stolen. The most precious exhibits could have been removed, stolen by the Russians. But the worst thing was also the damaged buildings. You couldn't maintain the necessary temperature conditions, the humidity conditions. So the situation in those museums is really, really difficult. In Chiguyev, everything was done well, so everything is okay in Chiguyev. We were planning to live 2022 quite differently. We were planning to celebrate 100th anniversary of Berezil theater community and 300-year anniversary of our philosopher Skovoroda. And the museum of Skovoroda was destroyed in May. But, you know, they had a feeling that it was dangerous, so they had managed to move the most important exhibits. But the museum building itself was destroyed by a missile. We traveled to this museum in May, later in May, to document this as a war crime against culture, and we documented it according to the international norms of documenting such crimes. So this is going to be one of the evidences in the international court hearing about the Russian crimes. So what will be the consequences in the legal sphere and this shelling of our significant cultural buildings? Were they targeted on purpose, or was it just hit and miss? I think it was not done on purpose, except for this one museum of Grigory Skovoroda in Kharkiv region. You know, there are other locations that determine our identity, and they were not targeted. So I think, you know, it's now part of our history. It's a new page in our history, and it becomes part of us. Definitely, it's very painful to see. There are about 150 monuments of architecture. Our architects are estimating the numbers. And in Ukraine, the Ministry of Culture and the initiative groups in different regions are documenting all these damages. So, what will be the consequences? Here in Kharkiv, we developed a know-how. We decided to go to these places with the security service of Ukraine. And it became a franchise. We recommended it to other colleagues because it's very important to fixate it, to document it properly. So immediately there is a criminal case that is open. Every time a cultural heritage site is damaged, it gets documented. And later, we do want to present it as a case for reparations. I think we both understand that besides the material level, there are some other levels, deeper levels, that can be damaged, but let's now talk about our project, the Fifth Kharkiv. I will explain to those who don't know. It's an initiative of our poet Serhiy Zhadan and the Literature Museum. I think it started in 2017, and then it picked up speed in later years. And interestingly enough, it became very intensive during the war. It's a very, very intense program of conversations about our identity, about who we are. I think in the beginning, it was quite a closed circle, the same people. Now I can see that there are new faces in the audience. What is happening? We are getting united. on a different level. Before, this was interest groups, and now we have new bonds, new connections. We're getting shot at. So before we did other things. Now you and I spend most of our day doing things for other people, from things like finding warm socks for the soldiers to drones. And I think this new way of life, it brings together new people. We are all doing volunteer work, and we meet not only people who are engaged in cultural projects. Yes, not only people from the volunteer organizations come to these events, and there are other people who are discovering for themselves this Ukrainian identity. They are looking for answers. There were people who did not expect this invasion. You know, people who attended cultural events, pro-Ukrainian events, they were the kind of people who knew that and who expected this invasion. But now there are also other people. I know that you do not only short-term planning, I'm sure you have a vision for long-term planning. In 2022, we were getting ready for a reconstruction of our museum, and I think we will be able to do it even on a larger scale. There will be a large literature museum, and it's this forum, the fifth Kharkiv, is a good chance for people to meet who will take part in this reconstruction. Kharkiv is a city of those who is not afraid. It's true. So, call to action in the end. What can we do as a community for the museum and for looking for our new identity? I think we're doing all we can already. This year has shown that we're all amazing. And we're doing everything as it should be done. Tatiana Pilipchuk, the director of the Literature Museum, I am so thankful for this conversation. We are all eagerly waiting for the reopening of the museum. Meanwhile, attend events of the Fifth Kharkiv project. Literature Festival, the Fifth Kharkiv.
Це ідея наша із Ярославом Маркевичем, ідея, яка виникла ще до цієї великої війни.
This is our idea with Yaroslav Markevich. It occurred to us before the war, and we wanted to do something good for the city and for the citizens of Kharkiv, to talk through the senses, narratives, to create this forum for creating the future. I'm sorry for such lofty words, but this initiative is really important. And when Yaroslav Markevich got busy with other things, we joined forces with the Literature Museum, and I think it's what they do best. So this festival is about speaking about ourselves. And this is what Ukrainians and Kharkovians especially really lack. How to explain yourself, how to speak not only emotionally but convincingly. So I think we have a problem with this. When Ukrainians are trying to communicate with foreigners, they try to proclaim their truth. Oftentimes it gets too emotional. And for other people, it doesn't sound convincingly. It sounds like there's too much emotional trauma and personal experience. So you cannot fill this with your tears. You need to find certain codes and keys, more rational, convincing arguments. And it's possible to find that in the history of communication and literature. And this is what we're doing. We need a more professional conversation. Our conversations are more declarative and political. And it's clear, it's understandable when rockets are flying at you, you can be emotional. But our narratives also are full of the Russian context. Even people who are now defending Ukraine with arms, they still have this Russian background. So we need to present ourselves through our literature, through our history, even the history of our church. It all needs to be spoken about. I would like to hear more Kharkiv voices. We invite a lot of speakers from other cities, which is also interesting. They talk about you from their perspective. Vitaly Portnikov gave an interesting talk, very professional, and again, convincingly told us some obvious things. But it's the effect of a lamp which is turned the other way, and you get in the focus of this light. But I would like to hear more interesting people from Kharkiv itself, the younger people, the older people. We have such powerful changes that we don't notice all of them. It's like you are standing and you see that there is a big train moving past, but you cannot see everything inside that train. So I think we need a certain distance and perhaps a time pause to be able to speak about these changes. We return to our studio and we continue speaking to our colleagues from the Literature Museum. My interlocutors are Deputy Director and a leading specialist of the museum. We just watched Serhiy Zhadan speak about the fifth Kharkiv. Tatiana Pilipchuk, the director, also spoke about this project. What is this project for you as a manager, but also as a person from a younger generation? So maybe for you, the Ukrainian identity is something else. Tell us. This project, first of all, is about values, about what we are doing, about who we are, our communication with other people. It's about development and vision of something new. So the people who take part in this project, the fifth Kharkiv, is about building a new Kharkiv, a new society that we would like to see. So everyone brings a little brick, something that he or she can bring to this project. And it's very precious that there are a lot of people in Kharkiv in the cultural community. I'm happy to be part of it. So there is an intellectual component, a scientific component, but we try to speak about it in simple terms that is accessible to the general public. There are also musical events for the larger audience. It's an interesting mix that brings new people, attracts new people. I know that the managers of projects oftentimes miss out on the speeches in the events. We are too busy, but did you manage to listen to some of the guests? It's true. I didn't have enough time to actually be in the audience. I joined this project during the full-scale war. It's hard for me to compare last year with how that project was carried out before. The most inspiring for me was that people who visited Kharkiv, people from other cities, they were taken up with Kharkiv. They were excited about Kharkiv. In September, the security situation was quite different. And I understand that when people from Kiev or Lviv come here, and it's their desire to come here, they want to stress that it's the same cultural territory as in Kiev or in Lviv. And they bring to us this understanding that we are one country. And they come here and they see life, and thanks to such visits, it helps this life. Some of them expected to see a black hole, no people, but they came to see a bustling city, and they were very inspired. They said Kharkiv inspired them. I think last year we broke a lot of stereotypes about ourselves. I hope we will not have to explain again that Kharkiv is a pro-Russian city, that people in Kharkiv are expecting the Russians. Who would you like to hear in this project? Okay, right away I would mention Timothy Snyder. Wow, you started with the trump card. Yes, because I know him. I studied politology at the university, and he's very popular in Ukraine. And when I saw on Twitter that Timothy Snyder shared an announcement about our festival on his Twitter, I was shocked. But I think it might be actually an option that he may visit our festival, depending on security issues, of course. I would also like to see such speakers, such voices that represent scientific intelligentsia, but some popular program that would be attractive to a larger audience, I would like the topics that we highlight: 1920s, Хвильовий, Kurbas, other figures from the 1920s. I would like these names to be presented to the average person from the street, so they would know who Kurbas was, that they could be proud to be from the same city where such important people lived and worked. Tanya and I are united in another project of the Literature Museum. It's the Literature Residence, Slovo, Word House. Tanya, I'm so thankful that you do this, that you stay in Kharkiv. I'm just so thankful to you. And now we will move to a painful topic. Today is the 10th day of occupation. It's a quote. If these manuscripts get into the hands of the FSB, there will be trouble. But I am planning to hand them over to the international organization, and they will come. I believe in the armed forces of Ukraine. I believe like in God. Let him not be angry at me. This is part of the diary of Leonid Vakulenko, a writer who was killed by Russians and who was thrown into a mass grave in Izum. He is survived by his son, who is autistic. If you can show, please, the bank card number of his wife, please show us. Olena Ignatenko, not his wife, his mother, mother of Vladimir Vakulenko. If you can support them, please. So we will watch a video now by Victoria Amelina, who will tell us the story of this writer. Hello, everyone. Hello, Kharkiv. I'm Victoria Amelina. I'm a Ukrainian writer. I was invited this time not as a writer, but as someone who documents war crimes, someone who took from the ground the diary of Vladimir Vakulenko when he hidden it under a tree in the village of Kapitolivka, Izum district. He was taken from his house in March, on the 24th of March, and later we learned that he was killed by the aggressors, and his body was buried in the notorious Izum mass grave. They were throwing people in the mass graves, but they also marked the graves to make it seem that these are individual graves. You know, the Russians are learning from their mistakes, the mistakes they made when committing war crimes in Kiev region. I found this diary when we spoke to his father as the main witness of Vladimir's kidnapping. I'm not only a researcher of war crimes, I'm a writer, so before this interview, I forgot that I'm in a different capacity, and I started going around the house and looking at objects. I saw that there were still signs of searches. Some literature was taken from the house. Then we began talking about Vladimir's works with his father. And because I acted in a way as a writer, Vladimir Grigorievich, his father, remembered that his son wrote diary for the parents. Volodya was first of all their son. So in that room, his father remembered, oh, he wrote a diary, let me give it to you. Because Volodya, when he hid that diary, he said the words, give it to our guys when they return. And so after we made that interview as a witness, we went into the yard, and the father started digging under a cherry tree. At first, he couldn't find it, but it was important for him to fulfill the will of his son and give it to us. So we tried to find it again and again. And after some time, a little aside to the place where the father was digging, we found it. It was just a pack of papers in a plastic bag that was lying there in the black earth. And only in the evening I could open it up, and I saw that the paper was wet, and I shared it with Tatiana Pilipchuk at the Literature Museum to ask her advice how to protect it so that these wet pages wouldn't be destroyed. So that package was in the ground for half a year. We discovered it in September. There were so many crimes discovered in Izium that we were overwhelmed. We had little time. We had to speak to so many people. And only after all these interviews, we actually reached the village. So the diary spent half a year in the ground. So we gave it to the Literature Museum. We personally handed it to Tatiana Pilipchuk. I thought that this was the right choice. Vladimir spent a lot of time in Lviv region, but he also loved his own Kharkiv region and his village. So now he is part of a myth. We were all afraid that the story of the executed Renaissance from the 1920s would be repeated. And unfortunately, this tragedy was not averted. The Russians killed Vakulenko, but I think Vladimir won. He won. He was the winner because he was the victor, because he left us his writings, he left us this diary. I wish Kharkiv peaceful times you have ambitious plans, let them all come to realization. Let's keep strong.
Я хочу нагадати чи повідомити, точніше всім, хто нас дивиться, що трошки пізніше вночі в нашому онлайн-марафоні можна буде побачити фільм.
Later tonight, we will be able to watch a film about Volodymyr Vakulenko and his difficult story of searching for him. So I ask you to stay up and watch this film. Colleagues, please show us the bank card number of his mother. So you were the one who read through these writings. I also wrote an article for a Ukrainian publication on this topic, and I was able to use some quotes. It was very painful, although we stayed here in Kharkiv, but touching that story was so painful. You were working with this diary. How do you feel, and would you like to quote something? I was impressed with the last page. It was folded, and there he wrote that on the day of poetry, on the 21st of March, he saw storks in the sky, and he heard in their song the message that everything will be Ukraine, victory will come. This is a witness about his convictions, the power of his person. When you see such documents, you transfer their content to your life. You think where you were mentally in March 2022. You know, he was with his child, and the fact for me as a historian to see that, to work with a document that are not removed from me some decades, that was the most difficult thing for me, because when I read his diary, that there was no power, there was no internet, no connection, you couldn't know where your enemy is, the fear about your children, what will happen to your children if something happens to you. When I read that, I applied that to myself, and it was hard to see it only as a historic document, to look for facts or development of action, or maybe some details about what happened during that period of time in Izum. It cuts to you as something that is still fresh. When I was reading through the diary, we still didn't know what really happened to him. There was still hope that perhaps he's just missing, he's somewhere alive in prison. It's quite a different story for the museum. So you were working not some old artifact, it's something new, it's something fresh. Do you have other things like that in your collection that are very modern? We are trying to look for such evidence, such artifacts. We're going to study this war with these artifacts. And practice shows that what we have in the museums
важку і навіть ворожу ситуацію протягом десятиліть, воно все одно в нас десь в якихось частинах залишається.
Even if the situation is not favorable, these exhibits, they remain and they therefore are important.
На що би ми могли звернути сьогодні увагу, це можливо те, що ті джерела не пов'язані якось з літературою, але те, що, наприклад, залишають по собі окупанти на деокупованих територіях, ті ж самі агітаційні плакати, чи ті ж самі
These objects, these artifacts, for example, some propaganda that the aggressor lives in occupied territories.
Мотивації, особливий вид переживання військового досвіду, починаючи від поштових марок і закінчуючи якимись певними...
On our side, these are leaflets, memes, and even postcards. I was going to ask you, are you collecting memes?
Принаймні, ми розглядаємо можливість роботи в цьому напрямку.
We are considering it. I cannot say that we have a collection already, but in principle, we are looking into this as a field of our work. You need a digital archaeologist in your team, don't you? So what will happen with this diary? Are you going to publish it? Are you keeping it? We are keeping it temporarily. The museum is responsible for this. The scientific editors are working with it. We are going to publish it together with the Ukrainian PEN organization. We know that Olena Rybka, the chief editor at Vivat Publishing House, is going to publish it. They are proofreading this book, and I think it's important that it will be published right now, not after many years. It will be a voice witnessing about what is happening right now with us. So, this diary, when it's published, the proceeds will be used for Vladimir's son. He wrote a lot about his son, writing in his diary, my child, and he is concerned not so much about himself, but about his son. Who will take care of his son if something happens to him? This theme was very important for him, so I would like this diary, when it's published, will help Vitaly, the writer's son. This diary is not only a story of the occupation, it's also the story of anxious parenthood, when you have a child that needs your constant care. So I think the parents will also find something that relates to them, how you can take care of your child. I would like to finish this difficult talk on a more optimistic note. You are not just deputy director of the museum, you are deputy director on its development. So, can you share some secrets about your plans? We're going to continue the 5th Kharkiv project. In the international context, we will invite foreign speakers and there will be a foreign audience. Because Ukraine generates so much interest abroad, we need to speak about ourselves here and now. We need to have our voice. Kharkiv must tell about itself, why it's Ukrainian. If for ourselves we have decided that we are getting rid of this image of a pro-Russian city. It may be more difficult for us to convey this message to a foreign audience, but we must do that since we decided it for ourselves. It's obvious that in our work, it's hard to do some planning, but we must monitor what the demand is. It depends on what cultural memory we can manifest through our collection. We also have 2 exhibitions that are planned about toponymics, about hidden texts, but we will give you the announcement a bit later. Tanya, as a manager, when you were saying this, were excited and scared at the same time because she, as the manager, will be taking care of all the logistics. But it's great what you are doing. You are giving a voice to Kharkiv. So we will come to these events and keep talking and looking for ourselves. I also thank this marathon
Also,
and
I'm very
Kharkiv
thankful
Media
to this
Hub
marathon,
for
People Live,
giving the voice to Kharkiv.
to this year that we survived together. And I'll give the floor to our musical studio, to Kirilo.
знаходиться по той бік екрану, та і тут хто знаходиться, теж всіх вітаю. Хочемо трошки подарувати позитиву, бо без нього якось, знаєте, ніяково. І перша така композиція, вона така ультрапатріотична. Всі ці слова знають. У нас просто своє бачення цієї пісні. Ну і зараз ви зрозумієте, про яку пісню іде мова. Ну що, готові? Поїхали! Кохайтеся, чорноброві! Та не з москалями! Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася, чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася. Ми тою червону калину та підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну розвеселимо. Ой, у лузі калина, ой, у лузі калина, калина, калина. Ей, комарики, дзюбрики, калина, калина, калина. Ей, комарики, дзюбрики, калина, 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 є, є. Калина, 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 є. Калина, 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 є, є. Калина, 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 є, 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 є. Ой, у полі ярої пшенички золотистий гран, нас почали тисячові з ворогами так, а ми тою ярою пшеничку та і зберемо, а ми нашу славну Україну розвеселимо. Ой, у лузі калина, ой, у лузі калина, калина, калина. Ей, комарики, дзюбрики, калина, калина, калина. Ей, комарики, дзюбрики, калина, 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 є, є. Калина, 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 є. Калина, 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 є, є. Калина, 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 є, є. Є, є, є. Не хилися, червона калина, маєш білий цвіт, не журися, славна Україна, маєш вільний рід, а ми тою червону калину та підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну розвеселимо. Розвеселимо! 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 лузі калина, ой, у лузі калина, 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 ей, комарики, дзюбрики, калина, 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 ей, комарики, дзюбрики, калина, 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 є, є, калина, 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 є, калина, 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 є, є, калина, 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 є, є, є. Наступна пісенька, вона такого, знаєте, більш соціального характеру. Ну, власне, про таку внутрішню боротьбу з самим собою і, в принципі, з тим, що нас оточує. Поїхали!
Розуму нема і грошей нема.
Не було і вже не буде.
В ранному вбранні на самому дні. Подолати жах, знати де жах.
І за тому жити ступити.
І не вірити в те, що зайвий ти.
Треба якось далі жити. Хай проснеться світ! проведати грає.
Нікуди не лізь, я щука дивись.
Твоя хата завжди з краю.
Розуму нема, і грошей нема.
Кров у жилах
І
закипіла.
краще ти кальоч, коли тебе б'ють.
Ніж депресія без сила. Хай проснеться світ. Не проси, не вір. Розірветься стріх. Першим ми. Хай проснеться світ. Хай проснеться світ. Хай проснеться світ. Хай проснеться світ. Наступна композиція, вона, знаєте, більш така лірична. Для всіх жінок, які тут, які там. Коротше, кохайтеся, любіть один одного, бо там, де є любов, там не може бути агресії, не може бути війни. Поїхали.
Да, як же не згадати українську народну пісню?
Ой, піду я яром долиною, хоч не зустрінусь, Маруська, я із тобою. Ой, Маруся, серце, що ти наробила, мене молодого навіки і згубила. Не одну нічку ночував з тобою, не одну вечеря з тобою. Вечеря в тебе в сінях на порозі, вечеря в тебе два білих пирозі. Вечеря в тебе два білих пирозі. Вечеря в тебе два білих пирозі. Не одну нічку ночував з тобою, не одну вечеря з тобою. Вечеря в тебе в сінях на порозі, вечеря в тебе два білих пирозі. В одному пирозі зелена рута, в другому пирозі звитая гадюка. Від зеленої рути та й найдуться ліки, від звитої гадюки пропав я навіки. Від звитої гадюки пропав я навіки. Від святої гадюки пропав я навіки. Від святої гадюки пропав я піду я яром долиною, чи не зустрінусь, Маруська, я із тобою. Ой, Маруся, серце, що ти наробила? Мене молодого навіки і згубила. Ляжу я на той бочок, сірий хай прийде вовчок. Покладу його я з краю, колискову заспіваю. Сірий, не ходи по сіня, а ти білуватий, не ходи по хаті, не буде дитяті. А ти котик ручку, дай витопи грудку, а ти котик чорний, та сідає човен, лови рибки повен. Лісиночку справлю тобі колесочку, справлю тобі колесочку, дай повішу на добочку. Лісиночку справлю тобі колесочку, справлю тобі колесочку, дай повішу на добочку. Ручку дай, витопи грубку, а ти котик сірий, дай вимити сіни, дай не будь лінивий. Лі-лі-лі-лі-лі, налетіли з поля гулі, стали собі на воротях, у червоних у чоботях. Лі-лі-лі-лі-лі, налетіли з поля гулі, стали собі на воротях, у червоних у чоботях. А ти котик чорний, дай сідаю човен, дай поїдеш на лужок, закриваєш літачок, замовляти діточок. Лі-лі-лі-лі-лі, налетіли з поля гулі, стали думати, гадати, чим дитину годувати. Чи кашкою, чи молочку, чи солоденьке виточку, пирогами калачами, що маленькі з подочара. До речі, хотіли би нагадати, що не забувайте донатити. Ми, наприклад, співпрацюємо з волонтерським, таким, з громадським об'єднанням «Це близько». Знаходьте наших славних волонтерів на сторінках в Фейсбуці, Інстаграмі. Це як і вище згадане ГО «Це близько», це і «Культурний шок», це хаб Олега Каданова, і ЛОБ, це Михайла Озерова, хаб і його друзів. І багато, і волонтерська UA, і дуже багато таких, знаєте, перевірених хабів, перевірених людей, які займаються, власне, тим, чим треба, аби наблизити нашу перемогу. Ну, а для того, щоб файну силу мати, треба добре танцювати. Тож давайте потанцюємо! Етнотехно-денс влаштуємо! О, сірий, одна штука, барабанчик. казав, понеділок підем разом по барвінок. Я прийшов, тебе нема, підманула, підвела. Ти! 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 Ти казала, у вівторок поцілуєш разів 40. Я прийшов, тебе нема, підманула, підвела. Ти! 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 Ти казала, у середу підем разом по череду. Я прийшов, тебе нема, підманула, підвела. Ти казала, у четвер підем разом на концерт. Я прийшов, тебе нема, підманула, підвела. Ти казала, у п'ятницю підем разом по суницю. Я прийшов, тебе нема, підманула, підвела. Ти казала, у суботу підем разом на роботу. Я прийшов, тебе нема, підманула, підвела. Ти казала, у неділю підем разом на весілля. Я прийшов, і ти прийшла. Підала, підала! Це техно, це техно. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Flash Friday, Saturday, got the job, Sunday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, oh no! Сказала, в понеділок підем разом по барвінок. Я прийшов, тебе піднема, підманула, підвела. Ну, а тепер остання композиція на сьогодні. Але ви там за екранами точно знаєте приспів цієї пісні і мусите співати разом з нами. Мусите співати так, щоб, не знаю, Північна Салтівка, Крамаха, курва кацапи почули і більше сюди не пхнули ніколи. Пафосно звучить, знаю, ну а що робить, хлопці? Треба, і дівчата треба. Поїхали! Ой! Підходьте, хлопці, дівчата! Ей, арміларію мочу за славну пісню та сльози дівочу. Козацькому роду нема переводу за тих, хто співує нашу свободу. За Україну тримаємо кулак, а той, хто не з нами, то каже фак! Розпрягайте, хлопці, коней, дай лягайте спочивай. А я піду за зелений сад, Кривичі купомать Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорна, моя дівчина, зону його дурова. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорна, моя дівчина, зону його дурова. Розпрягайте, хлопці, коней, та й лягайте спочивай. А я піду за зелений сад, Кривичі купомать.
Всі, хто за кадром, разом з нами.
Да-да-да.
Циганочка з виходу.
Маруся. Раз, два, три, калина чорна, моя дівчина, зону його дурова. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорна, моя дівчина, зону його дурова.
Гурт «Будьмо». Це...
Гей! Будьмо!
Гей!
Будьмо!
Гей! Гей! Гей!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава! І дякую дуже вам, що ви завітали на наш лютий лайв. Тут написано, що весна прийде. І це на всіх, Паш, це не тільки тобі, май на увазі. Хлопці бачать. Дякую, друже, що завітали до нас. І нагадую, що це лютий лайв, і це був гурт «Будьмо». І я думаю, що ми їх ще почуємо неодноразово. Щасти вам, і хай все, і нехай щастить. Нехай щастить.
Дякую, ми ж підскакуємо. А хто не скаче, той москаль.
Абсолютно точно. І ми передаємо слово зараз нашій розмовній студії. Там ще є кілька важливих розмов. І, колеги, вам слово.
How do you do? And we are back, and I'm truly glad to introduce our guest, Martin Virval. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, and you?
Pleasant to see you after all, because I've heard a lot, never met you, but like you're right now like a legend. So, ladies and gents, let me introduce the first foreign accredited journalist in Ukraine, Martin Virval. So right now it's something like, frankly speaking, I don't have refresh data. It's something like more than 12,000 accreditations right now. And you got the first one for, I can't really say this word, foreign journalist. So number 28. How did it happen?
Probably that's happened because when it all started, first I was already in Kiev for 2 weeks, so I was already there. But another thing is that Ukrainians. Ukrainian Ministry of Defense knows me very well because I covered the war since 2014, since it's real. The request, they just said, okay, this is the guy. So, well, I got it.
And you are the guy, for sure. What is the most incredible moment during this year? What happened for you personally? Like,
you know, there are so many incredible moments this year. It's like I came to Kiev, first to Kiev, on 7th of February, just for 1 week, just to see what's going on and what the situation is like. Well, then it all started, and I stayed for 2 months, and then I was just in out all the time. And well, first it was Kiev, Irpin, Bucha, Borodyanka, and then I went to Kharkiv, for example, yeah, and all, well, along the front line, yeah. So
What memories Kharkiv left after all? So what do you remember when you say Kharkiv?
My first encounter. Well, of course, I know Kharkiv very well, but the this year I went there in a very special moment. We were in Kiev, and well, the war was all over the place, and me and my friend, we decided to go to Kharkiv to see what the situation is like there. And we went there, and there was, I think, just one hotel working. Well, at least the one that I found, and we came late evening, and in the morning we just found out that we'd like to eat something for breakfast, and most of shops were closed. And finally we found some shop, but they were just chips, stuff like this. And we were like driving along the street, and well, we saw a woman with a dog, and we stopped, and we asked her, don't you maybe you know where we could find a bakery? We'd like to buy some bread. And I had Polish flag, and she just grabbed my hand and she said, well, Poles, I love you. I'm the owner of the bakery. And it was Olga, Dmitros Kutovic's wife. And that's how we met. It was absolutely amazing that we met just these people, such special people. So that was the first moment in Kharkiv.
And now the dog. Could you tell us more about what's going on right now on your platform? Like, because maybe Ukrainians don't really know about what's going in neighborhoods. So tell us more about your Lance.pl. So how do you think, what's going good, and what can we do more to help you, to provide more information to Poles, to like other part of Eastern Europe?
To provide more information. Well, you know, I feel that there are not enough journalists covering the war. I think there should be more. Like in Poland, that's me and just a couple of my of other journalists, 2 or 3 that really go to the front lines and bring the news to the Polish audience. So well, this is, I think, the main problem. Each of us does what they can. Yeah, we spent most of the last year in Ukraine covering it, but we still feel there's not enough information.
How do you think, what can we do to replenish it? So from our side. Because we invite journalists all the time.
I think in Kharkiv, like the situation for foreign journalists is just splendid. It's just great. Your media hub is so effective, so effective in contacting people, in providing information. I go all around. I go to Kramatorsk, to Zaporizhia, to Kherson, Nikolaev, and in this context, Kharkiv is really unique. So if you ask me what we people in Kharkiv can do, well, there's nothing else you can do. You've just done everything. The worst situation is in other city. Well, for us, Polish people, it's still easy, yeah, because Ukrainian and Polish, there's so good energy, so good chemistry between us, yeah, and we know the language. I understand Ukrainian and Russian and speak a bit, but if you want me to be fluent, I switch to English. So for us, it's quite easy. But when the Germans or Britons come, the situation is more difficult for them. Here in Kharkiv, well, they are like the situation for them is very good. But if they go to Kramatorsk, to Slavyansk, to other cities near the front lines, the situation is not so good.
From my side, I just want to emphasize on one thing. Marcin is one of the journalists, that brave journalists who don't hesitate to go to the trenches. So what can you tell about such kind of experience? Maybe some advice?
Well, it's very difficult to have an advice for a journalist that doesn't have this kind of experience. I started in 2014, but then I also had the other war experiences in Syria, in Iraq. But of course, Ukraine is absolutely unique for me as a journalist, but also as human. The point, it's not easy to just decide I want to be a war correspondent and go to the war. You have to have sources. You have to know people. You have to communicate, because in Ukraine still not many people speak English. So you have to know the language, at least on a basic level. And of course, you have to have how to say a special something specially new, this kind of personality that lets you go to the trenches and psychologically understand what's going on and well, bring the information from this place.
And don't forget to stay safe. Sure. Marcin,
Sure.
I just want to say we have a very special word, full scale, you know. I want you here for full scale interview. So you're so interesting guest. I hope to see you later. I thank you very much for your joining. Слава Україні і її партнерам.
Heroям Slava, and well, whenever I go to Ukraine, I usually go to Kharkiv or Kupiansk or well around. So yeah, we certainly have some chance to meet.
Stay safe, our friend. І ми переходимо до наших бігунів. Дякуємо дуже Марчину. Переходимо назад до просторів Харківщини, там, де наші бігуни підкорюють степи не тільки Харківщини, вони рухаються далі.
They go further, and now we are going to tell you more about it.
Дякую. І зараз ми
Thank you. And now let's go further and tell you more about our trial athletes. Thank you so much to Marcin who has joined us, and I do really hope that we'll have more time to discuss with him his experience, because actually that's exactly that person spent a lot of time in Ukraine. And so let's talk about our athletes. They have already passed dozens, maybe hundreds of kilometers. Let's find out more about it. Good evening, dear colleagues, friends, and audience.
Чугуїв ми залишили вже давно позаду. Зараз ми на шляху вже до Ізюму. І нас ще чекає...
We have covered more than 70 kilometers from North Saltivka to Chuguyev, and now we are approaching Izum. We will show you more reports, and now some updates on how we traveled from Chuguyev to this location. Be patient. Be patient. You are a professional. Yes, I know. How does it feel? It feels great. Let me check your blood pressure. So we want to thank our sponsor, our partners of this run, Jim. Thank you for supporting our athletes. Thank you for supporting our team. It's important for us. We also want to thank for very tasty food from Nakhlebnik Bakery. It warms our heart, it inspires us. Thanks to all who support us. Without you, it would be impossible. So, Pavlo, how are you? How do you feel? My legs are ready for more running. I want more donations. So why are we doing this? We are doing this for victory. In the broadest sense. When you are running, it's like the poem says, you have sadness.
І зітхань, але на диво я ще навіть лише темпу додав, і дуже добре, що тут з боку дороги, звісно, тут кажуть, міни, ще щось, я не можу по асфальту бігти, я біжу по цьому м'якому і відчуваю нормально, от, тому потрохи. Ну і звісно, що і після масажу я взагалі на сьомому небі від щастя.
Ой, ну добре, залишилось трошки перевдягнутись, утеплитись, і твоя дистанція ще попереду. Дякуємо.
Так, друзі, з нами завжди наші відважні медики, які спостерігають за станом наших атлетів. Прокоментуйте, будь ласка, вже позаду 65 кілометрів. Прокоментуйте, будь ласка, стан наших атлетів. Що ви скажете?
Задовільний. У них все добре. І вони далі хочуть біжати. Бігти, да. Всі параметри, все нормально у них, вони всі стабільні, проблем немає, головокружіння немає, травм немає. Ну, нехай біжуть.
Ну скажіть так, відверто, шанси в нас є?
100%.
Шанси на перемогу є, звичайно, 100%.
Ну що, разом до перемоги?
Це прекрасно. Чув? 120 на 80. Це кажуть добре, як в космосі. Це ідеально, артеріальний тиск ідеальний. Воно мені зараз показало сатурацію і пульсацію. Було б взагалі мило. Бомба.
Показало 96 плюс 79, хотя ты должен подскочить по-хорошему. Концентрация отличная у тебя. Ты правильно дышишь, все как положено.
Тобто, що саме робите з ними, щоб швидко їх провести до тями?
Ну, перевіряємо артеріальний тиск, сатурацію, тобто насиченість киснем крові. І якщо якісь проблеми в них є, то ми будемо їх вирішувати. І також ми будемо приймати рішення, чи біжуть вони далі, чи ліпше
So
поїдуть.
we'll check their tests and then we'll make a decision whether they go or not, of course, because their health is our priority. Yeah, of course, because not every athlete could run such a distance. It's really a huge one. Yes, you will have a great team. We wish you all the best. Yes, let's keep working. Again, welcome you here in our studio. You know, when we think that we are tired or something like this, or maybe our mood is not that we need, let's more often recall in our memories our athletes who now overcome those kilometers, and despite of tiredness, despite of all the obstacles, despite all the weather and LIUTYI life, they go further, achieving our joint victory, achieving our goal. Today, I want to mention our next guest, but before doing it, I want all of you to recall in your memories the first days of this war. So let's watch this very short video. They were made during a fight which took place in Kharkiv 27 February 2022. Dima, how many Molotov cocktails have you thrown? And grenades? And who did throw grenades?
Це були перші дні, коли
These were first days when a lot depended not only well structured, not maybe not so quick forces, but everything depended on our forces of self-defense of Kharkiv, those who volunteered to defend our native Kharkiv region. And I would like to welcome my friends, our guests, whom I have been knowing since 2014, who is a famous person since Kharkiv Maidan, and that's Dmitro Oleynik. Dmitro, I'm welcoming you here. I'm happy to see you here. So, Dmitro, we don't have a lot of time, and I just want to remind you today that we are going to show quite a huge coverage which was done by our colleagues from Hromadske TV channel, and I'm so glad that they allowed us to share this coverage in our marathon, which is actually dedicated to all those events. So I ask all of you, please watch this video. Those who weren't in Kharkiv during the first days of war. So I want to ask you about your feelings. What did you feel? I know that you were prepared to it. Yes. Please tell us more about it. No, everything okay, everything is simple. All of us remember that in 2014, Russia attacked us. Crimea was occupied, Donetsk and Luhansk regions were occupied, and then the invasion happened. Now, everyone knew that there would be a full-scale invasion, but no one expected that it will be such a scaled up, that all possible types of weaponry, apart of nuclear ones, will be used against us. Now, till the last year, we had systematic visits to fields for practicing, for drills, for exercising once per month. So we provided some trainings for civilians, how to use weaponry. And so due to such systematic approach, Kharkiv was ready to have this fight in the first days. Actually, 27th of February is what many of us now mention this date today. It was quite a decisive date because at that day, a lot of Russians managed to get the city. In many locations. There were fights, serious fights, not only using rifles, but also other weaponry. So please tell us more about these videos, where they were made.
Біля школи, це по Шевченка, школа номер 134, це гімназія. Там, по суті, це от місце, де я, по суті, прийняв от...
This video was shot in Shevchenko Street near the school. This is where we had a battle. We took a car on the battle task. We saw that the Russians dismounted from their vehicles and were entering the school building. And they were moving from the flank and into the building. You could see their silhouettes, and at first you felt some fear, but then as you start working, you just kick into the mode of what you were training for these months. The battle lasted for the whole day, from 8 in the morning until 9 in the evening. Were you scared? I was very scared. We moved from the headquarters of the Kharkiv defense, and I remember my hands were shaking and the knees were trembling. But when you start shooting, I don't know how others felt, but as I started shooting, I began to operate more or less in automatic mode, because decisions have to be taken in split seconds. It's easy to talk about this now, but in that moment, you have to do things clearly and quickly. Your head operates your body from what you have learned from training. It was scary when you would turn your head and you see your brother in arms from the 95th Brigade, and then 1 second later, you look at him again and you see that he is dead, lying on the asphalt. So I want to take this moment and to say eternal glory to all who were fallen in that battle. You were wounded too. Yes, at the end of the day, there was an explosion, and there were 3 guys who were wounded. Shrapnel hit my leg. Another guy was wounded in his body. There was a 3rd wounded, and unfortunately there were also casualties. I'm still doing my rehabilitation. I can feel pain in my leg, but I don't feel the leg itself. Well, let's hope everything will be good. I was thinking about responsibility and about the future. You are a young person, and I have known you for many years, and I can say that you are a very serious person with serious values, and they were manifested in these times. Today we were talking with our guests about responsibility, about the decisions that we take, and about how we will not come back from this war. this month of February will stay with us. So, how did you change as a result of that? I think I can remember two periods of time. The Maidan demonstrations. It really changed me radically. I had been a different person before the Maidan. So it made me a person who is for honesty and for justice. I have known you since 2014, and I can say that you suffered because of your principles that you adhered to. And the second period is this war. War changes everyone. I can say that all warriors need to stick together and support each other. And the administrations and the authorities must remember that ordinary guys came forward to defend the country. So we need to support them. As for the future, what can I say about justice and principles? We must keep fighting for them. The blood that has been shed for a high goal will not dry. It's a famous saying. So we must be together. The victory will come. And after that, we must build our country based on these new values. Listening to you, I think that undoubtedly the war unites us, even if for some time. But, you know, from history, we know that wars also divide people. I think a lot about this division in society. What can we do to stop it? What can we offer to offset these tendencies to divide people? Are you sure that this war will change the critical mass of Ukrainians in a way that will prevent going back? Unfortunately, we will be making mistakes, and we will feel sorry about these mistakes. And to put our hopes to the fact that guys will come back from the battlefield and they will change everything is wrong. There will be a lot of people who will come back and they will be bruised and wounded. And we need the state to be different. We saw it after 2014, how old people remained in their offices. And now it must be different. But we must not expect the military to change the authorities. If we can see that there is some threat coming from the top, we must react. So with this, I think we can put 3 stops. These are very serious words that we hear from young people. We know that winter will end. We know that February will end. We know that despite all the tragedies and tears, the spring will come, and we must be ready for changes. The military who are at the front, the volunteers, the society, the people here, we will all bring about these changes. Thank you, Dima. Please watch that video of Громадське TV. Thank you for covering the work of our military, of our volunteers. Before we give the floor to the musical studio, we will have a very interesting conversation on Zoom with someone from Texas, Tonya Livchuk from Texas. Hello, Tonya. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you well. We can see that there is Liberty Ukraine, a charity fund, Austin, Texas. This is the capital of Texas. Yes, you're right. Tonya, tell us, please, how are you in Texas? You are a Ukrainian lady in Austin, Texas. What do you do? I was born and grew up in Kiev, and in 2007 I moved to USA, and then I ended up in Austin, Texas. I've been here for 10 years. There is a strong Ukrainian diaspora here. In the first days of war, we kept a vigil. We were demonstrating outside the state capital, and when the Land-Lease agreement was signed, we still kept demonstrating. At the weekends, we go to the center of the town, we go to the capital. I began doing volunteer work in 2014. Dima Tapchi and myself organized a group of volunteers. Our priority is helping our military, because it's thanks to them that we have the freedom to speak our language. We have collected $2,700,000. We bought aerial devices, drones. We brought medicines. I know that people watch a lot of videos on YouTube when drones are working, and these are our drones. We bought over 200 drones, and this year we have already handed over 100 drones. Who are your donors? That's a good question. Our donors have been with us for 9 years. They support us because they know we not only collect funds, but we buy those goods, the optics and other devices, at the lowest prices. There are a lot of companies who provide a match. So if we give them $500, the company matches it with their $500. We also supply Ukrainian businesses, so we order products in Ukraine if we can, and a lot of things are actually manufactured in Ukraine. Last year, we had an order for 3,000 sets of thermal clothes, and so it provided jobs in Ukraine. And now there will be new clothes that will be produced according to NATO standards, and it will give permanent jobs to 20 people. And those who make these uniforms, mostly the seamstresses, are women, and they have their relatives who are fighting. So many families in Ukraine have been affected by this war. You have been living in America for so many years. Perhaps Texas is also quite special. Yes, it's true. Do you have a feeling that the American society supports Ukraine? I know there are different groups. There are our people, their businesses. What about the general feeling? I have a powerful feeling of support. I know there's some propaganda now being spread by alt-right Republicans who are against supporting Ukraine, but we have a very strong support from American veterans. There is a veteran who provided more than $100,000 for the sleeping bags, for military jackets. So there are so many Americans who support us. They understand what is going on. Some of them say, how can we come to Ukraine and do more? When we have our events, a lot of Americans come to these events. They want to buy a t-shirt just to do something to help us. And they ask us, what else can we do? But we know that the right wing, the radical right of the Republican Party are now spreading propaganda against support for Ukraine. But there are so many Americans who want to help us. The other day, a family came to us and say, this is an unjust war. We want to help you. A lot of Americans are donating when we have auctions. And there is NAFO community on Twitter, and they are our big supporters. They know that we do it as volunteer efforts. We don't get paid for this. So it encourages people to contribute. Right after we finish our conversation, we will talk to an American journalist. I know that American journalists know the context well, even better than European journalists, and we feel their support. So it's a bridge between our countries and our communities. I have one more question of your work. It's children. Children are the future. They will have a hard time. Their children, their childhood has been stolen, but they will have to rebuild this country. So our fund focuses on helping the military, helping the refugees, and helping people in Ukraine. We make a point of sending money to Ukraine to buy things in Ukraine. When the refugees began coming to us, including our relatives, I could see how my niece, who was 9, had a hard time going to an American school without knowing the language well. So we opened a school here. So there is a mix of children who live here and children who arrived. And I could see that my niece felt better. At first, she was crying after school. She didn't know the language. She didn't have friends. So the school and the camp we organized helped such children, Ukrainian children who were born in America and Ukrainian children who arrived during the war. We have a project in Lviv, Strong People. We had 72 children there, and we did physical and mental rehabilitation project for them. It's not a secret that we do not appreciate the level of how people can be traumatized. If we don't see how a person is suffering, it doesn't mean they're not suffering. So we pay attention to the psychological work. I was in Ukraine in September, and I spoke to therapists, and I asked them if they noticed any positive effect on children. And they said that, yes, there are some children here in Western Ukraine who came from the East. Some of them lost their parents. And it's hard for them. It's tough for them to live in a new place. So in October, we had a collection of children's toys to send them to Ukrainian kids. An outstanding support again from Americans. So we wanted to send these toys to the refugees, and then military guys who saw that project, they approached us and said, can you send toys to children of our brothers in arms, of our friends who were fallen? So we began to make collections of children's toys to children in remote villages. I saw these videos how children open these boxes, open these toys, and they're so surprised. Is it really from Texas? Is it really from America? And those toys were sent with cards that people wrote. So it's really, really precious. You asked about our donors. There is a company here who approached us and asked us, how can we help? So they collected boxes for people in hospitals. So we sent a shipment to a hospital in Kiev with some laptops. So we give this support to lots of children. Thank you, Tonya. Tonya is the chair of LIUTYI Ukraine from Austin, Texas. We have so many stories today. We don't have enough time, but thank you so much for being with us. Dear spectators, you can check out the QR code and find an organization that you want to support. So this fund, LIUTYI Ukraine, they collected $2,700,000. Send my greetings to the state of Texas. Everything will be Ukraine. And we'll send you this patch with our logo, LIUTYI Life. February is going to end and spring is going to come. Captain Ilkobashko will communicate with our colleague from CBS News.
I just need to say a few words in Ukrainian to switch. Дякую всім. Пані Дебора Пата зробила дуже важливу справу. Вона зробила один з найпроникливіших епізодів з Ізюму.
Deborah Pata made an important story from Izum. I was there. It was incredible. It's very important to hear this story from the person who came from outside.
I'm back, Deborah. Thank you very much for your waiting. Truly appreciate you joining us. Hello. I just explained briefly that I've been there as well. I'm talking about your amazing episode from Izum. So I've been there before, just after liberation. I've been there during the exhumation process. This, I don't know how to describe it, and you need to help me. I need you. What's happened before? How did you decide to come, and what conclusion did you get after Izum?
I think, one of the most, I apologize for the darkness. Can you believe it? I live in South Africa and we have a power crisis, so we don't have enough electricity at the moment. But this country is not at war. And I'm always telling people they have better power in Ukraine, even though the country's at war. I live in Africa and I've covered many conflicts in the past. And I think for me, covering Ukraine and specifically the Izium story that you're talking about, and that was shortly after liberation, after Kharkiv had been liberated in the offensive last year, around September, was that one of the most remarkable things about this war, and perhaps one of the most heartbreaking, is that we are seeing war crimes in real time. As journalists, we get to cover conflicts around the world, many terrible conflicts. And this is not the first human rights atrocity that I have personally witnessed and have had the sadness to cover. But I think what is unique about this is that usually we arrive long after it's happened. And often we go to countries where the leaders don't want us to go and see the terrible things that are happening. But the thing about Ukraine, because it's a democracy and because it's a country that's been invaded, is that as journalists, as the media, we are able to cover fairly freely what is happening a lot of the time. And so we get to see in real time war crimes that are being committed. I think this is possibly one of the first wars in the history of humankind where war crimes are being documented in real time. And I had witnessed the atrocities in Bucha, and I thought things couldn't get worse than that. And then I went to Izium. And the site of this pine forest, which would normally be a place where people would go to spend a beautiful afternoon or evening in nature, this pine forest that had been turned into a cemetery, rows upon rows of graves. And in each of those shallow, mostly unmarked graves, because these people had not even been given dignity in death, row upon row of unmarked graves. In each of those graves was the body of a person who had lived in Izium or around Izium, a person who had loved, who had a family, who had laughed, who had dreams and hopes for the future. And for me, that is, I think, why I like and want to cover war. I don't like covering war, but when I cover war, I want to tell the stories of people, because we forget when we talk about weapons and we talk about numbers and how many troops and what is happening here and the big artillery that's being used. Very important. But what the most important thing to remember about war is that it is about people. And there are people who are dying on a regular daily basis. And Izium, you couldn't deny that fact. There was over 400 unmarked graves of people killed during the occupation by Russia. And Russian soldiers had taken these and dumped them unceremoniously in this pine forest. And we spoke to a man who told us that he'd been tortured and he was terrified that one day, he might have ended up in a grave just like that. And the thing about that man, Anatoly, his story, was that it wasn't unique. It was over and over again. We kept hearing these stories. There was a systematic pattern of torture. There was a systematic means of disposing of bodies. Because frankly, the people who did that, I think they thought they would never get caught. And that for me is one of the most profound things about covering this war, is that we are seeing war crimes being committed in real time, and those crimes are being documented, and one day will get prosecuted.
It's very interesting. It's different point of view, like this is why it's so interesting. And in connection with that, what can you tell to the people who say that their abilities here to cover some events are limited? To the journalists who say no, you don't have freedom of speech, who say no, you don't have good enough ethical code here, what to follow. So what can you say for these people?
For me, I haven't personally experienced that. I mean, obviously in war, there's always a fog. A lot of things, governments don't want to let out, and Ukraine is no different. They don't want to tell you numbers of dead and that, but that is common in any country, in any war that I have covered. I think that when we are able to get to the front line, nobody is saying, you've got to say this, you can't say that. We are free to report exactly what we're seeing. There is definitely been absolutely no suppression on anything that I personally have witnessed and been able to report. We work for CBS. We have a very high ethical code in which our job is to portray and try and uncover the truth, to get behind the official facade, to get behind the numbers, and to shine a light on the suffering that people are experiencing. And that's what I keep coming back to, is that is our job, is to show the suffering, to show people what war really means. And I have been able to do that very freely in Ukraine. Sometimes it is difficult to get to areas, and you have to jump through all sorts of hoops, but there's certainly no suppression of the freedom of speech. And I think that is something, again, that is very unique about Ukraine, is that as journalists, we have been able to move around the country and show the world what is happening and shine a light on the brutality that is being committed in your country. And it's hard not to come to Ukraine and feel so deeply moved by not only the horrors that we have witnessed as journalists and for you as people living it on a daily basis. We're lucky, we get to leave. I come home here to South Africa, to the dark, but I still come home. You stay in it every single day. We get to see that, but what we also get to see is remarkable bravery. And I'm inspired every time I come to your country at how people open their hearts, they talk to us freely and tell us their stories and allow us to tell their stories, because as journalists, it's a privilege to tell other people's stories. They are trusting us with that information. And our job is to present that accurately and show the world what is really happening.
Thank you very much, Deborah. It was really interesting. I hope to see you. When will you come to Ukraine next time? When do you plan to do it?
I'll be there in a couple of months. And
you are very
I hope
invited.
to pay another visit to Kharkiv, because it's one of my favorite places in Ukraine.
You're very invited. See you soon. Stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
І ми повертаємось до нашої музичної студії. Я дуже радий передати слово нашому другу і колезі Кирилові. Да.
Спасибо.
Есть большая проблема с этими зонами. Они вас слышат, как только попадают в комнату, даже если мы не в эфире. То есть нюанс.
Хорошо, а у меня наушники не работают. Почему?
Вот так. Ну, ты сейчас ничего не должна слышать.
Угу. Хорошо, да, свой слышу. Ну, мне ж надо слышать Zoom. Да, свой слышу.
Ну, все.
Просто я тогда эфир слышала. Да, вітаю всіх. В нашій розмовній студії ще є живі люди. І ми намагаємось триматися вже початок нового дня і перша доба, ні, це ще не доба, скажімо так, перший день марафону переступив межу дня наступного, але ми настільки затримались і де з ким не могли швидко розійтися, і були дуже цікаві розмови, що ми трошки заставили чекати наших друзів, які зараз у Вроцлаві, і підключилися до нас. І я бачу, що там величезна компанія зараз. Насправді, це Маша Капуста, наша прекрасна, яка приїхала у Вроцлав на початку війни разом майже зі всією своєю командою, я так розумію, точніше команда зібралась з часом. І багато дітей...
Я зібралася от буквально тільки що.
Класно. І ви якраз, ми хотіли Сергія запросити, звісно, виступити тут у нас вживу, нашого прекрасного моржа, який... Але ти, вчасно виїхав у Вроцлав, і тепер ми з тобою можемо спілкуватися в такій компанії прекрасній. І так, Маша Капуста, засновниця альтернативного творчого простору «Цвітна капуста» в Харкові, засновниця і керівниця українського хору дітей-біженців «Капуста Бенд» у Вроцлаві. Маш, наскільки я розумію, у вас там вже ціла гастрольна програма з Капуста-бендом. Розкажи, будь ласка, давай з самого початку. Ви виїхали, як зібрались діти, як ти їх там всіх збирала до кубки, як ви врешті почали працювати саме в якості бенду музичного? Давай, розповідай.
Виїхала я сама зі своїми доньками. І в Вроцлаві я опинилася без своєї команди, і це було дуже для мене складна річ, бо «Цвітна капуста» – це саме всі ми, вся наша команда. І тут, коли я опиняюсь сама, дуже складно, я розуміла, що я буду зараз працювати з дітьми. У Вроцлаві дуже багато, як відомо, українців, українських дітей, тобто є що робити. Але я не зовсім розуміла, що саме я буду з ними робити, бо якось відчувала себе не зовсім такою повноцінною. Мені не вистачало Сережі, Єгора, режисера, Оленки Євмішкіної, акторки. І просто обставини. Тут у Вроцлаві я зустріла Аню Зюбіну, це флейтистка гурту «Морж». Якраз вона на той час почала влаштовувати музичні концерти для музикантів з України. І ми зустрілися з нею і почали шукати цих музиканток, то, звісно ж, жіночки, які теж через війну поїхали з України. І ми почали шукати, хто опинився у Польщі. І вуаля, опинилась Анічка Мінакова недалеко. І ми почали її запрошувати у Вроцлав і робити концерти. Ще приєднувалися артисти з хору, з КОСПа. І через те, що ми почали цю лінію музичну, такий стався запрос на створення саме хору дитячого. Бо я би сама не навадилась на таке. Як людина, я такий аматор в цьому, я дуже люблю музику, я постійно знаходжусь в оточенні музикантів, але сама не є професіоналом. І просто такий стався запрос, а хочемо ще і дитячий хор. І ми почали збирати дітей. Я думаю, це класно, будемо збирати дітей співати. Тому що це круто хоча б почати співати з дітьми, з українськими, тобто пісня, музика, будемо об'єднуватися саме через музику. І в нас у кінці травня був місяць на те, щоб зібрати хоч трішечки дітей, підготувати програму, і 4 червня вже стався наш перший виступ. ну так дуже так все інтенсивно відбувалося, і це такий був челендж для мене. Чи зможу я це отак от взяти і зібрати дітей і відрепетирувати з ними якусь
Маш,
хоча б
скільки
мінімальну
зараз в тебе
програму?
там в команді дітей саме? Я маю на увазі
Зараз-
твою творчу команду. Так. Скільки зараз
Так,
дітей?
зараз це близько 20 дітей. От ми їздили в тур, там, ну, в тур, це поки що початок туру, ми їздили в Вільнюс, і, на жаль, тільки, ну, трохи більше половини змогло з нами поїхати через проблеми з документами, бо не всі можуть виїжджати. Всього у нас 20 дітей, я сподіваюся, що наступного виїзду ще нарешті всі виїдуть з нами. Це діти від 6 років, старшому нашому хлопчику 17 років, це такий хлопець з гітарою. Я дуже радію, що у нас в хорі така є. Це мій такий помічник головний. Бо поки не приїхала моя команда, це от моя прям була така права рука. Діточки, в мене оцей був хлопець, який прямо дуже круто вірвався зі мною у цей хор. Бо, ну, для мене все це диво, як оце все збиралося. І у нас репертуар більш за все складається саме з народної, з української народної пісні. І для мене стало такою приємною несподіванкою, що діти так полюблять цю народну пісню. І це стало прямо для нас, вони постійно співають зараз. Тобто вони такі незгамовні, вони навіть коли ми їдемо в тур, там концерти, вони співають в дорозі, вони співають там лягаючи в ліжко, після концерту, до концерту, там по вулиці йдуть, марширують, їдуть в транспорті, співають. І, тобто, ну, в прямому сенсі українська пісня лунає народна.
Ну, я так розумію, ти ж з ними ще займаєшся, да? Не просто ви співаєте, там ще якісь у вас є активності. Чим ще займається зараз цвітна капуста?
Ну, от саме цвітна капуста у нас зараз почала знов відроджуватись завдяки тому, що вдалося привезти в Вроцлав мою команду. Це сталося 1 лютого.
Ага, ну тобто у вас такий свіжий проєкт.
Ми планували це, ну, ідея, от у мене ідея туру виникла на початку осені, що треба робити цей Magical Ukrainian Tour, робити таку виставу, яку ми назвали Songs of Burning Hearts. І я розуміла, що я хочу, щоб це був не просто такий хорова, ну, співоча вистава, що я хочу, щоб це прям була така капустна вистава з елементами і театру, і з декораціями, ну, як ми це все завжди робили з капустою, і що мені вкрай потрібна моя команда. І ми от почали...
Твоя команда тебе почула.
Да, і вона мене почула, і не просто, і простір, і космос мене почув, бо це просто диво, що вони, ну, вдалося їх всіх сюди привезти. І, ну, для мене це просто як, ну, знов життя знов відродилося, бо цей був дуже складний рік.
Слухай, ну дуже круто, що українці збираються отак от, я би, як сказати, спільнотами. Да? Це вже навіть не якимись там окремими групками, а цілими спільнотами. І я думаю, що це і на вплив, і має серйозний вплив і на вже таку ширшу територію, не тільки в вашому колі українському, а й там, де ви виступаєте, там, де ви спілкуєтесь.
Я прямо навіть хочу сказати, що, ну, по-перше, це неймовірний подарунок для дітей, для Капуста Бенд. Це діти з різних міст України. І от коли нарешті всі з'їхались і почались ці заняття театральні, коли ми почали робити ці декорації, от вони прямо відчули цю таку масштабність цього творчого процесу. Там і батьки, і діти, вони були просто в захваті від цього. Я дуже радію, що вдалося їм це подарувати, таке от якесь життя. Вони раніше нічого такого не знали. А потім ми просто відчули на виставах, от у нас був дуже класний виступ у Вроцлаві, от розпочали саме тур, зробили концерт у Вроцлаві, і потім поїхали, зробили у Вільнюсі. І навіть у нас був такий виступ перед президентом Литви.
і ми там просто зривали овації. Ну, от,
Це ж ви з нього
цікаво.
тільки, ви з нього щойно повернулись, правильно?
Так, да.
Я тебе
що
виловила
от-
там, да, коли запрошувала, я зрозуміла. Я бачу, до речі, знайомі обличчя, от біля тебе, Аню бачу, Сердюк. Привіт, Ань, дуже-дуже давно не бачились з тобою, навіть страшно подумати, скільки років, як так дивно перетинаються харків'яни в інших місцях. Рада бачити всіх, Сергій, Аня, Маша, і я побажаю вам успіхів. Ми подивимось одне коротеньке відео з того, що ти нам надіслала. У нас зараз трошки така, насправді у нас така трошки божевільна історія з цим ефіром. Він і для нас експериментальний. Я сподіваюся, що ви за ним слідкуєте, бо більш-менш, мені здається, буде зрозуміла картина, да, того, що відбувається в нашому місті, то, що відбулося за весь цей час, те, що ми плануємо тут. У нас горизонт планування, звісно ж, не дуже такий, достатньо короткий зараз, але все одно хочеться мріяти і сподіватися, що перемога дуже скоро, і ми зможемо займатися тим, що ми насправді любимо. Ми сьогодні говорили з культурним шоком. Якщо ви слідкували про те, що, я кажу, а у вас вистачає взагалі часу займатися своєю прямою діяльністю, на що мені і Стас Кононов, і Аня відповіли, ну так це і є наша пряма діяльність зараз. Ну, от так все прийшло до того, що ми зараз всі професійні волонтери. Я дуже рада вас бачити. Я бажаю вам, не знаю, розповсюджувати все українське як можна ширше, якнайширше, щоб проникало це в коріння наше, і щоб діти поверталися додому, не втративши. Да, от,
Саме це є найголовніша мета нашого тут Magical Ukrainian Tour, це наш шлях додому. Так я це позиціоную, і діти, тобто він має таку географію. Ми сподіваємося, що головний тур відбудеться саме містами України. І ми заїдемо до кожного міста, кожного дитини, яка зараз у моєму хорі, зробимо в кожному місті концерт. І, звичайно ж, концерт в Харкові на пні – це от найголовніша моя ціль. Так що ми рухаємось до перемоги, співаючи. У нас гасло таке нашого туру «Мрій, співай, перемагай». І з цим гаслом ми от до вас прямуємо додому, до перемоги.
Ми чекаємо, і хочу теж нагадати всім, що ті, хто поїхав, роблять не менше, ніж ті, хто залишився. І мені здається, те, що зараз робите ви, це такий неоцінений вклад. Дуже багато дітей виїхало, і дуже важливо їх тримати в українському. І заглиблювати їх в українській, це напитувати їх українським. Дякую. І сумуємо за вами. Чекаємо на повернення. Чекаємо на повернення. Сергій, повертайся, давай концерти. Да, я побачила. У мене трошки інша історія. Ну, але ми тут, да, всі. Я от, Дмитро наш Кутовий, який мій співведучий сьогодні, всім роздає такі штучки класні. Це наші такі брендовані. Він називається патчем. Ми про це вже жартували, що ще є в формі патчів. Власне, вони чекають на вас. Повертайтесь. Ура!
Обожнюю вас, кохані. Харків.
Навзаєм. Всім вам. І зараз ми дивимося. Всім привіт і гарного вечора. Слідкуйте за нами. У нас ще ціла доба попереду.
Супер, клас. Дякую вам за це.
Друзі, ми зараз подивимося коротеньке відео від Капуста Бенду, і за хвилину побачимось в студії. Ми з Дмитром трошки підведемо підсумки сьогоднішнього дня. Я чую, як компанія, з якою ми щойно спілкувалися, наш прекрасний Капуста Бенд, зараз сміється над тим, що бачить в ефірі. Так, ну ми насправді хочемо трошечки вже... Дім, давай. В двох словах поговоримо, що сьогодні відбулося. Насправді відбулося щось таке божевільне.
Слухай, відбулося.
Да,
Крапка.
Да.
Воно відбулося, і це точно так. Лютий медіамаратон перестав бути нашою просто мрією, а став реальністю. Так само, як і наша перемога стане реальністю, і це головне. Тобто ми сьогодні зробили, в принципі, неможливе. Наша команда, вона так працює. Коли наш технічний директор почув всі наші забаганки, пам'ятаєш, як він сказав, да, що обожнюю завдання, які неможливо виконати. І ми, в принципі, ну так, сказати, що ми всі завдання сьогодні виконали, я б не сказав, так? Але думаю, що більшість наших факапів, навіть якщо вони були, вони залишаться між нами. І мені здається, що було головне, були живі люди, були живі історії, було цікаво, і було іноді зворушливо, і було іноді сумно, іноді було весело, і іноді було так, як
особливо
в
технічній кімнаті було весело.
В технічній кімнаті також було весело, да.
Ну, насправді, дивіться, от я більше за все боялась би пережартувати, да, от щось, про що ми говоримо, тому що теми, насправді, ми обговорюємо дуже серйозні, але, чесно кажучи, будучи тут в Харкові, не жартувати неможливо, інакше просто дуже складно триматися.
Слухай,
а ми реально тримаємось.
До речі, на логотипі
культурний
Орона,
анекдот, про який ти розповідав.
Культурний анекдот, може ще раз його розповісти?
Не треба, давай у нас
завтра.
Багато про що треба зараз поговорити. І так, ми сьогодні поговорили про наш фантастичний літ-музей. Це, мені здається, унікальний проєкт, взагалі унікальний музей на теренах України. Я, чесно, от нескромно скажу, що це найкрутіший літ-музей, мені здається, в Україні. Ми сьогодні, згадую, будь ласка, ми сьогодні поспілкувалися з нашими колегами іноземними, які приїжджали до Харкова, які працювали в Україні, вони ділилися з нами своїми враженнями. Ми сьогодні спілкувалися з головою Харківської обласної військової адміністрації, який теж в якомусь сенсі підвів підсумки року. Ну і, власне, ясно, що це взагалі ми зараз нічого не святкуємо, це виключно такий момент, можливо, рефлексії, тому що от періодично там якісь розмови з психологами заходять, є такий термін, я почула, не ефект року, а якось... Ну, мається на увазі, що всі постійно зараз говорять, як вони прожили рік, згадують перший день, а потім ми так якось відкатуючись, ну, якось проговорюючи цей момент, дійшли до того, що все ж таки нам це необхідно. Насправді.
Ну, я думаю, що будь-якій людині необхідно мати якісь точки, від яких рухатись далі. І якщо ми не навчимося робити висновки, в принципі, то ми і не зможемо рухатись вперед.
Так, нам треба, роблячи висновки, ми коригуємо наступні дії. І, можливо, якось там менше робимо помилок. Ми сьогодні поговорили про наш прекрасний Каразінський університет, який дуже круто підготувався. Дякуємо їм ще раз до ефіру.
І закликаємо, до речі, всіх каразінців, всю спільноту каразінську обов'язково поширювати інформацію про медіамаратон і передивитись ще раз не тільки те, що стосується університету, а взагалі у нас буде така можливість, вже вона є, ви можете просто дивитись з будь-якого місця цей маратон, і це дуже цікаво.
І розуміти взагалі, що відбувається в Харкові, які люди тут працюють. Ми сьогодні говорили з волонтерами, говорили з представниками свідомих громад.
Говорили з Національною поліцією.
Говорили
з медиками.
У нас була прекрасна медична тема. Я взагалі дуже хочу ще раз подякувати Іванні Скібіякубовій, яка дуже теж ретельно підготувалася до тих блоків, які вона вела. І дякую за тих спікерів, яких вона запросила на ефір. І важлива частина нашого марафону – це забіг, який триває І ми постійно отримуємо інформацію, да, про те, що відбувається, власне, в процесі забігу. Хлопці там постійно СТО проходять. Все там,
і дівчата.
Вибачте, хлопці і дівчата постійну перевірку, все під контролем. І зараз, коли ми підведемо ці ітоги, наші підсумки дня, ми подивимося таку збірку найцікавіших моментів сьогоднішнього марафону. Я нагадаю, що сьогодні тільки перший день, у нас попереду ніч і ще один день. Ми орієнтовно завершимо тільки під завтрашній вечір, і так само ми орієнтовно завершимо під завтрашній вечір і наш ефір. І попереду нас купа гостей, купа тем, купа дуже цікавих героїв і історій, а ми саме на історіях хочемо концентрувати нашу увагу, хочемо акцентуватися. Так?
Я хотів би сьогодні ще наголосити на тому, що ми поговорили з колегами з різних міст українських, з нашими колегами
з медіа-центрів
Україна, Київ, Одеса, Львів. До речі, я не знаю, доречно чи недоречно, але я скажу, що для мене, наприклад, дуже важливою була новина про призначення шефа, фактично, одного з координаторів медіа-центру Україна, Андрія Шевченка, заступником міністра оборони, на секундочку. Да? І я думаю, що це говорить про те, що ми вчимось саме в інформаційному такому полі, вчимось і маємо унікальний досвід, який ми можемо ділитись і який ми маємо накопичувати, і з якого ми маємо робити висновки. Я хотів би окремо подякувати сьогодні нашому колезі Ількові Бошку за те, що він Fluent English з нашими колегами, журналістами з великих видань. Це так круто, тому що ми могли багато років розповідати всьому світові про те, які ми круті, які ми цікаві, які ми талановиті, які ми взагалі прикольні. Але, на жаль, сучасний світ, він влаштований саме таким чином. І це для мене теж важливий такий висновок. Я б хотів, щоб ми після цієї війни жили в світі, в якому люди серйозно цікавляться не жахами. Я розумію, що це неможливо, я розумію, що це ідеалістично, але мені дуже хотілося б, щоб ми перестали жити жахами, щоб ми навчились жити з посмішкою, навчились бачити одне в іншому і дозволяти одне іншому бути такими, якими ми є, вчитись і саме підтримувати і допомагати один іншому.
Дійсно є така трошки в нас, не трошки, мабуть, а оця, ми падаємо на, це називається зараз хайп, да? Ми за нього чіпляємось, і він у нас залишається в пам'яті, а те, що залишається, те начебто трошки більше живе. Так,
до речі, я хотів би сказати, що, як на мене, сьогодні жодним чином ми не маніпулювали нашою аудиторією шляхом звичним, на жаль, у тому числі для наших колег іноді, журналістів. Тобто ми не намагались хайпанути на чомусь, ми не намагались навіть може не встигали, може якщо б ми встигали подумати над всіма назвами, але так, в нас абсолютно інша мета. Наша мета – проявити себе, проявити наших співгромадян, наших друзів, наших колег, проявити наші громади і усвідомити взагалі свою відповідальність.
І розповісти про наше місто. І я хочу подякувати Максиму Розенфельду, який створив кілька дуже цікавих історій, таких дуже емоційних. І він дійсно дуже крутий сторітелер. Тобто, коли його слухаєш, то дуже, дуже цікаво реально розуміти про міста, про місця. Є і минуле, є і сьогодення, є і розуміння того, що відбулося, і цей масштаб трагедії, врешті, що ми зараз маємо, з чим нам ще працювати далі.
І я, до речі, ще хотів би зауважити на тому, що ми згадали не просто там перші дні війни, а ми згадали якісь важливі епізоди, важливих людей. В нас сьогодні в гостях був Ігор Діденко, який дуже багато зробив і фактично дуже довго єдиним джерелом контенту про Харків, от саме контенту, був і залишається багато в чому канал Kharkiv Now, і це дуже добре, тому що там контент не тільки українською, англійською мовою. Ми згадали, з чого починалась взагалі така волонтерська журналістика. Ми згадали історію студента харківського з його блогом звичайного хлопця і першими англомовними сюжетами. Ми згадали сьогодні багатьох військових. Ну я не буду скромничати, це був мій син. Скажу, бо скажуть, а що ж ти? Ми згадали багатьох військових, які в перші дні пішли, незважаючи на ступінь своєї підготовленості навіть іноді. Ми не згадали багатьох військових сьогодні. Ми окремо
взагалі багато
хочемо...
кого не згадали, кого мало б згадати, але, на жаль,
про військових
не
все-таки ще раз окремо. Я хотів би, щоб нас почули. Ми розуміємо, хто зараз вирішує долю держави. Ми всі допомагаємо, ми підтримуємо, але ті хлопці і дівчата, які просто на передку зі зброєю в руках, вони зараз головні, і ми маємо це розуміти. І ми маємо їх підтримувати всім, чим ми можемо. І це частина велика нашої роботи, тому що про них розказують історії, світ дивиться на них абсолютно іншими очима, саме тому, що журналісти, приїжджаючи сюди, вони мають можливість отримати інформацію тут, мають можливість отримати контакти. Ми хочемо окремо подякувати прес-офіцерам і прес-службам взагалі всіх військових підрозділів, які ми сьогодні перелічували. Ми завтра ще раз це зробимо обов'язково. Я хотів би також сказати, що дуже важлива підтримка була продемонстрована сьогодні з боку наших партнерів і просто друзів і українців у всьому світу, і ми завтра будемо це продовжувати. Тому, будь ласка, от не забувайте, я я завжди кажу, отам є QR-код, Отам є QR-код.
QR-код веде на наш сайт. Ми його створили спеціально для цього проєкту LIUTYI Life. Він називається LIUTYI.org. І, точніше, сам QR-код веде на платформу на цьому сайті, де зібрані всі реквізити волонтерських організацій, благодійних фондів, які зареєструвалися на нашому сайті. Дехто з них вже був у нас в ефірі, дехто буде завтра ще. І ви можете обрати собі, кому саме донатити зараз, коли це дійсно по-справжньому необхідно.
І допомагайте грошима, тому що гроші – це теж енергія. Допомагайте. Кожен всім, чим може, має допомагати. Можете грошима, допомагайте грошима. Можете технологіями допомагати.
Я хочу ще подякувати нашим музикантам, які виступали сьогодні протягом дня, які писали свої звернення до нас. Ми декого теж сьогодні почули. Завтра в нас ще цікавіша програма. Ну, сьогодні була фантастична. До речі, і фінал цей джазовий, дуже потужний.
Дуже потужний, так.
І фінал доби, фінал дня, точніше. Дуже класний, дуже потужний, дуже настроєвий такий.
І знаєте, може тому, що хай скажуть, що ми харківці, ми такі, що ми більше любимо своїх, ми любимо всіх.
Ми любимо своїх,
але ми любимо своїх, так. Але я хотів би сказати окремо, що сьогодні тут виступали два джазових колективи, вони там змішані трохи складами, і там одні музиканти і в тому, і в іншому, а інші ні. Я хотів би ще раз сказати, Макс Кюїла, людина, яка просто пішла воювати, як і наш товариш і друг Гліб Тимошенко.
Гліб Тимошенко, який напередку теж зараз.
Так. І от Макс сьогодні грав, я дивився, як він грає на гітарі, от він так, як само і я іноді одягаю окуляри, і коли закінчив виступ, він сказав, що виступ був коротким, а в принципі у нас така програма, що треба, дуже хочеться її зіграти цілком. І це підтверджує той факт, що ми унікальна така місцевість, я не знаю, унікальна земля. І я весь час кажу, слухайте, люди на Заході, в центрі, на Сході, будь-де. Ми єдина країна, ми маємо шукати шляхи зараз, як підтримувати одне іншого. Про це казав сьогодні Дмитро Олійник, поранений хлопець, який наразі лікується і намагається повернутися до нормального життя. І він сказав, головне сьогодні принципи, головне сьогодні цінності, головне сьогодні сказати чесно самому собі, що тобі від цього не потрібно ніяких дивідендів, ніяких. Війна – це біда. перемога – це щастя. За перемогою має бути нова Україна. І ми маємо це розуміти разом.
Так, але ще раз, ми не прощаємося з вами. Ми зараз трошки підвели підсумки під першим днем нашого телемарафону. Він продовжується. Попереду доволі цікава програма. Я хочу нагадати, да, це важливий момент, що в нас йшов до 12 години паралельний англомовний ефір, тобто цей ефір перекладається синхроністами англійською. І зараз буде частина ефіру англійською мовою, або з субтитрами на англійську, тому що ми розуміємо, що більшість тих, хто буде дивитися цю нічну частину, все ж таки живе в іншій півкулі.
І спеціальна нічна програма, в якій ми зібрали просто там дуже багато цікавого контенту, у тому числі англомовного. Там будуть документальні фільми, там будуть сюжети, там будуть інтерв'ю. І з вами сьогодні в нічному етері буде працювати вже відомий вам Ілько Башко, капітан Збройних сил України і людина, яка дуже багато робить для того, щоб журналісти відчували, що можна працювати.
І Сара
Ештон Чіріо, зірка, реальна людина, яка приїхала сюди з Америки, людина, яка починала працювати тут виключно як журналістка, потім стала волонтерити і навіть має звання почесної громадянки Золочева. А зараз вона ще й воює у складі одного з підрозділів.
Зараз Сара бойовий медик. Але я все ж таки пропоную вже закруглятися. Зараз у нас іде по програмі. Давайте подивимось на наших красунчиків, красунничок, які біжать, які продовжують це робити протягом дня, і попереду в них ніч ще один день. Нарізка найцікавіша. Я вже читала, до речі, в чаті біля нашого відео, що відео ці просто фантастичні вони роблять, які ми бачимо тут. Безпосередньо з марафону. Зараз нарізка найцікавіших моментів, і після того дуже важливий фільм, який ми спеціально поставили на цю частину нашого ефіру, тому що це велика документальна форма. А денну частину ми все ж таки більше акцентуємо на наших героях, на гостях студії. Фільм називається «Харків залізобетон». Це вже майже бренд, не майже, а бренд. Зробив його Максим Розенфельд, який підготував історії для нашого марафону, і завтра ще буде в нашій студії, ми з ними будемо спілкуватися. Поки я пропоную дивитись про бігову частину марафону, і потім подивитись фільм «Харків залізобетон».
І не забувайте,
нарешті,
донатьте, переходьте за QR-кодом і донатьте. Донатьте.
Всім
гроші,
гарного вечора.
Енергія.
Тим, хто в Харкові, і тим, хто працює на марафоні, я пораджу трошки відпочити.
Да, ми зараз
Я хочу подякувати нашій команді.
Так, от зараз ми будемо вирішувати логістичні ще питання, певні.
Так, я хочу подякувати нашій команді, фантастичній команді Stream Team, яка просто в повному складі, напрошується слово, спробую стриматись, працює весь цей час і буду продовжувати це робити. І фантастичній команді Kharkiv Media Hub, і всім тим нашим колегам, які допомагають нам, допомогли і допомагають, і будуть допомагати найближчу добу продовжувати це робити. Це, чесно кажучи, трошки складніше, ніж ми думали.
А так завжди буває.
Але ми продовжуємо. Все, дивимося.
Друзі, вітаємо вас! Вас вітає LIUTYI Life марафон сьогодні протягом 40 годин. Зараз ми знаходимося на північній Салтівці, в місті Харків. Саме з цього місця ми будемо розпочинати сьогодні наш забіг. Забіг у сторону Донеччини. А зараз я вас буду знайомити із нашими учасниками забігу, з нашими бігунами-волонтерами.
Різні об'єктиви, дивіться в різні. І посміхайтеся, особливо люди в балаклавах посміхайтеся. Хорошо, Денько, пошли, давай,
Так, ну що, зараз знаходжуся біля наших бігунів, волонтерів. Я хочу вас з ними зараз познайомити. Давайте, по порядочку.
Щербань Григорій, волонтер, трембітіст. Вже тепер так.
Павло Рибарук, також волонтер, директор музею в Криворівні, просто гуцул і ваше серце. Дивіться наш перебіг.
Перебіг.
Юля Мележик, бігун, всі зараз волонтери, і я також.
В общем, слідкуйте за нами, 205 кілометрів, 40 годин, як і планували. Зустрінемось у Краміку.
15 тисяч кілокалорій. Давайте одна наша кілокалорія, 1 гривня від вас на ЗСУ, будь ласка.
Ми хочемо подякувати нашим партнерам, завдяки яким цей забіг є сьогодні можливим. Компанія Jim Beam, дякуємо вам. А зараз наш забіг вже починається. І зараз фізично наші бігуни всі вже збираються починати свій біг. Дивіться.
3, 2, 1, старт!
Забіг оголошуємо розпочати. Слідкуйте. Так, що, друзі, беремо перші коментарі наших бігунів, як їх перші емоції, які в них за перші 20 кілометрів по місту Харків. Побігли.
Слава Богу, що ми мали цих прекрасних людей біля нас, але мусимо з ними прощатися.
Ну так, ми вже добігли, вже все, Харківська брама, далі ми біжимо далі, а от ці прекрасні люди, вони будуть бігти далі.
Ну що, давайте побажаємо удачі.
Так, бажаємо всім успіху. Тобі швидко не бігти, тому що ви не встигнете. Ось, і ми дуже раді, що ми стали частиною цього проєкту, і якщо будуть такі івенти, взагалі завжди за. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Зараз наші бігуни вже добіжали до нас. Емоції наживо. Друзі, розкажіть нашій студії, будь ласка, як ви зараз себе почуваєте? І що ви зараз взагалі відчуваєте?
Ну, бігли там одні марафонці, що з нами бігли, розказали, що бабка пише, в честь чого? А цей каже, в честь перемоги. Вона така, що, вже?
Так що все, перемога майже вже наша. Ну, все чудово. І я думаю, краще підійди через 50 кілометрів, і у нас емоції будуть трішечки інші.
Ми зараз знаходимося вже біля Чугуєва. І наступний великий підстоп ми перерву зробимо в Чугуєві. А зараз така хвилинна пауза. Можемо підійти ближче до наших бігунів. Як ти себе почуваєш? Все добре? Все добре?
Я читер, коротше, я біжу швидше, лягаю тут, лежу, у мене кров відтікає від ніг, тому що в Криворівні, типу в горах, ми йдемо 200 кілометрів, ми йдемо за 7 днів. Тут я маю це пробігти за 36 годин. І тому я просто біжу швидше, лягаю, чекаю, поки кров відтече, і так як свіженький біжу далі.
Зараз чекаємо на інших. Вони вже повинні добігати. На горизонті ми маємо вже їх бачити. Ось вони там. Зробимо з ними також маленький підстоп. Та будемо бігти далі. Так, зараз ми знаходимося вже фізично у Чугуєві. І у нас плановий досмотр лікарів, наших бігунів. Григорію, ну давай, нагадую тобі, що за десь кілометрів 7 у нас з тобою філософія починається. Ти пам'ятаєш?
Ну, да. Вона вже повинна початися. Що, ми вже в Чугуєві. Зараз ми проходимо ще одну перевірку.
Друзі, ми вже в Чугуєві і ми біжимо далі. Хочемо подякувати за дуже смачну їжу, яку нам предоставили на хлібник. Дуже смачно, дуже так по-домашньому. І це нас дуже надихає. Дякуємо.
Ну що, Павло, розкажи, будь ласка, як ти себе почуваєш?
З журбою радість обнялась, коли бігаєш. Короткі періоди екстазу і ейфорії, які трошки напливають. І після масажу я взагалі на сьомому небі від щастя.
120 на 80. Це кажуть добре, як в космосі.
Це ідеально, артеріальний тиск ідеальний. Ну, перевіряємо артеріальний тиск, сатурацію, тобто насиченість киснем крові. І якщо якісь проблеми в них є, то ми будемо їх вирішувати. І також ми будемо приймати рішення, чи побіжуть вони далі, чи ліпше поїдуть.
Так, настає час темряви. Розкажіть, будь ласка, чим будете користуватися для того, щоб вас було видно? Цікаво глядачам почути, як воно взагалі-то бігти вночі?
Виглядає воно все дуже странно, тому що, дивись, є ліхтарі, є якісь наліпки на ноги, що там є, світловідбивні всякі штуковини. В мене жилеточка така є, бачиш, це ж ліхтарик. Позаду там якийсь марсіанський фонарь, бачиш, ззаду є там марсіанський фонарь. Так що, бігти буде, я думаю, легко. Ти коли біжиш, ти відчуваєш якісь, кожні 5 хвилин нові відчуття. І вони змінюються. То ножка, то ручка, то пальчик, то там ще щось.
Отже, можемо побачити лише одне, найголовніше, що наших хлопців є запал, вони біжуть на одному диханні і гарні, посміхаються. 65 кілометрів, а вони ще посміхаються. Ну що, подивимося, що буде далі.
Чекаєтесь.
Якщо вам цікаво, слідкуйте за нами у нашому лютому лайф-маратоні.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Имитирую мастер звук. Либо шину есть.
эркер целехонький, погибли люди, погибло 7 человек во время этого взрыва, и как бы выглядит оно действительно таким обрушением, не подлежащим восстановлению. Тем не менее, это не так. Один из жильцов этого дома, живший на предпоследнем этаже, это известный харьковский архитектор, известный харьковский инженер-строитель. И вот он тоже как бы с надеждой и верой в самое лучшее говорит: у меня есть чертежи, у меня есть документация, у меня даже есть изображение вот этой эффектной лестницы парадного в стиле модерна, покрытая росписями в стиле модерн. Все восстановим, главное победить. Главное, когда закончится война, восстановим так, как было, с сохранением всех архитектурных особенностей. И еще одну мысль я здесь бы хотел сказать. Вот весь этот квартал, вот начало улицы Иванова, очень сильно возникает ощущение дежавю, поскольку нечто подобное уже было. Было в 40-е годы во время оккупации Харькова немецкой армией. И, по сути дела, вся та часть от Мироносецкой до Сумской, квартал этой улицы, это полностью разрушенная в ту войну и заново восстановленная. И мы видим, что как бы следы разрушений сейчас, по сути, на тех же самых местах, на том же самом. В начале марта досталось не только зданию обладминистрации, но и соседним зданиям, соседним домам, буквально в квартале по улице Мироносецкой, за ним. Поэтому вот, собственно, здание обладминистрации за моей спиной, а пострадала целая серия домов, вот буквально 5-6 зданий на отрезке улицы Свободы, улицы Ярослава Мудрого. И это фактически такой очень пострадавший целый квартал. Есть одна такая особенность у этого места, откуда мы вам показываем город. Это относительно новое здание, такое офисный центр 50-я параллель. Он вырос как буквально такой гриб некоторое время назад здесь, в историческом центре, контрастирует с окружающими, по архитектуре с окружающими домами. Но сейчас еще получилась такая особенность, что это фактически такая идеальная видовая площадка, такой своеобразный панорамный обзор на центральную часть города, буквально из эпицентра боев. И вот как бы сама возможность осмотреться, увидеть город отсюда, она и уникальная, и в то же время очень знаковая. Потому что с первых дней войны появилось как бы такое, уже даже не знаю, кто придумал это выражение, как символ Харькова, и даже это стало шевроном для защитников города, железобетон, монолит конкрет. Один из важных аспектов, откуда взялся вот этот вот образ железобетона, это самое знаковое здание города, самый знаковый символ Харькова, это здание Дома государственной промышленности, вот он прямо перед нами, очень выразительным силуэтом отсюда видный. Монолитное железобетонное здание как символ не только инновационности, не только авангарда города уже 100 лет назад, а и вот этой вот способности к сопротивлению, железобетонности, устойчивости, как бы то, что оно держится, то, что оно не сдается и не отступает. И вот как бы эта видовая точка, эта видовая площадка, она, несмотря на все видные здесь разрушения и на вот как бы трагизм как такой картинки, она в то же время показывает вот эту железобетонность, способность сопротивления, несдаваемость. Поэтому это как бы не столько про конкретные исторические параллели, сколько про сегодняшнюю ситуацию и сегодняшние исторические моменты. Еще один дом вот в этом условном правительственном квартале на отрезке улицы Мироносецкой за обладминистрацию. Это обычный жилой дом постройки 30-х годов 20 века в стиле конструктивизм с такими выразительными трехгранными эркерами. До войны, до 24 февраля, это расположение в самом центре города, возле здания обладминистрации на Мироносецкой улице. Это, в общем-то, даже какая-то привилегия жить вот в таком доме, в самом-самом сердце и центре города. С момента начала войны это стало не привилегия, стало проклятием. И, по сути дела, люди, которые жили здесь и стали заложниками этой ситуации. Дом старый, дом в стиле конструктивизм, как наследие такого периода отечественного авангарда, и для того времени присуще было строительство домов с деревянными перекрытиями. За счет того, что помимо самого вот попадания снаряда был очень сильный пожар, все эти перекрытия, они прогорели, обрушились, и по сути вот это здание, оно выглядит наиболее напоминающее вот разрушение периода Второй мировой войны, когда города Европы, и немецкие, и британские, и советские, подвергались массированным авиабомбардировкам. Он действительно выглядит как вот такой призрак прошлой Второй мировой войны. К сожалению, кроме самого разрушения конструкции этого здания, кроме этого пожарища, здесь еще и погибли люди, жильцы этого дома. Атака была в вечернее, даже в ночное время. И поэтому не все находились, во-первых, не все выехали к тому времени, это 2 марта 22 года, не все выехали из этого дома на тот момент, и не все были в укрытии, не все были в бомбоубежище, поэтому здесь некоторое количество жильцов, они погибли во время этой атаки. И этот дом, как и соседний, он по сути является вот как бы таким еще и не только потенциально реконструируемым целым кварталом на Мироносецкой улице, как бы реконструкции и восстановлению подлежит вот целый ряд домов, но и неким своеобразным памятником войны, и за счет вот такой вот яркой, трагической, образной картины. Мы во дворе этого жилого дома на Мироносецкой, и действительно видно, что сила удара была такая, что фактически во всех домах по соседству повылетали окна, они пострадали от осколков, зарядов, снарядов, и разрушилось буквально, повреждено было буквально несколько домов. Ну а здесь получается такая своеобразная панорамная картина от этого офисного центра, 50-я параллель, к заднему фасаду жилого дома, следующего жилого дома, который тоже и горел, и тоже стал в результате этого удара, потерял все окна и были повреждены конструкции. В общем, это целая как бы такая череда разрушений. И здесь надо сделать один, на мой взгляд, еще один очень важный акцент. Все эти дома – это абсолютно гражданские здания, абсолютно гражданские сооружения. Цинично звучит мысль о том, что соседство с местом принятия решения, с обладминистрацией, стало причиной того, что здесь погибли гражданские люди, эти дома были подвержены удару. Это была мирная жизнь, это были обычные жилые дома, где просто были квартиры людей, которые жили здесь, в историческом центре города. И вопрос о допустимых жертвах и недопустимых жертвах, мне кажется, здесь вообще звучать не может. Нельзя бомбить мирные города, нельзя стрелять ракетами по жилым кварталам, нельзя, никакая война, никакие погрешности не оправдывают военных преступлений против гражданских лиц. В нашем фильме мы показали далеко не все здания, не все объекты, которые показывают то, как был разрушен, то, как был изуродован Харьков за эти месяцы войны. Мы старались показать вам исторические здания, которые совершенно неуместны вот в таком военном контексте, хотя однажды такая же трагедия с нашим городом приключилась в 40-е годы 20 века. Мы хотели показать вам в нашем фильме всю неуместность и вообще невозможность войны в мирном, молодом, студенческом, красивом городе в центре Европы. И закончить наш рассказ, и закончить наш фильм мы хотели бы оттуда, откуда его и начали, здесь, возле здания «Газпрома». Потому что это здание и этот символ, и его стены Дома государственной промышленности, они несут не только вот этот символ стойкости, железобетонности, но и символ надежды, символ того, что Харьков все равно выстоит, Харьков возродится и будет еще прекраснее прежнего.
back. Dear audience, I'm glad to introduce Victoria Sibir. She has extensive expertise in producing, fixing, all kind of work that helps to foreign journalists to be presented here, to do efficient materials, interesting content. Hello, Victoria.
Hey, good evening, or probably good morning to all those who just joined.
So the main question is, I asked many times, how do you think what we can do right now to help journalists, especially foreign journalists, to do their job here?
Actually, I would say that the best thing to do would be, we don't need help, we just don't need any kind of governmental interruption and interference. And that because, as we see at some areas, like Kharkiv region, here where everything started with very tough conditions. Now, of course, because of our favorite Kharkiv Media Hub working facilitated a lot. And if we had such conditions in all the different regions, it would really make work of foreign journalists easier. Because as we see, soldiers and medics, volunteers, they all are willing to talk, and actually sometimes we are being stopped by very stupid restrictions, like for example at southern regions. But again, I hope that during all this time we will be able to just to facilitate all the connections.
I hate to be a bad cop here. But when you say that we need to limit presence of government during the war, like it's not really government creates a fog of war. So we need some limits, but where is this boundary? So how do you think if not government, who can create such boundary and that everybody will follow?
Again, if we are talking about martial law, that's pretty obvious that we all follow military rules, but when government comes in, when I'm talking about mostly regional administrations or some kind of absolutely non-military facilities that try to prevent reporters from doing their job, again, as I understand, not for a purpose, not because they're being evil, but just because they got used to that. And probably that's some kind of very Soviet agenda that they just keep following. They just try to prevent. And I don't know, maybe by that not to be responsible for what happens.
Okay, it's understanding, but let's talk about different tools in hybrid war. How does it think what should we use during the hybrid period? Or, the information front is really strict and harsh, especially now. When we survived for a year after the full-scale invasion, we survived almost 10 years already. So
300 years.
300 years, of course. But not everybody knows about the whole history, how we see it, and we're talking not about Soviet history. We're talking about the war period, maybe even from Kievan Rus. So how do you think what we can do from the point of behavior or maybe some procedures for press officers, because right now, from the point of view of army, trying to understand which tools were efficient for your groups.
No, actually, I would say that we almost never had problems with press officers. They've all very helpful. And again, I think
if you have access.
Yeah. Obviously. Another thing that really helped us to facilitate everything is, and actually I think that all the soldiers at all the levels and press officers and probably mostly people in the field, they understand what we're doing and why we're doing that. Because all the coverage of Russian-Ukrainian war, and we let foreign journalists talking. I'm sorry. Talking about what we're talking right now.
So press officers are okay.
with press officers, that's okay, that's not okay with their commanders who don't understand what's going on in the field. And again, soldiers understand that presence of foreign journalists means more weapons to Ukraine. And that it's not our aim to show, I don't know, show their positions, to show the faces, to show maps, of course. There are lots of big problems from our end because mainly talking about freelance journalists, okay, I don't want to generalize all of them. But we had different cases with people just doing stupid stuff. And I understand why press officers sometimes can be like a little bit tough on reporting presence.
Because of freelancers.
Okay, not only because of freelancers, big media do things like that. For example, recently it was a case when one very big news outlet posted military maps online. Again, I understand that probably that wasn't intentional, but that was just stupidity and that was the case. But we understand that Russians, unfortunately, are good in this informational warfare and OSINT, so we have to be very, very careful about that. So the main tool would be responsibility of all the sides.
What do you think about the role of volunteers? You know, this not special paramilitary volunteers. I mean, like foreign volunteers who came here with their best intentions, but somehow they're involved with journalists, and it could be different. Their behavior is different, and it could affect activity of journalists and press officers as well.
Again, I think that one of the most important things is to understand that if you're a reporter, you're not a combatant. So by no point you take these photos with guns, you join like some actions that could discredit the whole world. Like in this case, we understand that sometimes lives of our soldiers can be endangered because, again, like the whole thing of journalism on the war can be just crossed out with these actions of volunteers.
I was asking about it because we want to present series of episodes which we created in cooperation with Sarah Ashton-Sarila. She tried to show what's going on from very different point of view, from volunteers, from journalists, very different journalists, foreign, big outlets, smaller one, and she's not here right now because she's wounded. It's mild injury, but she doesn't feel well. I hope that we will see her tomorrow, apparently. But right now we want to talk a little more about the film we will watch. And it's really interesting because we can meet people from all over the world right now. Some from the whole, like far parts of the globe, they came to help us, to show what's going on. So I want to show the first film, the first episode we want to introduce. That's a film of New Zealand Army. Very interesting character. Let's have a look.
Hi, we're here today with another episode of Hello Hotkey. Hi, my name is Adam Ziba, I'm a Canadian journalist, and we're here today with Tembi Powell, who is the Executive Director of Kiwi Cares. Alright, today I'm good, thank you, and greetings everyone. Great to be here in Kharkiv. So Tembi, can you tell me a little bit about your work? What is it that you're doing in Ukraine? What is Kiwi Cares? So Kiwi Care is a New Zealand aid agency. Care is an acronym for Kiwi Aid and Refugee Evacuation. New Zealanders, some Ukrainians may not know, but New Zealanders are called Kiwis, not because of the fruit, but because of this bird. It's our national symbol. And we have been really doing what a lot of communities have already been doing, Adam, which is
uninhabitable areas where there are elderly that really need medical treatment will need to get away from the continued shelling.
So tell me, what's it like in practice running an organization like this? What is your average day like?
Well, I can tell you that the days are long, but the average day is really getting vehicles prepared with procuring humanitarian aid, loading them up, then planning the operation, and contacting people. So at the moment, I've got a van full of medical aid, and we really want to get that to Balaklia. So I'm trying to get in touch with the director of that hospital to explain to her, a doctor, exactly what we've got and whether it's configured properly to their needs. So we've got things like oxygen enriching machines, we've got two hospital beds, we've got a whole range of specialist equipment that we imagine a hospital like Balaklia will need.
What are some of the main challenges in running an organization like this?
It's really the continuity of humanitarian aid and also the continuity of reliable and mature drivers. I mean, you need people that are able to drive vans properly and have a cool head, in the circumstances of the conditions they may find themselves in the liberated areas.
How do you find these drivers?
Look, there are a lot of younger people here who are willing and able. We've got a great team here in Kharkiv, that's for sure. And I should say that Kiwi is one of a number. There's a Canadian organisation called HUGS, there's an Australian organisation called Donbas, Ukraine, and many others that come together, and often we will brigade ourselves together and operate with multi-vans on one mission if that's what's required.
So how do these organizations fit within the larger humanitarian puzzle of Eastern Ukraine? What gap do you guys fill?
Well, again, really is that the trucks, so we deliver both United Nations or World Food Programme parcels and Red Cross parcels, just two examples. And some of the vehicles won't go forward into those areas, either won't or can't. You don't really want a big footprint in the form of a large truck, and the vans are perfect to get right into the villages and then to be able to hand deliver to those who need it most. So we aren't taking it to a secondary warehouse. We're giving it directly to a hospital or directly to the people in a city or a village that's been organised by the council or something similar, the local body of that village.
Okay, so it seems like when there's humanitarian aid supply chains, it seems like these large organizations are bringing this aid to the general region and you're handling last mile logistics.
That's a really good way of putting it. I think it is a bit like
that. So then how does that symbiotic relationship look, and why is it that large organizations are unable to provide this service?
Well, some aren't permitted to go there. There are various rules of the larger ones don't permit people to go to some of these places, like Zoom, for example, has been one that it may be a bit different now, but certainly it was at one stage an area where some of the large organisations who are permit their people to go. We go there, so we're not, if you will, encumbered by those rules. And let's be honest, a lot of the people that I work with have a past military background. I'm not sure that many of the Red Cross people do. And so it stands to reason that we would have, I guess, a level of comfort to be able to take ourselves and that aid into those areas.
So you mentioned both of you have a background in military aid. Can you also give us some more details on the personalities and backgrounds of these, of the people who work in these aid organizations beyond that point?
Look, it's as diverse as you can possibly imagine. And there are people here who are older, like me. I mean, I'm 62. So, we've had careers of all sorts behind us. And I've been in the military, I've been in business. We were discussing ABAC and the ABAC Business Advisory Council, so those sort of large government boards. And we've got people who are 18, 19 and 20 who have found themselves here because they care deeply about humanity. And this is these are children who are, I say children, these are kids who are younger than my kids. And that generation care a lot about morals and ethics, and they care a lot about people being just. And they see this as entirely unjust. And a lot of the kids that I talk to who are here are here because they want to fight for justice.
Well, so for you as someone who's older and more experienced, how do you provide oversight and guidance to the younger volunteers?
Well, none of us have a structure of that sort. And while it might be a bit frustrating for the older members, particularly those of us that have been in command roles of the military,
people has worked brilliantly.
What are some misconceptions that people might have about this kind of operation?
Well, you know, some of the misconceptions in the beginning, and I'm the first to say that, you know, the learning curve for us was pretty steep. You know, we were at one stage taking quite large volumes and putting in the secondary warehouses for distribution out from various places. We don't do that anymore because we have had some, you know, I think the business term is shrinkage. The reality is it's theft. And so as a consequence of that learning, Kiwi Care, and I know that Hikes, the Canadian operation, and Divine Ukraine will only take it directly to the end user, whether that's a hospital or whether it's a group of people in a village or clustered into a city somewhere.
So does this shrinkage problem incentivize larger organizations to seek out smaller NGOs that handle last mile delivery?
Well, look, I think there's a bit of that on the one hand, but I think really it's two things more than that. One is that, you know, we will go further. That last mile that you discussed, I think, was a great example. We will go further and a bit more nimbly, if you will. And the second thing, I think, is that, you know, we're not constrained in the same way that the big organisations are, which quite rightly have rules. I mean, they are a bureaucracy at the end of the day. And while they will probably hate to think me using that term, the reality is that they are. And I've worked with the United Nations. I was a commander with the United Nations as part of DPKO many years ago. And it is a bureaucracy. And I think that we need to be a bit more fleet of foot. We need to be able to move a bit more quickly, and we need to be able to move with the operational changes, and those are very dynamic right now. You know, we were talking about the counter-offensive earlier, and that has been hugely successful. And as a consequence of that, all the aid agencies now have over 6,000 square kilometres of area to cover that we didn't previously have even a month and a half ago. And that's only going to continue as the counter-offensive has greater effect.
Now, you mentioned there's all these different organizations working in parallel. How do you act as one in some of your parts? How do you find efficiencies by collaborating together?
Well, this is exactly it. I mean, 1 and 1 is always 3 or more. And in fact, those that are isolated and are trying to do their own thing exclusively, I think find themselves inhibited by that almost that philosophical attitude. Those that have the ability to collaborate, and I really hasten to add, collaborate with Ukrainians. You know, it's really important. We're here to support Ukrainians. That will be Ukraine. And I'm constantly reminding people of that we're not there to do our own thing and to force our own ideas or our own, you know, even our own humanitarian aid. So you may recall I mentioned we will ring ahead, and in this case, the Balaklia Hospital to say, do we have what you want? If we don't have what you want, what do you need? And we will bring it to you. As opposed to this whole concept of logistics push, you know, that the countries that I've been a part of, particularly militarily, it's logistics pull, not logistics push. So we ask for stuff and it comes. It's not just pushed forward willy-nilly. And I think that we need, as humanitarian aid agencies, to be very conscious of that.
Okay, so for those who don't listen to Ukrainians in the sense just dictate solutions to them, how do you communicate to them the value-shifting approach and taking a more collaborative and responsive relationship?
Yeah, most are very responsive to that, Adam. You know, they get it, and look, we've got I've made many Ukrainian friends here, and you know, to use a military term, they're embedded. But with us, we would say they're embedded with us. The reality, of course, that we are embedded with them, and so we get, you know, they travel with us. They're fluent in the language. They've got the ability to get passes that we wouldn't otherwise have access to through the block points, and it usually flows really well. Yeah.
Now, tell me about the impact of your work. If you could tell a few stories that help this really illustrate what it is that you've achieved so far.
Well, we've delivered tons of humanitarian aid, that's for sure. We have, you know, I think the point that I'm really trying to force here is this the logistics call concept, which is that we will ring ahead and say, what do you need? How do we provide what you need as opposed to what we happen to have in the back of a few vans? And I think that's the beauty of it, really. We will always be given stuff, and we will always take stuff into the vans, whether it's food or, you know, various medical aid of all sorts. But at the end of the day, I think it's really important to ascertain what the needs are going forward. It's always going to be food. And, you know, I've met already to carry as much dog food as I can. Whenever we stop at a village or at any point, the vans get surrounded with everybody else just yelling out "Shabaka, Shabaka," because they want food for their dogs. And it's interesting to me. Previously, is that having been a soldier, you can tell a lot about a people by the way they treat their animals. And Ukrainians love their animals, and it speaks a lot to who they are. Big hearts, very warm people.
So you mentioned logistics, Paul, coming in and asking what is needed here. How do you source the things that are asked for? How do you, get from being in Kharkiv and saying we need this to getting that delivered from New Zealand or other countries?
Yeah, well, look, it's really hard for New Zealand. If I've got some boxes of winter clothes from New Zealand, the reality is it's 20-something thousand kilometres away. I can't remember exactly, but from Europe and the UK, and certainly from the US, it is still coming. People will say to me, we're getting really tired of the constant demand for humanitarian aid. And my response is always, no one is more tired than the Ukrainians. No one. So please keep the aid coming. But it's more challenging, that's for sure.
For those who are tired of providing Ukrainians with humanitarian aid, how can you help them understand the impact of this aid, the continued need for it?
Well, I think we are all of us doing a lot of social media and programs like this. I think do help if they could be internationalised, if they could get out to the world. As you know, I did an interview with Television New Zealand just before we've been doing this, and there was a huge amount of empathy from New Zealand for Ukraine, as indeed there was in Australia, the United States, and Canada. And I think these messages need to be continually reinforced, particularly really as the atrocities are uncovered in the newly liberated areas. And some of it are just, big as belief. Some of the things that we all know have happened here, not just as you with the mass graves, but all the other things that are now being uncovered. The world needs to hear about this.
How have these atrocities impacted you? You've worked in the military and you've seen a lot. How did this watch be impacted by what you've seen here?
I'm appalled by what I'm hearing and seeing. The latest thing, but that all the, as you can imagine, the chat groups of whether it's WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, whatever, are just going off around water filtration systems. And because we now know that there are bodies being found in wells and that the Russians are poisoning the water in certain areas around the liberated areas. And so there was a huge call for water filtration systems. And well, that's obviously really necessary, but it just really, of all the things, we now see this new thing happen through that distance, which is absolutely atrocious. To me, it's just a layer upon layer of war crime, starting with Irpin and Bucha and Izum and onwards from there. But it continues every other day. There's just a war crime of some significant magnitude.
Tell me, how has your work evolved from when you first arrived here to where you are today?
It took a while to get the vehicles up and running. I'm not an EU citizen, so I've got friends that live, I've got one very close friend who lives in Italy, and he's managed to procure the vehicles for me. I've paid for them throughout fundraising and what have you, but he's been the purchaser of the vehicles. So we've had to do things like that to get around some of the rules. And, I guess some of the things that some feedback that I'd give to the Ukrainians is, for those bona fide humanitarian aid agencies, there would be ways to make it easier if they were open to it. And some of those things are visas and, getting rid of the 90-day Schengen day stuff. I know Ukraine's not part of European Schengen days, but there's still a 90-day visa restriction here. I think for those humanitarian aid organisations that have been defeated in some way by Ukraine, an opportunity exists to be a bit more flexible to enable things to keep going. Because it takes a while to get up. And then when you're up, all of a sudden you have to leave.
So we've talked a little bit about what Ukraine can do better. What about international donors or those who want to support, those who are watching this video? How can they most responsibly and effectively contribute to the humanitarian aid being distributed here?
Yeah. Well, look, while it's great people, this is I'm starting to leave myself in out, but I don't mean to, but again, the difference between humanitarian push and humanitarian pull, people will say to me, we're going to send you 10,000 teddy bears. Well, look, that's great. And of course, we will do something with them. We will make sure they get into the hands of children who need them most. The reality is what we could do with, though, is the money to buy and stimulate, as a consequence of this, stimulate the Ukrainian economy with winter clothes and things that are desperately needed. Generators, heaters, all the things that are desperately needed in the harshness of an Eastern European winter.
Well, that actually segues into a different and very troubling conversation, which is attacks on the Ukrainian power grid and the impacts it has on people's ability to survive this winter. I mean, from my understanding at this point, at least 50% of Ukraine's heating capacity has been destroyed in just this month. And people are concerned about freezing to death or having to undergo massive evacuations.
Yeah.
Can you speak how that's impacted your work?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right, of course, and the Russians will continue to target infrastructure. They will continue to target high civilian areas because it has a huge morale impact. And, you know, I don't think that's going to change until the Ukrainians are able to stop that firing coming in. And, of course, the world has given Ukraine weapon systems that they didn't have access to previously. And I think this goes to show that the world is taking this very, very seriously, particularly Europe, the HIMARS, and in a range of other weapon systems that are continuing to arrive. The reality around the infrastructure, though, is that I've had 2 meetings today on this concept of micro houses. How can we help those people that really are, and there's something like 4 or 5 million internally displaced people, and how do we help them around getting housed for the winter? And the concept there is cheap and easy to build, quick and easy to heat, and that's the key thing. Now look, no one wants to live in a tiny house, really, but in the circumstances of a problem that exists right here and right now, it is a very effective and a very cost-effective solution. And then we can worry about how to rebuild, which is going to take billions of dollars later on. But right now, for this winter, we need to find shelter for people.
When it comes to micro houses, or such tiny houses, so how much of that has been spearheaded by NGOs versus state actors?
I think it's probably a mix. I think there are some NGOs, and what I'd like to think we could do is all come together on this. We could all pool our resources, look at a common sort of design, if you will, or something similar to a common set of designs, and then try and, it would be great to do, as opposed to small pockets of fundraising, have something which is a targeted fundraise around micro or tiny houses in Ukraine. But I think that would work really successfully, providing the end product and got to those that need it most, which is always going to be the criticality of any humanitarian effort.
Now we're getting towards the end of our interview, and I want to ask more about you as an individual. What inspired you to start this initiative?
Well, watching the television at home in New Zealand, whenever it was, February, March, I was stunned at first. I just couldn't believe what we were seeing here in Europe. This just doesn't happen. This is 2022, for heaven's sake. And then I became angry and upset and decided that given my skill set of military, business, and having worked on government entities, I needed to go and do something. And that's something originally, as we discussed, was strategic fundraising for my friend who lives in Warsaw. And it's evolved into a lot more hands-on operations here in Ukraine.
How did you feel when you first arrived?
I was really pleased to be here when I first arrived. And, just fell in love with the country. It was, the sunflowers were in bloom, and, we all read about the fact that Ukraine produces 30% of the world's sunflower oil. But you don't actually join the dots on how that, until you get here, you go, now I see thousands and thousands of kilometres of sunflowers everywhere. And so I just fell in love with the place, fell in love with the people, and became, more, I think, motivated to set up, an organisation that had real ability and capability to support the Ukrainians as the war has gone on. And of course, the line was pretty defined, right? We could go to this point and we couldn't really go further. And what we're discovering now, because of the effect of the counter-offensive, is we've got 6, 7, whatever it's going to be, 8,000 extra square kilometres. And that's the most challenging part of it, because these are the areas that need it more than any. And we are, all of us, under-resourced to service that area, that space.
Now, is there anything that you would like to discuss or bring up that we haven't mentioned already?
Well, I think, and we talked about this here at the Media Centre yesterday. I truly believe we need, and the humanitarian aid agencies need an overarching Ukrainian entity of some sort, not so much command and control, but really just communications and a little bit of forward ops planning and bring things together. As we talked about, vetting bona fide humanitarian aid organisations, maybe having a common ID card for us all, and so we can, get a little bit more freer access at the block points particularly, because we've been security cleared, people know what we're doing, we have a trusted confidence, and we're more, integrated with Ukraine than we are running our separate entities. That would be my recommendation, to start the process of discussion around that.
And for our viewers, if they want to support your initiative, how would they be able to find you?
Well, Kiwi Care is, website's kiwicareukraine.co.nz.
And for those who are watching this, what is needed right now? We hear a lot about whole logistics. So what needs to be...
medical and food. I mean, look, no one can beat the World Food Program parcels, the UN parcels. They're absolutely incredible. And similarly, the Red Cross food parcels are extraordinary. There's nothing we could go and buy and pack up that will be any better or probably anything like as good as those two food packages. But we need medical aid, look, I don't know how graphic we need to be here, but we need filtration systems because of what's happening with the poison of the water. And one of the big things we're looking for right now, particularly the medical staff that are with us, they're looking for very particular sorts of catheters because a number of men have been castrated, and both soldiers and civilians that were held and tortured. And some of the police stations almost invariably were turned into torture chambers in some of those areas. We know that happened in, I think it was in Milchalsk, and that may be in Izium. And so, we are looking, again, the chat groups are full of how do we get these catheters? And apparently it's a very particular sort. So as horrifically graphic as that is, it's that very specific medical aid. And we also need, basic drugs, painkillers, saline, IV drips, things that, we forget that even though this is a war and there are certainly combat casualties and others, people get sick because it's winter. And so, we need flu drugs, flu vaccines and things like that. And we need to get them right into the liberated areas where some people hadn't seen a doctor for months since the war began.
Well, I want to thank you for joining us today. The work that you do is fantastic, and I can't wait to see your initiative grow. And I commend you for your amazing volunteering.
Thank you very much, Ed. It was a privilege to treat you.
Thank you. And thank you to our audience for joining us today. Do remember to follow Hello Kharkiv on its various social media channels and follow the work of the Kharkiv Media Hub. The work they do is great, and they've always got interesting programming and interesting guests here with us today.
Hello, and right now we have our very special guest. His name is Mark Lindquist. He is veteran of Air Force of American Army of the United States of America. Hello, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, my friend. This is Victoria. She will help me. Tell us, please, what's going on? Where are you and what are you doing?
Well, I'm in Fargo, North Dakota, where it's usually 27 below Celsius. And we're here on a 40-hour ruck march inspired by the folks at the Kharkiv Media Hub who are doing the 40-hour marathon. In solidarity with them, I've been out here marching for the past 37 hours. I've got 3 hours to go, and we're raising money for a veteran rehabilitation center that our NGO partners want to start for our veterans in Kyiv. And so, been gathering support from the local community, and so many Americans are sending their support to the Ukrainians and want to let you know that they stand and act with and for you.
It's incredible. Could you tell us, please, what's going on in your life when you decide to do all this job? How changed your life after all? So, what happened?
With the march, are you talking about?
Yes, of course, after full-scale invasion.
Yeah. I mean, it changed my life in the manner which kind of was like when I enlisted in the United States Air Force and decided to serve my country and defend freedom. And when the full-scale invasion occurred, those same feelings came up again. And I said, oh my goodness, there is a sovereign nation who is in search of, freedom from tyranny. And those are the same values, the same themes that the American military fights against and preserves around the world. Now, I haven't been in the American military for 10 years. I'm 41 years old. And, you understand, American active duty troops can't cross the border right now as ordered by the president. So who can go and help? American veterans. And so it's been my honor to serve the Ukrainian people, my honor to support the Ukrainian army, and I've found friends for life, and I love Ukraine.
It sounds amazing. As far as I remember, Victoria spent a few years in North Carolina.
Okay, I haven't seen that coming, but yeah, that's true. Yeah, firstly, Mark, really, really thank you for what you're doing. That's really huge. Talking about your veteran experience, as you know, one of the biggest post-conflict security challenges around Ukraine would be the rehabilitation process. Do you have any ideas on how we can facilitate that? Like maybe from your experience, any ideas?
Absolutely. The American veterans that have had success reintegrating into society after their service, we make sure that they have battle buddies in post-military life as well, people that can relate to their service. Because the average civilian doesn't know what military life is like. 93% of our population in America never had military service. And so we have created in America a couple different organizations that came out of World War II. The American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, American Veterans, we call AMVETS. And they always have a location. It's usually a bar, let's be honest. It's a restaurant. And that's where veterans can gather and know that the person sitting next to them at the bar or restaurant understands them, speaks the same language, has similar experiences. Because if you don't have anybody who can relate to your experience, it's very lonely. And many times, some of the reason why we lose some of our veterans to post-service suicide is because they don't have anybody to connect to. And so that would be one of my recommendations, is to create a space for people and veterans to gather.
How do you think whether Ukrainian situation going to be different? Because when we're talking about American veterans, like one of the problems is I see that, correct me if I'm wrong, that when soldiers are coming back from the places they served, they see that, as you said, that no one understands what they passed through. But here we're talking not in Ukraine, not only about soldiers, but also about people who just suffered from war. Like, will it be some like very weird perspective, maybe easier in a rehabilitation process, because all the soldiers who are coming back, all the veterans, they're gonna understand that all these people around, they passed through, maybe, of course, definitely not the same experience, but like at least they know what artillery shelling looks like.
Quite similar.
Right.
Like whether it will be helpful.
I really do, because bonds are created through shared experience, right? And if the civilians also understand such threats and trauma, I think that can and will be somewhat helpful to create some camaraderie between the veteran and the civilian. And on the civilian side as well, I would do this, have the same recommendation to make sure that we are intentional about creating opportunities for those who have experienced trauma on the civilian side of the equation, to allow them to gather with others who you might be able to relate to. Because certainly there might be somebody in the civilian world that did see live bombing and destruction, and someone that didn't and maybe got out earlier. And so to make sure that they have an opportunity to connect to one another and know that one another exists in their community, I think would be a smart move.
Nice. Yeah. Could you please tell us more about your experience? This is not your first action, right, in the States. Could you tell us more about your experience in the tent? during this
Absolutely.
snowfall, enormous snowfall, and like I can't imagine
Absolutely.
what to survive. How did you survive?
Well, it was really because I needed to get the attention of the American people. There's a lot of things you can be distracted by in America. And, you know, I was doing news interviews, I was doing public speeches and gatherings to tell people about what's happening in Ukraine. And it was the Christmas season, and people were a little bit distracted, understandably. And so I said, what do you got to do? What do you got to do to get their attention about the most important thing happening on planet Earth, which is the war in Ukraine? So I decided that, well, I'm an entertainer. I'm a performer. I'm a public figure. I'm the perfect candidate for a publicity stunt. And so I got my tent because at the time I was being asked for winter weather gear. Ilko, you and I talked about preparing for winter 8 months ago, right?
8 months ago.
And so we still needed winter weather gear. And I figured that the best way to draw attention to that was to show people what military life is. Because military people, we don't get to choose the weather, right? You just have to dig the trench where your sergeant tells you to dig it, and you can't control the temperature. So I got in my tent. I got my permits available from the city where I live, of Fargo, North Dakota, and then was able to camp for 16 nights and 17 days in my vinyl tent, and it was 40 below Celsius here, and there was snowfall a foot deep, and it really made it clear to the local people here in America what military members have to endure. And so they poured in $100,000 worth of winter weather gear, and $45,000 we raised cash, and the American people really responded to our plea for winter weather gear.
It's enormous.
Do you plan to do something like that during the summer, somewhere in enormous heat, to show like the opposite?
And
I would be up
then you
for
can show your
anything.
tattoo, man. That's marvelous.
Yes. I would be up for anything. I'll be living in Kyiv, so if we want to do that together, I'm in. I'll do anything.
I need a very special order to do it, you know. Could you please tell us more about your plans for rehabilitation center in Kyiv? So, like, how did it happen? How did it start? Whom we should thank to?
Yes, and really my NGO partner, they have a charity fund there. Her name is Anna Filipova. And so she has turned me on to this idea that we can create a space. She's identified a location to renovate for veterans. And she knows some therapy. She's a therapy student. She is now studying psychology. And so she has had ideas that she wants to implement for the benefit of our soldiers. And I said, absolutely, I want to be a part of anything that has to do with helping post-service veterans rehabilitate and feel normal again. And so she asked me if I could help raise some money. That's what I'm doing full-time in Ukraine for the next, till we win the war, is being a professional fundraiser. And so this is the first of many fundraisers that we will do for causes like this.
Till victory, sir. Thank you.
And probably again as fundraiser, you get lots of questions about Ukraine. Like, can you share what people interested in the most? What for people who've never been to Ukraine, who had probably heard nothing about Ukraine before, what they would like to know?
You know, unfortunately, we in the United States of America are two oceans that separate us, isolate us from a lot of knowledge of the rest of the world. And so a lot of people will ask very basic questions like, how is it going in Ukraine? Is the war still going on in Ukraine? Some people ask me, astonishingly. But they'll ask they hear about the power going out, and they ask about that. They'll hear about places like Bakhmut, and they want to know if I have an update from there. And so, unfortunately, it's very basic knowledge that the American people have about Ukraine. And so I'm more than willing to sit down and talk to them and tell them everything I know and how they can help. That's the other thing, is that many Americans do not know how to help people in Ukraine because they don't know anybody there. a lot of Americans do not travel to Ukraine on their European vacations. And so it's been a joy to be able to educate the American people about the spirit of the Ukrainian people, how powerful you are, how tenacious you are, the unity that I see in Ukrainian society joining together for a higher cause. And so we're doing our best to spread the word and get people up to speed on this war.
I wanted again to thank you. You have a great hat with a great slogan on it. Glory to Ukraine. Especially from Kharkiv to Kharkiv. You know, Fargo is almost like, sounds like Kharkiv, you know.
Yes. We got snow right back here. Awesome. Love you guys. Slava Ukraini. Can't wait to get back to Kharkiv.
Thank you very much. Have fun. Stay safe.
You got it.
And we proceed with another episode which was created with Sarah Ashton Cirilla, and that will be a talk with Zhanna Bespechuk, who is a journalist of BBC Ukraine. Another interesting episode. We invite you to watch. Please.
Hello, Kharkiv. This is Sarah Ashton, and we are having a very special second episode of Hello Kharkiv today. Joining me is Zhanna Bespechuk, who's a local Ukrainian writer, videographer, and journalist extraordinaire from Kyiv, who arrived in Kharkiv a couple of days ago to cover for the BBC the amazing counteroffensive by the heroes of Ukraine. Zhanna, welcome to Kharkiv.
Hello, Sarah. Thank you very much for coming.
Well, it's a joy to have you here. And one of the reasons I'm so excited about having you here in Kharkiv with us is due to the fact of your extensive history covering the history of Ukraine over the last 10 years. Before we speak about the counteroffensive and what you've seen in the liberated territories and towns of Kharkiv Oblast, I wanted to go back into your career a little bit. There's 3 specific points that I'm going to ask you about. Number 1, from my understanding, just months after becoming a journalist full-time, you ended up covering the Maidan extensively, and you held multiple roles. Can you tell us what it was like to be a new journalist thrust into such a history-making time?
Yeah, so we have to go back now to 2014. Yeah, you're right. I graduated from the College of Europe, the university that is sort of based in Poland and Belgium. Just 1 year before
The revolution, yes, of dignity.
This revolution started to broke out. And actually, I remember very well the Orange Revolution continued at the time. So
that's the first time I really started paying attention to post-Soviet Ukraine, because you had that incredible moment where I learned of Ukraine willingly fighting for liberty during the Orange Revolution. So that was very inspirational.
Yeah, but he was speaking about the revolution of dignity in 2015.
Correct.
Yeah, it was very interesting experience because I studied European economics, politics, and history just year before the revolution of dignity broke out in Ukraine, which was definitely for the European values, for the European rule of law, for the European understanding of how the life and society has to be set up. So for me, it was like coming from EU, from studying and spending some time in the environment of very pro-EU, motivated pro-EU people, back to our home. That was my firm decision to come back.
And you're from Chile?
Yes. To come back to Ukraine, to work as a journalist in Ukraine, to report from Ukraine on my country, or to report for Ukrainian audiences on international affairs, but still working as a Ukrainian journalist.
Although obviously when you study abroad, you come to a point when maybe I have to stay here in the EU. I decided to come back. And when I came back, in around 1 year exactly, the revolution broke out, and it was like putting into practice what should the theory, putting into practice of European values and European choice. After I studied so many theoretical foundational things about how the EU, how Europe in general functions, and what Ukraine is supposed to develop, to improve, and how to work towards better life, more freedom, and better institutions.
Let's speak about those European values for a moment. So, Jana is not really a journalist, but in some ways she's very much an academic. And a couple of years after Maidan, you wrote a paper analyzing the difference between Ukrainian and Polish coverage of the Maidan and breaking it down to tabloid versus quality journalism. And one thing we noticed in 2022 is that this war for liberty and freedom here in Ukraine, is one that's fighting against propaganda. What did you find in your research in 2016 regarding the difference in coverage, specifically between the tabloids and the quality papers?
Okay, thank you very much for reminding me of this. Covering, for example, this war in my country, on my homeland, this Russian invasion of Ukraine, I once just realized that I forgot to read totally about my activities. Okay, I can say that I've lost the ties with it, but I think we're all too new to all of those, but it's anything that is happening right now. So it looks like now you speak about some other lot. So the life of me degree is divided in two parts, before and after war. I have the same experience. So coming back to pre-war life, I think academic experiences. Actually, it was a paper in that philosophy of communication. So very academic, very theoretical on one hand, but on the other hand, the idea was to show that you can trace the values and the meanings in media texts through different kinds of analysis. And when you look at tabloid understanding and tabloid coverage of such things as, for example, protests like Euromaidan, for instance, you see what is this that show? But you can't clearly trace these values like freedom, civilism, civil society, and rule of law when you look at tabloid coverage. But when you look at quality coverage, again, with the help of certain analysis, certain tools, methodology, you can see that always there is the contextualization, there is the deeper layer of things, meanings, and senses. So basically, it was the idea to show what is the responsibility in journalism in terms of the content as such, what we say, how we contextualize things, how we focus on different things. So it's pretty theoretical, yes. But now I'm just thinking that it shapes, for example, in my case, it shaped me because I understand how important is, for example, when you report now on the liberation, the regain of the territories here in the Kharkiv region, to focus on certain things, not to forget about that. For example, electrical grants, and then also when we went to one of the border villages in Kharkiv region now, what we heard from locals, that they think they were treated by Russians as slaves. So I realized that this is, and that's the things that we have to delve into, not just take them as a headline, because behind this there is lots of ideological things and also for justifications that Russian political pressure was a Russian propaganda used to persuade the Orban army and all people that it's the right thing to initiate a war on the other country and to target Ukrainian identity, Ukrainian culture. So no, I do believe that journalists can be in-depth. It can provide in-depth coverage and in-depth content, and that what all this academic research was about this, how to be in-depth in the media, which is shaped to be very superficial.
So what she wrote 6 years ago, coming into full practice today during a full-scale war against Ukraine's independence. Speaking of independence, let's jump ahead now to this war against your country and your people. To be considered a journalist is to be considered independent. To be a journalist for the BBC is one of the highest heights a journalist can reach. For you to manage your independence while also covering your homeland, which is under terrible terrorism and terrible attacks by the Russians, did you have to, at any point, separate yourself from a story? Or have you been able to take every assignment and work through it despite your close ties to the image?
That's a very everlasting question of journalism, between attachment to the story. But again, when you come forward in our homeland, you are attached to the story by default because you see lots of pain, grief, and separate all the people, born relatives, families, friends, everybody around. So you can't be detached out of it. It's not possible. So you always live for the story. But I can give you an example from my own experience and practices, and a recent one. I was involved together with my colleague Paul Kharkiv in the investigation of the murder of Ukrainian prisoners of war in the Atlantic prison in the occupied territories, Ukrainian temporarily occupied territories in the east. And it was a struggle to detach yourself emotionally from obviously horrific, terrifying crime against the defenders of your homeland of Ukraine, one of the most highly respected and motivated and effective defenders of this country. And when you look through these photos, videos of the aftermath of what happened to people who Ukrainian dead soldiers, prisoners of war, it's very hard. But at the end of the day, you realize that the more you are able to stay professional, objective, emotionally controlled and balanced, the more you can do for truth, for journalists, for Ukrainian people, for international audiences, because I have to work for both Ukrainian and international audiences. So it's like a doctor or a surgeon, in order to carry out your work, whatever you feel inside, at some point you have to learn this emotional intelligence and cope with emotions. And I don't believe in journalism in pure attachment or detachment from what you're doing. Living through or always staying aside and keep it at distance. It's always mixed within the same story. And it's always a challenge for you and the task for you, your assignment to cope with it.
You brought up independence. You brought up integrity. Some of your first reporting was from the Kyiv suburbs. You were writing about what was happening in LIUTYI and Kharkiv. I don't know how to really phrase this, but I will simplify it. Was it believable to you at first? Because I know rumors were coming out. And then you covering the actual murders, the actual war crimes that was taking place in those areas. Could you have believed when you were hearing the rumors what you ended up seeing during your reporting in Kyiv?
I think you with kind of memory that is good for me, and to explain to answer the question.
Thank you.
So, on the setting when the troops or atrocities that were committed there by the Russian army was revealed, I had to work with both from Kyiv. And maybe it was the next day, afterwards, when I had a live with the Ukrainian program, BBC, Ukrainian services TV program, have daily broadcasts. So I had to go live and to explain and to report on how EU leaders responded to Bucha atrocities and in general about the mood in Kyiv after Bucha and Irpin and how Stolen and Warzone were revealed to the world and to Ukrainians in particular. And at some point, I realized that I can't imagine I can go on live and now explain that my people, my nation are targeted. Likely genocide, likely atrocities, likely crimes against humanity. How to speak about this, how to voice this, how to stay as before at a distance from the story. And I'm a BBC journalist. I have to be impartial. So can you imagine how to breach it all? It's to breach very high mountains and very flat.
The peaks.
Filled. And you can't neither get from these mountains of the breach, but you can get only maybe from the field, but you can't cross the river because then it's there are rocks. So there is the abyss rocks, whatever. So. And I think it's one of the worst things that any journalist can experience when you have to report on such crimes against your own people. It's the worst. Because you feel that the very core of your people is targeted. So I did this tomorrow, but then my interest is always, you have to take a rest.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there you go.
So I'm laughing now, but it's not about any positive for experience. So I don't find it, nothing good in this. It's horrible. But we have to move on, cool, and everybody has to do his job properly, professionally. We have to move on. What saves this country is this constant continuation of ours doing our responsibilities, meeting our challenges.
I want to take a moment to tell the audience, it's very clear that this woman is a hero. She's a hero to her country, and she's a hero to the journalists out there who need to aspire to something greater during a war like this, during a war where one side is putting out lie after lie after lie, and yet here you have someone reporting on the atrocities against her own people and still maintaining the impartiality needed to allow journalism to move forward in the European values that you yourself have studied. Moving from March until now in September, you witness one set of war crimes, one set of crimes against humanity. You're now being exposed to another array of war crimes and crimes against humanity. How does it compare from what you saw in Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, etc., to what you're seeing out here in these liberated areas?
I think, always there is a temptation to compare. It's a different case studies. For now, I think these kind of atrocities that were committed against Ukrainians have been both hostile with them. They're not confirmed to happen in the Kharkiv region, at least in the Greece. That's what we not supposed to journalists. But it doesn't mean that war crimes would have committed. And it doesn't mean that the graves found just recently in ACU should be investigated just the same way as mass graves in the Kiev region. I'm obviously shocked by the level of destruction and ruins here in the Kharkiv region, because in the Kiev region there was obviously the same high level of destruction, but here I have very strong impression that the Kharkiv region that I've known so far, it doesn't exist anymore. It's destroyed. In Kiev region, it's like the smaller area which is so much destroyed than here. And I'm really amazed and proud of Kharkiv and Kharkiv region's residents for their courage, for their resistance and their resilience. What they face every night that they hear, that's terrifying. When it's the city that has to wake up to explosions almost every single day night. Night. So this was just my overall impression.
This terrorism that the Russians are subjecting the people of Kharkiv to, meaning this daily barrage of rockets, most of the time it comes between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m., but also 10 a.m., 2 p.m., it could happen anytime. Kharkiv will always be a frontline city due to its proximity to Russia. What needs to be done for this Russian aggression to stop, including this daily terrorism? So not just victory on the battlefield, which the heroes of Ukraine will most definitely achieve. The question is, when will they achieve it? But when will the terrorism be stopped? And what is needed to stop this terrorism?
I think the first step that Ukraine was really to take to push the world, it wasn't the acceptance, recognition of Russia as a terrorist state. So far, we could not see the support for this, but...
and if I want to just tell the audience one thing. Russia is a terrorist state. Russia is a state sponsor of terrorism, and Vladimir Putin is a terrorist leader.
So we don't see that the world supports this Ukraine's push towards the legal recognition of Russia like a terrorist state. But you know, for me it's hard to say. I think that's more the question in the supply of weapons and the development of such military strategies and tactics by the Ukrainian army, which will allow to protect Kharkiv as much as possible from this incoming rockets, which can be stopped by Ukrainian air defense systems. I think that we as Ukrainian journalists and also foreign journalists working here in Ukraine, we already have learned a lot about different kinds of impacts. But that is how we are.
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Speaking of Russia being, not officially, you said legally, but Russia being thought of as a terrorist state, does Russia deserve to have their statements and comments covered regarding anything to do with this war?
Yeah, that's a question that, which I think now is important for a critical reassessment of what is balance in this kind of war. But you have really messy anti-Western, anti-Ukrainian propaganda with lots of hatred speech disseminated, produced, spread by the Russian media on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was speak about Russian journalism, we speak about basic standards of good quality journalism, not tabloids. Yes. This was mentioned already. So then you always pose the question whether I have to provide this particular quote or statement from Russian leaders. You know, I think context is important, really important. So every single time, it's necessary to have a look whether I provided statements and quotes from Russia or sometimes leaders of Russian collaborators, self-proclaimed republics in the east of Ukraine, whether it helps just give your audience understanding of what is happening. I think sometimes it helps. When, for example, Putin threatens with nuclear weapons, people should know about it. People should know what Russian officials, like the spokesperson for the president or Putin himself, say about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, to understand two things: the gap, discrepancy between what is really happening and what we can read this and what we can know from reliable sources, on the one hand, and the level of lies and the level of distortion that is coming from that side. So you need to understand who you're dealing with. I think it's essential for Ukraine and for the world. And for this reason, the coverage of statements and information that is coming from disinformation, that is coming from Russia, is a necessary sort of context.
Staying on the same track as we've been discussing regarding media, you work for a media outlet, BBC, which has done a phenomenal job in keeping news of this war in the mindset of their readers and their television viewers. Statistics prove that interest in Ukraine's struggle for liberty and freedom has started to fall off the front pages of news, but BBC has been a leader in continuing to provide coverage. Why are people getting war fatigue? Well, this is potentially the biggest story that any of us will have in our lifetimes. Not any of us who happen to be here in Ukraine, but really mirror the vanguard of World War III, depending on what the terrorist Putin chooses to do. And yet, folks are already tired after 6 months. World War II went on for years, depending on if you're looking at it from the mid-1930s or even 1941 to 1945. World War I lasted for years. And here we are 6.5 months in. Yes, the war has lasted 8.5 years of the full-scale invasion. Only 6.5 months, and yet war fatigue is taking place. Why is that happening?
I think there are a few major explanations. The first one that there is the rule of human nature. We are naturally become tired of such things. There is such a phenomenon as impatient fatigue. It's proved psychologically, scientifically, and just from our everyday experiences, we can see that sometimes we need to take a distance from other things to survive or to be able to run marathon, not a short distance, but a marathon. And this is a marathon. Just to obviously this marathon until Putin and the other leadership that support him are in power at the helm of Russia. This is the first thing. The second thing and reason for this is that, as you mentioned, this might be the biggest story for lives of the present-day adult generations. And it means that it's necessary to look into the face of absolute evil. Totalitarian ideology, anti-Western ideology based on hatred, on lies, on fake news, and on manipulations with public opinions and brainwashing the whole population. There are many comparisons and many people like historians, sociologists, politicians, and just many Ukrainians that see the similarities between Nazi Germany and what is happening in Russia and to Russia. It's a huge danger for humanity, obviously, and it's very heartless. People want to live normal lives, and it's a normal thing. To be happy, to have careers, families, to build up their lives everywhere in Europe, in the US, all across the world. And here suddenly get something that was already described in, for example, by Hannah Arendt, this political philosopher for Jewish origin, when she spoke about and wrote about things like absolute evil. Don't try to understand absolute evil. Normal people in normal reality, they want to rationalize things. We all want to rationalize things. But it's really a challenge. It's really a challenge. And the job of jobber is to show to the fullest facts, not propaganda, facts. So to allow people have a chance to look into the, and as I call it, in the face of the absolute evil. If people are not ready to do this, I think that's also okay. But we all bear responsibility when they're not ready to meet real challenges. So we have to be ready to be responsible for this.
To those watching, hello Kharkiv, make certain you are not complicit in allowing absolute evil in the face of Vladimir Putin and his enablers to take over this narrative that they have tried to craft for the last 2+ decades. And use it against the world. You're too good for this. You're watching this show because you know better, and continue to push forward that facts matter. We have a journalist here with us right now who's hitting on one point. Facts matter. Not tabloid journalism, not propaganda, but facts. Let's talk the future of your country. Right now, the European Union has invited Ukraine as a candidate state, and Ukraine has accepted. Due to this candidacy, we've seen rapid changes already taking place culturally over the last 6 months during the time of the full-scale invasion and since the European Union invite took place. Are these changes sustainable, and are these changes necessary to move Ukraine forward in taking its place where it should be as one of the great states as we enter the mid part of the 21st century?
Yeah, obviously, are these European integration and the status of candidates provides with clear action plan. That's what Ukraine needs. It provides also with a huge hope that even amongst grief, destruction, just go outside and see the destruction in the city center of Kharkiv.
We were hit last night.
Awful, yes, it's horrible, awful. But you get out of building, out of shelter, basement, you see the destruction, and at the same time, you feel hope. That's exactly what I think Ukrainians really need. And they need also the confirmation that country can be revealed with the help of Western partners, because Ukraine won't cope with such level of damage. So basically, Ukrainians now literally died for European values. Ukrainians now getting their ability to be a powerful, a self-sufficient, in a constructive way, independent actor, international actor, the state for all people, be a more effective state for all people who would have good governance, etc. So it's in a time of maybe upgrading the very idea of Ukrainian statehood, Ukrainian nationhood. And this is very, very important for Ukraine to believe in yourself, because if you're able to fight and die for values, you deserve the best fate. That's what I believe in. That's why I believe in my country.
The word deserved is often overused, but in this case, Shana is correct. Ukraine deserves the best outcome that is conceivable due to the fact that not only are her fellow country people dying for the freedom of this world, but they're willing to continue to push forward on behalf of all free people to make certain that the terrorist Vladimir Putin will not be able to do this in the future. You talked about good governance. We know in Ukraine there have been some questions over the use of Western weapons or the potential over corruption and rule of law. I think what we're seeing is the greatest use of Western dollars ever applied in any sort of aid situation taking place now in Ukraine. I believe the rule of law exists in Ukraine because it does. But let's talk about press freedom, and let's talk about where the media stands. Specifically, in the United States, we reference media as the fourth estate. We look at it as almost a co-equal pillar of our liberty and democracy. In Ukraine, it doesn't have that tradition. Where is media going to be at the end of this victory for Ukraine?
I'm pretty optimistic about the way that things are moving, although there is a concern that by its nature, most of the war at war push any government, and Ukraine's government's of the exception, towards more authoritarian rule. They have more authority to control freedom, including freedom of speech. But, I took the example then Ukraine's president's press conference recently to the Independence Day, dedicated to the Independence Day. I can't say that I saw the details, all my colleagues around me from Ukrainian media behaving, post questions, etc. Ukrainian journalists fought a lot and did a lot to secure the freedom of speech. That's first thing. The second thing, that Ukraine has quite diverse media environment. On one hand, used to have. Now it's changing because media owned by oligarchs, they are reaching the stage. We'll see what consequences it might have, but it's not a secret that this media were used as political tools. So for now, it's too early to say that I think the freedom of speech will be a sacrifice of this change. But obviously, Ukrainian journalists, media non-governmental organizations, international partners have to keep very close eye on freedom of speech in this country because there is the impact of martial law and, manacles.
I like to think of it this way. You're correct in your assessment. Martial law can lead to this authoritarian desire. That's why the West needs to send not just $600 million, as they've released today, but send all the weapons they can now, because the sooner this war ends, the sooner we can get rid of the notion that a military-industrial complex will be in Ukraine to stay. And every life can be saved at the same time, as well as the pillars of freedom, including free press. Give Ukraine the weapons, all of them now, and the war could be over in a week. And I think the world is starting to understand that. I'm going to wrap it up with a request for a prediction from you. This is Hello Kharkiv. We're saying hello to the people interested in Kharkiv being a frontline city. Where is Kharkiv in 1 year?
I think in 1 year, Kharkiv is going to be a flagship city for building a new defense system for this country that can help to stop, for now and in the future, any dangers coming from air, from such close border with Russia. So obviously this city has the biggest authority and the biggest experience to bring change to something that obviously Ukraine has to build up, to not just to survive, but to develop, to become a strong state, whatever happens in the northern neighbor that are getting so crazy and so dangerous for this country.
Once again, one of our guests predicting that Kharkiv will lead the way to the future for Ukraine because Kharkiv is Ukraine. Zhana, thank you for coming to say hello, Kharkiv. I'm going to say with all of my heart, enjoy the rest of your stay in the city despite the atrocities you're going to see. And thank you very much for all of us who are interested in what's happening, that you are showing such leadership in the field of journalism and managing to find that independence needed to be a guiding light for all journalists.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Sarah, for inviting me.
Sarah Ashton Cirilla Singh, thank you for joining us. And we welcome you in the future to the next episode of Hello Kharkiv.
We are back. So it was really nice episodes. Thanks to Sarah Ashton Cirilla. I hope we'll see her later. And right now I want to announce what will happen next. So we will have a few more episodes of Hello Kharkiv with Sarah. She will talk with Richard Spencer, who is journalist of Times, senior foreign journalist of Times, and Kasia Hampton, who's a medic in Landstuhl. She's incredible. Both of them are super incredible. They spent many months in Ukraine. Kasia knows everything about what's going on in medical center, and that will be interesting, really. After that, we will have a musical surprise from Michael of the Sofa Surfers, and later, we will have 3 episodes of Public Interest Journalism Laboratory about Izum, Kharkiv region, and we promised you an episode about Pavlo Kushtima from Northern Saltivka, Pivnichna Saltivka. Later, it'll be a film about Volodymyr Vakulenko, this tortured to death writer. God rest his soul. We started to talk about him, and right now we will just tell more about his diaries and what happened to him. Thank you very much. We will see you approximately at 7 a.m. GMT +2 Kiev time. See ya.
This is Sarah Ashton Sorella welcoming you to Hello Kharkiv. And today is a unique episode where we have somebody that I can call legendary. Richard J. Spencer is visiting us in Kharkiv from the venerable and esteemed Times of London. And the reason Mr. Spencer's here today with us is due to the fact that the Ukrainian counteroffensive, which drove Russia back into its own borders, has been the talk of the news cycle across the world. And there's nobody better to give us analysis of what's happening in Kharkiv and what's happening in the world of conflict and war than Mr. Spencer. Thank you very much for joining us, Richard.
It's a pleasure.
So you've made your second or third trip to Kharkiv during this full scale.
My third.
Your third trip. Tell us how this time compares to your first two.
The three times I've been to Kharkiv be very different each time, really, and representing the different phases of the war. So the first time I was here was city not quite under siege, but it was certainly a very threatened city. My team obviously went up to Saltivka in the north of the city, which, as you know, was being very heavily bombarded from both Russian lines and indeed from probably within Russia itself, which is, as you know, not that far away. We saw this huge scale of destruction on those flats, which I described as being like sort of giant Easter Island faces staring at Russia with a bad case of acne, because you had all these very white frontages of these 1980s built flats with these black pop marks everywhere where they'd been hit by shells. And of course, there'd been loss of life, but of course, many of the residents were living in the metro station nearby. It was a kind of very apocalyptic almost scenes, dystopian scenes then. Next time we came, things had got better. We'd seen some of the Russian forces driven back from some of the villages east of here, northeast of here. We went and visited a couple of them and spoke to people who lived under Russian control. But the main thing was that by driving the Russians back, it also obviously reduced the number of artillery pieces which could be used to assault the city. So there was still obviously missile attacks from time to time, but not nearly to the same extent. And of course now, this time, there's just a different mood in the city because people, feel that they've got the Russians on the run. Now, I don't think anyone's thinking they've got rid of the Russians or will get rid of them from eastern Ukraine anytime soon. But of course, they have got rid of them out of pretty much all of Kharkiv province, and that's been a morale booster for the Ukrainians here, for sure.
So speaking of the morale boost, and the mood in the city has become extremely different over the last 10 days. However, there's still terrorism taking place within the city of Kharkiv. We were hit with a rocket attack at 3:33 this morning, and it's something that civilians are learning to live with. In your travels, specifically on your Twitter handle, you list your location as Beirut. How does the city of Kharkiv match up destruction-wise to some of the other areas you've seen, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. What should the audience understand of the scale of destruction in Kharkiv and what the people are overcoming here through the vast Ukrainian spirit compared to these other war zones?
Well, Kharkiv is, in scale, it was obviously a huge city, and certainly comparable in scale to Aleppo, Baghdad, say, Damascus, other cities that have been conflict-ridden in the last couple of decades, as we know. How to compare it? This feels more like Baghdad than Aleppo. I know that's a kind of niche thing to say, perhaps, but when the Russians went for Aleppo with their ally, the Assad regime in Syria, I mean, that was truly on a different scale than I think anyone had seen, possibly since the war in Grozny, war in Chechnya. What we were seeing in Syria was something on a quite different order, where, clearly here civilian infrastructure has been targeted. Certainly civilian targets, residential buildings have been hit. But in Syria, the Syrian regime and the Russians together were using their air force as a weapon of terror to destroy whole housing estates and whole areas of the city, to drive the population out for strategic reasons.
Speaking of terror, without getting into legalese, without getting into the Hague and Geneva Convention, from an experience point of view, would you reference what's happening here to the people of Ukraine and the people of Kharkiv as being genocidal and terroristic in nature?
I wouldn't say that, actually. I mean, the use of the word genocide is a very, as you say, it's legally fraught. It has a certain legal definition. I don't want to be the person who defines it legally. Clearly, there is an attempt to, crush Ukrainian identity to a certain extent, particularly in the eastern half of Ukraine. Even now, we don't know what Putin's real long-term plan for the Ukraine was, other than he clearly wanted to decapitate it in some way. I would hesitate to compare this to an attempt to, mass murder an entire civilian population. We think of the Armenians in the First World War in Turkey. We think of obviously the Jews in the Holocaust. We think of, certainly mass murder taking place in, obviously, the Yazidis in Iraq, which I was, I spoke to many of the survivors of those massacres where, again, without just to be too gruesome, the ISIS were lining up hundreds and hundreds of men and just mowing them down. I do think we want to keep some sense of proportion. That doesn't mean to say that there is a deterrent element in the attacks on the Ukrainian population. Clearly, there was an attempt by Russia to terrorize, Ukraine into submission. Particularly, we saw that in Mariupol. I personally would call that genocidal. I think there are other words you can use.
Speaking of what you've seen prior, you've mentioned Mariupol. I know you've been in the Kyiv suburbs and Bucha and Irpin, and now on this trip you've gone to the recently liberated areas in the eastern part of Kharkiv Oblast. What you've seen over the last days, I'm going to go back to the word comparison. How does it compare to what you saw in Bucha, Irpin, and possibly in the early days of what was happening in the southern part of the country?
Sure. I have to say, I was in Izium yesterday, and I was very struck by the level of destruction there. I mean, I was not prepared for it, although I'd seen some pictures and heard some reports. The intensity of destruction, I think, in Izium was the greatest unseen in this war. I would say the entire city centre, every single building was wrecked. I mean, not just damaged, but every single building in the city centre, the apartment blocks, the town hall, were burnt out with shells. Supermarkets were, burned pretty much to ground. Even the Church of the Ascension, that beautiful dome church, had a massive great hole in the golden dome. That wasn't something I'd seen. Now, it's a different kind of conflict that happened here to what was going on in the early stages of the war. there was certainly very intense destruction in Bucha and Irpin. You know, comparisons are slightly invidious, but it was more dotted around town in Bucha and Irpin. Of course, the other thing we saw in Bucha and Irpin was these astonishingly brutal atrocities carried out against the civilian population. You know, bodies lying in the street, terrible tales of rape and you know, really quite intensive murder of the civilian population. We have heard one or two stories of disappearances, still obviously being investigated. We've had this mass grave found in Izium, which mostly seems to be, from what the officials are telling us, victims of this incredible bombardment that destroyed the town in the early days of the war. Clearly, airstrikes on apartment blocks. Hundreds of people clearly were killed in those strikes and now buried in the woods. But we've also heard of some people being found with their hands tied behind their back. We've heard stories from residents of neighbors being taken away and turning up, their bodies turning up in the river, you know, a few days later. So there clearly were atrocities, you know, at least that appeared to have taken place and are being investigated, but perhaps not this on the horrific scale of Bucha. So these things will become clearer, I guess, in the next few days.
As the war unfolds and moves forward, one thing we now understand, we've known it in our hearts or souls, but we now know it. The capability of the Ukrainian armed forces is one of the greatest military exercises and groups in modern times with what they've done in the counteroffensives and resisting Russia's full-scale invasion. In the early days of the war, there were jets bombing Kharkiv, jets obviously coming over Izium and other parts of Kharkiv Oblast. The Russian Air Force has now been rendered impotent for the most part, at least in this area. You're Ukraine. You want to end this as soon as possible. What needs to be done in your estimation?
Yes, we were very disappointed by the air campaign. I mean, that's one question that really does rear its head to me anyway, and I know to other people, and which I, again, maybe the truth will only become clear at the end of the war. What was the failure of the Russian Air Force to exert air dominance? Clearly, that was one area where it had a huge numerical advantage and advantage of experience. It doesn't seem to be used either. Whether there was some failure of command or whether some tactical or strategic decision was made not to use it fully, and then we don't know. We don't know. That's a very mysterious question to me, and that, of course, has contributed to this Ukrainian counterattack because morale is very important, as we know. The Russian morale is very good. The Ukrainian morale has been much better, but with the best will in the world, morale is not helped if you will people from the skies. And so that's, to me, a very key factor. The Ukrainians have learned a lot, clearly. They have been learning as they go along, but so we're told by the military, including the militaries in the West have been in prison, which we know are working to train Ukrainian troops. I think if they want to, finish the war quickly, the key thing is probably not to try to finish it quickly. Okay. It's very interesting that, having made these great gains in the last 10 days, the Ukrainians have now DC to come to a halt, and are so much concentrating on consolidating. That's a long lesson of warfare that, again, has to be learned again and again, as, don't get carried away. If you do, as happened in this case, goes further than your immediate objectives, choose a culminating point, as they say, or choose somewhere where you're going to stop and say, right, whatever happens, however it looks available on the run, stop and make sure we've got our supply lines in order, our logistics in order, regroup the bastards, regroup your troops, rotate your troops if necessary, and then assess, and then see what happens. And then during that process, try to the length of the line to stop the Russians themselves regrouping. I mean, that's the so I understand, is the approved military tactics. And I suspect that's what the Ukrainians are doing. So I don't think I think they said, right, we've taken Kharkiv, so let's try and get them all out before Christmas. That will probably lead to disaster.
So that's very sage analysis, something that I haven't heard uttered before. And this is why Richard Spencer is one of our guests. We wanted him on the show, because I'm not sure that there's anyone else that's here in Kharkiv that understands war the way he does from a point of both observation and analysis. As this consolidation takes place, no doubt you're going to be off to the next spot after having finished saying hello, Kharkiv. What's next, Richard J. Spencer?
So the next is I'm going to rotate out myself for a few days next week, and then I'm at the mercy of my bosses and not see what they say. And I've got, far more experienced walkers from Action Guild is coming out next week to Ukraine. We'll be watching what goes on. I think there will be, my guess is that there will be some sort of other assault before December. But where it happens is, the Ukrainians caught everyone by surprise this time where they attacked, and I suspect they will be trying to keep it a secret again this time.
So, Richard, in the midst of your very busy schedule, which I'm not certain that the viewers could even comprehend, because even as a fellow journalist, it's amazing what you're able to produce. And on behalf of the entire city of Kharkiv, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for saying hello, Kharkiv, and for joining us tonight.
That's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is Sarah Ashton saying, join us next time for Hello Kharkiv. Have a great afternoon. This is Sarah Ashton Cirillo with Hello Kharkiv, and I'm saying hello today to Dr. Kasia Hampton.
Hello, everybody.
And Dr. Hampton has been in Ukraine doing medical services, which we're going to get into, for how long now?
Actually, my first trip to Ukraine was in March. And, this is my very first time ever in Ukraine. How odd that sound.
Cut you off for a second. Where are you from originally?
From Poland.
And this is your first time in Ukraine?
Well, in March it was. Yeah, how crazy that may sound. Even though my best friend in school, she is Ukrainian.
I think Ukraine is everyone's best friend right now, so you've got to jump on all of us.
And then I came back in May, in the middle of May, and have been here with like a small break ever since.
So our time overlapped in Kharkiv, which is one of the reasons that you're on the show, Hello Kharkiv. And you arrived in March. What have you seen change during that time when it comes to NGO and medical care?
Well, initially, the first response when people came, we actually didn't know what to expect, to be honest, right? Everybody was imagining this massive exodus of trauma patients, but what we realized in the beginning, it was more humanitarian type aid that was necessary, right? And in the highest point of people exiting Ukraine through the Polish border, I think 147,000 people in one given 24 hours crossed it.
So you're speaking of the humanitarian side, which was one of the greatest influxes of humanitarian needs from one nation to outlying areas with the outflow of Ukrainians.
Yeah.
Prior to you becoming humanitarian, or prior to you becoming an emergency services physician in Ukraine, you were an emergency services physician working with special forces. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, to say that I was working with special forces might be a little bit of an overstatement, and some.
This is Hello Kharkiv.
About that, but no. So this is actually a funny story. I volunteered to train ultrasound to special ops medics. How did it start? Well, I think around 2015, I was reading an article about teaching ultrasound to special ops medics. It was in a journal of Special Operations Medicine, and I was like, that sounds interesting. The author's conclusion was that the military doesn't have enough ultrasound trained people to provide this training. Why don't we get civilian docs involved? At that time, I was a fellow doing additional training in that specific modality. So me being...
Sorry, that was in the United States?
Yes, that was in the US. I was in Orlando, Florida at the time. And me being me, I was like, well, let's write the author an email.
You just jumped, you read this article, you're curious, you're obviously highly intelligent, and we said, I think I have a solution for this. I'm going to go ahead and write the author of this journal article.
Perfect. Well, it turned out that at that time, he was stationed in Japan. So, but 2 days later, I get a response, and he's like, listen, I'm going to put you in touch with a dear friend of mine who has been training with the special ops guys doing this at Fort Bragg. But turned out he wasn't at Fort Bragg anymore. He was in Germany. I'm like, oh, fantastic. So what are we going to do? I was moving to North Carolina myself, and at that time, and they said, well, you know what, why don't we get you involved with the training at Fort Bragg? I'm like, sure, let's do it. 2 months
Just mentioning the word Fort Bragg takes you so close to our special ops forces that I'm going to say that you work with our special ops. Please continue. But
that's exactly what happened. 2 months later, I found myself at the Joint Special Ops Medical Training Center, helping as a volunteer, pretty much helping provide that training. And what was the coolest part thereof? Right before I went there, I read this book, The Chosen Soldier. It pretty much described very accurately the entire training of a Green Beret from zero to hero.
When was this book published? Not when did you read it, when was it published?
You know what, my bad, but I don't know when exactly.
But it had such
2 years prior.
Oh, so this was a brand new book.
Yeah, there was. And when I went there and I saw what was happening, I almost had this intense feeling of a deja vu because I just finished reading about it, and here I am, it's happening, right?
So I'm manifesting your own pathway.
Yes, absolutely. It was unimaginable experience. Of course, here I am, the civilian, as my special ops friend joke, chick from Poland. I'm coming there with all those great ideas. And then they're like, Hampton, you gotta do some homework. Like, okay, yes sir, I'm supposed to do. They gave me a list, what I was supposed to prepare for my next class. And that list was, number 1, Tropic Thunder. Number 2, Old School. G.I. Jane, Good Morning Vietnam and Heartbreak Ridge. Obviously, that was my cultural 101 introduction to special operations medicine. Great.
Let's talk about special ops medicine for one moment, but something very specific tied into that film list. A lot of the Tropic Thunder, Old School, I love those, right? G.I. Jane, amazing. I'm going to veer off, but our audience, I'm certain, is going to understand what you're about to talk about. Talk to us about the flip-flop culture in special ops. Because if they're watching these movies, they are also showing up in pictures, these brave heroes, wearing flip-flops. What's up with that?
So, you know what? I don't know if I honestly understand the very detail there, but I'm not the best person to say it. But in all reality, somebody I remember told me once, combat flip-flops. And I'm like, huh? What? How is that even possible? But what did I do? I Googled it.
The curiosity is elected.
Yes. And then I'm like, oh, okay. So here I see all those guys, with beards and, men with beards down the range, they awaken a lot of respect. So I see all those guys with beards and all this heavy gear, and then I'm looking at their feet. There are no boots. Indeed, they're flip-flops. And like, what's up with that? By now, there's actually a brand, Combat Flip-Flops. So you can literally have the very special flip-flops.
I just want to say something to the audience. Chosen Soldier, Combat Flip-Flop brands. Nobody is being paid to be talked about on this show.
No, but no, wait, no, I would not, I would not choose one brand over the other or try to, publicize in my cars. But
let's jump back to your experience. As we were talking about, you went ahead, you watched these movies, you did your homework. What happens next in Fort Bragg?
what happened next? Well, and I came to teach my first class. And then, so I did two things. I did one good thing and one stupid thing. So which one do you want first? The good one or the stupid one?
I'm voting with the audience, stupid one.
Stupid one? All right. I did exactly what I told all my patients not to do. I Googled something I know nothing about. Because I came with this brilliant idea, that was saying brilliant, right? That a SAT medic without ultrasound is like a sniper without a scope. What did I do? I Googled sniper's rifle. That idea. I came to class, and all of a sudden, I have this slide with this saying, and everybody is roaring in laughter. Roaring in laughter. I'm like, gosh, what did I do? They're like, Hamden, it's all we're engraved, except that this is not a sniper's rifle.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so that was a very stupid idea of mine. And just like I tell patients often, please don't Google things that you really, don't understand because it just provokes anxiety. But here, actually, it came out, it was stupid, but it served a really good purpose and made people laugh.
I'm going to jump forward several years. In your work with patients, even evac patients here in Ukraine, versus your work in Germany where you have been a medical doctor, in the United States where you've been a medical doctor as well, can you tell us the difference in viewpoint of the patient towards the doctor? Because in the United States, there's this belief that we all jump online, go to WebMD, find out what's wrong with us, that you're spending 2 minutes with somebody and then you're moving on to the next. Has it been an experience that is relatively different here, completely different?
You know what? I think the internet has produced this phenomenon all over the world, that people do go on whatever local version of WebMD or some other similar website, and they just Google their symptoms. And I'm suspecting that the way Google search engines are set up is truly just to prevent, I guess, companies like this from being sued for not giving you the worst case scenario. And oftentimes I do have patients, and I see this here as well, in Ukraine, in Poland, in Germany, all over the place, that people are playing, they, like, oh, I read it, or, there, and it must be it. And in fact, we end up spending a lot of time explaining to people why what Google said isn't what is actually, wrong with that. And sometimes it creates hilarious stories. But sometimes it's quite counterproductive.
Well, I appreciate you going down that other path with us for a second, because I hear it from so many medical professionals about the scourge of Google when it comes to
Dr. Google.
There you have it. So you were sitting in the classroom, you have a sniper rifle, everyone's now pointing at you. I'm sure you are at least certain of what's not a sniper rifle now.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
And you're with these guys, they have their beards, they're used to seeing, now you're an emergency room physician.
Yes.
But you're with guys who have obviously been in extremely traumatic experiences.
Yes.
How are you getting on with them and understanding the medical needs of what they're seeing and how compared to civilian emergency rooms?
That is actually an excellent question, because obviously I'm a civilian. I have not worn a uniform. For me, volunteering to provide that kind of education has been my way of saying thank you for their sacrifice and for what they do.
Thank you. I want to say on behalf of everyone in Kharkiv Oblast, this woman, we all have a lot to say thank you to her for, and across the great nation of Ukraine, and throughout the European Union and the United States. So
It's been an honor for me to be involved in this, and I wanted to bring something fresh, something different. So when they gave me the homework of those 5 movies, I'm like, is that how you want to play the game? Great, I got this. Next time, I changed all my slides to memes about medicine, but that came from like famous saying from those movies that everybody was like, yep, you did it. She's one of us now. It's one of us. But then I worked with a lot of people listening. That has been the very basic skill that was super important, where I had mentors teaching me how to understand operational environments, what happens out there, so I could translate my knowledge back into what they needed to know. And that has been key.
I'm sure a lot of it was already brewing inside of you because you were working at emergency. Yes, you're an ER doctor. And for those of us old enough like me, #1 show in America, ER.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So we understand, we clearly know what's going on in her life, both personal and professional, because we've watched ER for a while.
Oh, personal, thank you. Thank you.
This is Hello Kharkiv, but
translating the drama, right? Yeah.
Choo-choo drama. So you did have something in common, though, in high-pressure situations, tolerance of understanding extreme situations, and therefore you most likely knew more than most civilians how to at least appreciate what they were going through. Is that a fair way?
I know what I mean. It's because, ultimately, those experiences that they go through in the heat of the moment are traumatic, but there's also an aftermath of all those situations. And we, in emergency medicine, we all had our own graveyards and our hearts of patients we have lost. And we fought very hard for not to lose them. So I think the biggest challenge for the guys out there, and I cannot tell you how I appreciate everything that they do. The biggest challenge for the guys out there is that those are their friends, those are their teammates, the people that they lose, and that definitely the people that they laughed with and joked with and went to hell and back with, and they lose those guys. That is a terrible trauma.
On this note, it's a very serious note, because we've all known people here, if we've been here as long as you and I have been here, even as civilians, people who have moved on for the glory of Ukraine. You were talking about the graveyard when you're a physician and the people who, for lack of a better term, were not able to be saved. One of the biggest issues we're dealing with in combat medicine is preventative deaths.
Yes.
And it's something that I know is very close to your heart for a variety of reasons, and not just in the idea of Googling it, but I know you've studied it and talked about this extensively. Can you talk to us about preventative deaths on the battlefield and what can be done to help cut down on the deaths that should not, in a sense, take place? Because as I like to say, preventative deaths. And now this is an area as difficult as it is for all of us to think about, that you have taken on as a specialty of yours and almost as a cause. Talk to us about why it is so important to study preventative deaths on the battlefield. And I know after meeting you and learning about you, I've said that every life saved is a life closer to victory and a life that's reunited with family and helping create this great state that we're building here based on liberty and freedom. So please explain to us what's going wrong and what can be done better, not just here in Ukraine, but explain to the audience about preventative deaths on the battlefield in general and your experience with them.
Well, obviously, we are in the U.S. medicine, but also the U.S. public knows it better than many other publics around the world, is that, bleeding from gunshot trauma, bleeding from...
I'm going to interject here. Gunshot trauma. You did study, you did work in St. Louis, is that correct?
Yes.
And for those who are watching internationally, St. Louis, which is a great Midwestern city, the Arches, is also known for, sorry, I'm choking up a little bit, violence in the street. So you had a lot of experience with these gunshot wounds.
You know, to be honest with you, if you told me in January that this is what I would be doing right now, I would say you're crazy. But it so happened that I decided to go back for additional training. And in 2021, I started an EMS fellowship at the Washington University in St. Louis. And here, a shout out to my folks of the fellowship, who absolutely, I am forever grateful for everything that they taught me over there.
Washington University in St. Louis, all of us in Kharkiv are grateful for bringing a doctor out here.
EMS community over there, absolutely phenomenal, dedicated people.
That's some love, the entire EMS community.
Who will deal with this preventable death every day. There's no day going by without, gun violence and shootings in St. Louis. And this is something that definitely helped me prepare for what is happening over here. And obviously, when people are shot, and then they start bleeding, this is the number one reason why they die in combat, but also in any other situations where gun violence is involved.
You're an expert in this field. I'm going to make that statement. You're very humble, but for those of us, at least compared to us, you're an expert in this field. Even in a war like this, in general wars, where we hear about rockets, where we hear about artillery and mortars, throughout the course of warfare over the last 20 or 30 years, it's still gunshots that are...
Gunshot is still pretty much any injury that causes bleeding. Number one, so bleeding and hemorrhage, which we call hemorrhage in medical terms, and a large amount of bleeding, large amount of blood loss. This is still a number one cause of that in such situation. Whether you shot with a bullet or is a piece of shrapnel or whatever other flying object out that causes bodily injury and an injury to vessels, big enough to produce this rapid outflow of large amount of blood, this is when people die. There are other things like collapse, small breathing difficulties, right? But bleeding, number one cause of that. And this is something that my friends at the, within the military community have actually taken it upon themselves to study. To say that I'm an expert in that, I understand how to stabilize those patients. I am trained how to do that, but I have to take my hat off to a lot of folks who have dedicated their entire careers to studying the effects of, such massive traumatic hemorrhage. And I have done a tremendous job providing the recommendations, creating things like tactical combat casualty care, principles and courses like, like tourniquet use and treatment.
That's what I wanted to ask you about.
Yes.
It's a big deal here in Ukraine. Tourniquets were at a premium earlier in this war of Russian aggression against the Ukrainian people. Then, using your words, the market was flooded with substandard tourniquets.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of flooded with substandard tourniquets produced wherever in the world, in what people were trying to fill the gap. And I'm not going to say that everybody did it for some sort of malicious reasons, right?
It wasn't a Russian plot to produce tourniquets, so...
No, of course not.
I would like to say that it was a Russian plot to produce these tourniquets, but I've been overwhelmed.
No, I don't think that necessarily has been a Russian plot. There's been a lot of people with really good intentions. But the problem is that we have to remember, if that tourniquet fails and there is 20 patients out there, and fails means it just doesn't hold the tension anymore, right? And the person starts bleeding. But there is one medic taking care of a larger number of patients, then that person could still die despite the, technically appropriate application. And those tourniquets fail. They do fail. And this is something that we must warn the entire medical community. Please do not send or use, or try to improvise those tourniquets unless you're really forced, unless you're in a situation where you have nothing else on yourself but take out your, your belt out of your pants and it's the only thing that you have. Okay, great. But if you have access to tested and well-researched tourniquets, then please send those, because that's exactly what saves lives.
Would you recommend, for those of us who could find ourselves in very high-intensity situations, to always carry a tourniquet, even within the city, if we have access to them?
Here in Kharkiv?
Here in Kharkiv.
Oh, absolutely.
The reason I ask this question, because I do carry a tourniquet with me, I ask this question because people need to understand the intensity of what the population is living through in the city of Kharkiv. And so even those who are in non-combatant roles and who are civilians, please, if we can get high-grade tourniquets, that can literally save the lives, not just of the soldiers at Line Zero, but the civilians that are walking around Kharkiv on a daily basis.
I mean, look in the US, the whole Stop the Bleed campaign, right? Where members of public lay people are being taught how to apply those tourniquets, where, before we would have those boxes with defibrillators to restart the heart in case of cardiac arrest. But now next to it, we now have boxes that contain, equipment to stop massive bleeding, including tourniquets.
Is that because of the propensity for mass shootings? Is that what created the Stop the Bleed?
That's obviously one of the bigger drivers, But, it's not only the shooting. Let's say farming equipment, car accidents, any kind of trauma can produce hemorrhage massive enough that where lives can easily be saved with an application of a tourniquet. So it's not, they called, combat tourniquets, but the truth is, this is for any kind of an injury where you have an extremity injury with a lot of bleeding, and the only way to prevent that death is to stop that bleeding.
Speaking of combat, and by the way, for those watching in the United States, for those watching in Canada, Great Britain, look into the Stop the Bleed program, teach yourself, try to get to a course, because truly it can be the difference between life and death for somebody next to you or for yourself.
Absolutely.
So please do that. Thank you for bringing this up. Combat, bleeding, stabilization. I'm going to bring up a case without any specifics, but it's something else that's very close to your heart that you would have spoken to people about. Coming from the East, one of our heroes of Ukraine, service member, it took an hour and a half and 4 civilian vehicles to transport this person who had a pierced lung, pierced organs from shrapnel, also bleeding out. He was saved, but spent 34 days in a local hospital. Lost a tremendous amount of weight, but he's on the mend now. When I discussed this case with you, you are not surprised, unfortunately, by the length of time that it took to go from our front lines to get them to the city of Kharkiv. Why were you not surprised about that? Because most people who are not in your position or who are not in the position of service members are shocked that it takes 90 minutes to bring you from the front to a hospital.
Well, we are in a combat zone, right? We think of those traumatic injuries, let's say, in the US, when there is somewhat of like a single, shooting incident or a mass shooting, right? But you have to take into account that it just may be simply dangerous to transport that patient, right? It might be simply impossible because of what's going on around in that particular environment, but that particular situation. It might be just dangerous. So of course we want to save that one person, but sending people on the roads with that patient, they all have to survive. It's not just the one patient. It's the entire crew that's in that ambulance. If you are in a hot zone, right, and then still a tactically active situation, of course, it might take a prolonged period of time before you can get out of there.
You brought up two great points. One, you have to save the entire crew.
Yes.
My audience knows that I reported from a scene where the Russians attacked an ambulance. They do that here. They do that in Kharkiv Oblast. They attack ambulances. Our ambulance driver died and another was wounded. You're also talking about the necessity of saving the greater number of lives. And I think this brings home... Yes.
Can't help anyone.
Yes. And that's the reality of war. A dead medic, as the doctor said, can't help anyone. So it's making sure the greater good. And I think that drives home the point of what all of us are doing in Kharkiv and Kharkiv Oblast, is trying to fight for the greater good, understanding that there is casualties involved.
It's emotionally very challenging. It's emotionally very difficult because the truth is, when we train people how to act in those situations when there is a large number of casualties, normally, if you think in a hospital, we are throwing all resources at the patient who has, pierced lungs, has major injuries to the abdomen, but in those pre-hospital, tactically active situations, we are actually going to prioritize patients who had the highest chance of survival. And that is one of the most, gut-wrenching and heartbreaking experiences for any one of us that deals with it.
You've now been exposed, for lack of a better term, to emergency medicine in a combat zone for months on end. You're aware of it, plus the study you did in North Carolina. I'm going to throw a hypothetical at you that might not be a hypothetical, but I know this from my brother who served overseas in a medical capacity, and it was one of the more ethically challenging dilemmas. Tell us about what goes into saving the life of a Russian prisoner of war.
Oh my Lord. To be honest, I have not been involved in a situation like this. But it is definitely an incredibly challenging situation because all of us in medical professions, number one thing, first to do harm. But it makes it incredibly difficult to deal with such situations. But I know I have personally not dealt with this. And it's, it's very hard to say what I would have thought, what I would have done, and I would have done a disservice to other people who may have felt like, oh, she said so and so, just she writes the highway of this ethical, ethically challenging situation. So I have to say I don't know what I would have thought. I know what I am trained to do, what I am trained to think, how I'm trained to act, right? It's a life, and I am a physician, I'm a medical provider, and I am not, the Supreme Court at that moment making that decision. But what kind of emotions would have gone through my mind, I can't tell you this because I haven't been there.
Doctor, thank you for your very honest answer with this. And I think it plays into the understanding that decisions have to be made on the battlefield and around the battlefield that we don't think about in everyday life. I will say this, as somebody who works very closely with hospitals near the front line in the north, the people of Ukraine, the medical professionals, every time have chosen to save the lives of the Russians. And that's what separates those fighting for liberty in Ukraine from the enemy, is because 100% of the time they've worked to save the Russian life. but not without challenges. And that says so much about the society. Sorry.
That's what we do. Actually, even if you take a situation in the US, you're saving the life of someone who just killed a number of people, right? In a mass shooting. That's the same type of situation.
Absolutely.
But you still do it because that's what we are morally obligated. But what's going on in our minds and in our heads, our hearts, that's a different story.
Sure.
And that is definitely something not to be underestimated. And what this brings to my mind is a conversation I've had with a former pararescue service member. And, it's a special operations United States Air Force. And he told me a couple of stories how members of the public have accused him, of like being a murderer and a killer and all those kind of terrible things. And I kept repeating him over and over again. They say so because they've never stood in your shoes. They've never been in your situation. And they have no right to make those judgment calls. And I will say it once again, nobody who has ever stood in front of such a situation has any right whatsoever to make any statements or judgment calls. And that's why I purposefully refrained from saying what, the touching that emotion, that ethical aspect of that conversation, and said, I don't know what I would have got. I would have acted on my medical instincts. This I know because I've always acted on that. That's just something so ingrained in you. But what kind of emotions would have played out, I can't tell you. And I would be dishonest doing so.
I think the doctor just brought up an excellent point. We see this plethora of videos and photos of the war online playing out in real time, near real time. And a lot of the people who are glorifying the graphic violence don't understand what combat or frontline living is. And this is a war where civilians have been terrorized since day one by the Russian invaders. Have you had to, even in an NGO capacity, not even as a provider, talk to us about the story of a young lady who you were able to help track down, 8 years old, who was attacked in the early days in Bucha?
So the story of Sasha that made the international news quite quickly. And I remember reading it that a day before the war started, on the 23rd of February, I think she was celebrating her 8th birthday. Shortly thereafter, she got injured. From what I know about that initial phase, that was in Bucha, she spent 2 days in some underground shelter with pretty serious injury because ultimately her arm required an amputation.
So we have an 8-year-old girl celebrating her birthday, February 23rd.
Yes.
Within a few weeks, she's locked in a shelter somewhere, cowering, as her wounds are going to eventually cost her her arm.
Yes.
Life under Russian terrorism. Please continue.
And I remember a friend of mine was at the time as a volunteer, medical volunteer in Kiev. And he was the one who actually told me about her story. And then he was like, dang, I wish I stayed in touch with the family.
So your friend lost track of her.
Yes.
And the family.
And then I remember I was driving in early March, driving from Germany to Poland before going to Ukraine and spending an entire day on my way, on the phone, trying to track her down in Kiev. We actually found her. Imagine, in the heat of the moment, in the heat of that war, we actually found her. This was like the most glorious feeling on earth. Yes, goosebumps. Yes, we actually found her. We were able to track her down. It was amazing to just fast forward the story. She ended up being evacuated for further care to Italy. And then from there, she made it to US, where she now received her prosthetic device.
For those of you who are not familiar with Sasha's story, the prosthetic arm was in the news over the last 7 days or so. And it's a beautiful story. I did not know that Cassia had a connection to the story until we just started filming, and that's why I wanted to make sure we got that in there.
What was even more amazing in all this, I had the honor of meeting the surgeon and his wife, a pediatrician, both of whom have volunteered, selflessly went to Bucha to help people over there. They literally asked their friends, look, we don't come back, please take care of or adopt our children. And they went there. They've actually been decorated, as wartime heroes here in Ukraine a few weeks ago with their selfless sacrifices and the help they have provided in some of the most difficult moments of of the war in Ukraine. And I'm sure everybody in our audience have heard about the Bucha and the massacre of Bucha and what happened after.
You just brought up selfless service of your friends, and I'm so glad that they were able to get honored, because they're representatives of all of us who are inspired by Ukraine's fight for liberty and fight for freedom. You've spoken to me about Bakhmut. We've been speaking about Bucha. We're on Hello Kharkiv. The stories of frontline living is something that's going to stay with us forever. I know that you have to move on in a few weeks back to your private physician work, put it this way. What is your relationship with Ukraine moving forward? That obviously everyone leaves for the most part at some point, but you being a citizen of the world, right?
In a sense, yes.
Yes, with your background for Poland, United States, some other countries in Europe, now Ukraine. Do you see yourself always having Ukraine in your heart as you move forward?
Absolutely. I have even learned the language.
She's shaming me now, but please continue.
Well, Sarah, that was easy. I am originally from Poland. The jump from Polish to Ukrainian is actually not that big.
I want to point something to the audience you might be able to correct, and I have to interject on this, because every time I have a chance to dance on the Russians' graves, I will do so. If I'm correct, the Polish language is closer to Ukrainian than Russian is.
Heck yes, absolutely. Although there are some funny wars and some funny situations I've been involved with that, but nevertheless, they're quite close. But for me, we spoke in the beginning about the equipment and the tourniquets and all those things, but one of the most important things that we as medical providers brought to Ukraine was education, emergency medical education. Because that was one of people started saying, look, we have this, and they brought us this, and they sent us this, but we didn't know how to use that. And that's when we all realized that this training mission was one of the most important and most essential things that we could have provided over here, bringing equipment together with the medical education.
It's interesting to think you're talking about how to use this new equipment, and it's as though the polarity of the two sides. So Ukrainian armed forces were sent to England, sent to Poland, sent to other locations to learn how to use some of the newest weaponry and kinetic equipment. And now you're saying the same thing was having to be done with the combat medicine, emergency services technology, which I don't think people realize both of them go together. You can't have combat without life-saving combat measures.
That, especially if you think about the length of the Ukrainian front line, that's over 1,100 kilometers.
So if you're looking at a map, 1,100 kilometers, more or less, the distance from the city of Kharkiv to the Ukrainian border with Poland.
Yeah.
And that's the front line that's running along and throughout this land.
And that's exactly along the entire front line. This is where we have to provide medical care. As you can imagine, there isn't enough ambulances, let alone armored ambulances, auto-trained vehicles.
I still want my armored ambulances in the Zolochiv Territorial District, just like I asked for 3 months ago. Please continue. I had to do my own plug.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm doing another plug for you. Yes, she definitely needs those. All of them need those. Yeah. So, you know, it's if you imagine just in having in all those spots, having a place, you know, having enough medical providers, having enough highly trained medical providers is a huge challenge. And emergency medicine, as we know it in UK, in Australia, and many European countries by now, in the United States, that's a very well established and developed medical specialty. That's not quite the case over here in Ukraine. That's, I would say, more in its infancy, in its early stages of development, which, you know, that's just the way it is. But so for us as emergency providers, this is exactly what we could have done best. And this is the mission that we cannot stop, no matter where we are. And the truth is that myself and a friend of mine, Natalia Zachivska, yes, absolutely. Natalia is a phenomenal person. She is an English teacher who has volunteered in a tremendous amount of, you know, of work and unimaginable number of hours to coordinate provision of medical training in Ukraine. By now, I joke, I'm like, well, you knew nothing about medicine. By now, you're like almost a pro herself. So what we decided to do is start our own NGO here in Ukraine called Med at Ukraine. And that...
Repeat is
Med at Ukraine.
Med at.
And that organization is a passion project of ours that organization is dedicated to development of emergency medical education here in Kharkiv. And this, in fact, other than, you know, helping provide medical care, this, in fact, has been the largest portion of my work in Ukraine, is teaching people how to provide effective medical care, effective emergency stabilization, despite very limited resources in those austere and tactically challenging environments.
As we discussed, an hour and a half coming from the front, trying to get them back.
Yes.
You need to be able to provide the service there on site on a lot of occasions.
And along the way. That is a challenge. And sometimes it does indeed take, it's not, you know, what we always think, and many people have probably heard about the golden hour trauma, right? Where we say, oh, within an hour, we have to get them from, you know, from the point of injury to the hospital. But the truth is that these days and over here, that golden hour might as well be a few hours or even more. So, and during that time, it's not just that the patient, the bleeding, the injured patient can wait. No, he can't wait. We have to do everything to stabilize them, to even provide them to that hospital so they can continue on to their road of further care and eventually recovery.
The doctor brought up yet another excellent point, which is that there's no waiting in a war zone. The patient can't move to a sitting room and be told, we're coming back for you in a few hours, we'll check on you, we're triaging you, and just wait with a magazine and there's the Coke machine.
Yes.
That's why in Hello Kharkiv, in the city of Kharkiv, we're huge supporters of Med at Ukraine and the work you do. So if you are looking for an incredible NGO where you can know the doctor behind both the education and the frontline combat medicine, then you know who to look for. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
I really appreciate it. It's been an honor and a pleasure, and it's not the beginning, because we've already been here for a while, but we have a really long road ahead of us. And even if the fighting stops today, that work that we have started cannot stop. Because that is, you know, we know that the conflict in Ukraine didn't quite start on the 24th of February. We know that the story is much longer.
We didn't get here a week after the war began. We got here 8 years and 1 week after the war began. And that's what we have to look at.
And that's exactly the case. And that's why I think that maybe in those 8 years, some more could have been done for the development of the medical care. And I'm just as guilty of not having been there earlier as anybody else. But right now, okay, what hasn't been done, but now we cannot stop what we have started. And because there is this conflict now, and then it stops, it's going to be another one. It's just a very volatile area altogether. And then that we have to prepare people, prepare the medical services for all the next steps to come, and there's a lot to be done.
To the Hello Kharkiv audience and to Dr. Kasia Hampton, thank you so much again, and thank you for ending on the words we all understand.
I really appreciate it. It's been an amazing experience, and I'm looking forward to.
And we will not stop. We will not stop moving forward in Ukraine.
I know.
Until next time, thank you very much. This is Sarah Ashton Cirillo with Hello Kharkiv, and I'm saying hello today to Dr. Kasia Hampton.
Hello, everybody.
And Dr. Hampton has been in Ukraine doing medical services, which we're going to get into, for how long now?
Actually, my first trip to Ukraine was in March. And, this is my very first time ever in Ukraine. How odd that has sound.
Cut you off for a second. Where are you from originally?
From Poland.
And this is your first time in Ukraine?
Well, in March it was. Yeah, how crazy that may sound. Even though my best friend in school, she is Ukrainian.
I think Ukraine is everyone's best friend right now, so you've got to jump on all of us.
And then I came back in May, in the middle of May, and have been here with like a small break ever since.
So our time overlapped in Kharkiv, which is one of the reasons that you're on the show, Hello Kharkiv. And you arrived in March. What have you seen change during that time when it comes to NGO and medical care?
І ми хотіли вам показати, в яких умовах доводиться бігти нашим спортсменам, адже тут не працює жодного ліхтаря. І взагалі немає ніякого освітлення. В повній темряві вони можуть орієнтуватись тільки по світлу від своїх маленьких ліхтариків і по своїх світловідбивальних елементах. Дивіться далі. Привіт! Привіт, як у вас справи? Вже
Справи, як у нас справи зараз?
Як самопочуття?
Кілометри.
64 кілометри.
Як, боротьба вже почалася. Но організм адаптується, все окей, все працює.
Як ніжки?
Ніжки файно, дуже швидкі.
До речі, зараз вже темніє, і розкажи трошки про підготовку. Чи готувалися спеціально якось до бігу в темну пору доби? Розкажи.
Так, ми взяли ліхтарики, ми взяли смужки світлоотражаючі. Зараз буде вже холодно, -4. Я думаю, ми одягнемо щось тепленьке, флісочки, тепленькі носочки, перевзуємося, надягнемо варішки.
Ми могли бачити, що під час підготовки ви навіть збігали вночі для того, щоб імітувати умови, в яких ви будете бігти зараз. Скажи, як ти відчуваєш, чи допоможуть вам ці тренування?
Так, тому що зараз погода значно краще, ніж вона була, коли ми тренувалися. Це вже не така мінусова температура і дощ скінчився. Так що все буде добре.
Чудово, дякуємо. Іди переодягайся. Привіт. Як
Що треба коментувати? Ну, я трохи втомилася, але
ти, як одна з найдосвідченіших бігунок, ультрамарафонок тут, скажи, будь ласка, чим цей марафон відрізняється від тих, що тобі вже доводилося долати?
по-перше, покриттям, бо це асфальт. А по-друге, навпаки, що краще, то це така підтримка, такий сапорт, масаж, їжа, це добре слово, інтерв'ю, все таке.
Трошки заряджає, так? Да? І ще кілька слів.
Кількість учасників.
Учасників, вже не сам.
Не змагальна ситуація.
Так. Зараз вже темніє. Чи можеш ти поділитися, з чим доведеться вам зіткнутися вже через кілька годин? Як взагалі відсутність світла впливає на біг і які перечуття?
Ну, якимось чином вона таки впливає на психіку і якось сповільнюєшся, ну, не так впевнено рухаєшся, я б сказала, навіть якщо добре бачиш за допомогою ліхтарика. Потім нам дуже захочеться спадки, я думаю, прям дуже. Я до цього готуюся, ми запаслися там різними препаратами. До цього і готуємось.
Добре, ну тоді ми будемо готувати підтримку і ділитись теплом.
Починаємо біг вночі. Я думаю, це буде дуже цікаво.
Так, настає час темряви. Гріша, іди до нас. Настає час темряви. Та розкажіть, будь ласка, чим будете користуватися для того, щоб вас було видно? Можливо, щоб не було якихось труднощів на дорозі. Що ви будете робити? Ми знаємо про супровід. Але ж, я бачу, на вас є такі ліхтарі і техніка безпеки. Ну, розповідь, будь ласка, дуже цікаво глядачам почути, як воно взагалі-то бігти вночі.
Виглядає воно все дуже странно, тому що, дивись, є ліхтарі, є якісь наліпки на ноги, що там є, світловідбивні всякі штуковини. В мене жилеточка така є, бачиш, теж ліхтарик. Позаду там якийсь марсіанський фонарь, бачиш, ззаду є там марсіанський фонарь. Так що, бігти буде, я думаю, легко. Тому що буде освітлення йти від автівок, і від лобів наших.
Мені вже сказали, що у мене оця штука як у Неви, так що я буду відчувати себе машиною, коротше. Головне внутрішнє, розумієш? Ні, ну типу, я один з перших великих походів, це я горами біг. І теж було темно, і у мене ліхтарик вирубався, і я світив буквально мінімально. Тобто не було ні світла, нічого, і я ще й босий біг. Ну це влітку було. І я зрозумів, що деколи можна дивитися очима, а коли не видно, треба дивитися п'ятами. Так що ми зараз будемо акуратно бігти і слухати всередині. Що цікаво, от я лише тепер добігав уже сюди, ми цей марафон вже перебили, вже 1/3 дороги практично зробили.
Нам бусами не треба бігти, я так розумію. Ну, що п'ятами там.
Це влітку і в Донбас. Ні, в Крим, ну там уже куди. І, коротше, кров уже до мозка ж не дотікає до кінця, хоча 99%. І вже серцем починаєш думати, знаєш, я біжу і такий просто все, лише серце, тіло і печера болі.
А ти питаєш, як воно? Ти коли біжиш, ти відчуваєш якісь, кожні 5 хвилин нові відчуття. І вони змінюються. То ножка, то ручка, то пальчик, то там ще щось.
Отже, можемо побачити лише одне, найголовніше, що наших хлопців є запал, вони біжуть на одному диханні і гарні, посміхаються. 65 кілометрів, а вони ще посміхаються. Ну що, подивимося, що буде далі.
Чекаєтесь.
Якщо вам цікаво, слідкуйте за нами у нашому лютому лайф-маратоні. Друзі, вітаємо вас! Вас вітає LIUTYI Life марафон сьогодні протягом 40 годин. Зараз ми знаходимося на північній Салтівці, в місті Харків. Саме з цього місця ми будемо розпочинати сьогодні наш забіг у сторону Донеччини. А зараз я вас буду знайомити із нашими учасниками забігу, з нашими бігунами-волонтерами.
Різні об'єктиви, дивіться в різні. І посміхайтеся, особливо люди в балаклавах посміхайтеся. Хорошо, Делько, пошли. Давай,
Так, ну що, зараз знаходжуся біля наших бігунів, волонтерів. Я хочу вас з ними зараз познайомити. Давайте, по порядочку.
Щербань Григорій, волонтер, трембітіст.
Вже тепер так.
Вже тепер так.
Павло Рибарук, також волонтер, директор музею в Криворівні, просто гуцул і ваше серце. Дивіться наш перебіг.
Перебіг. Юля Мележик, бігун, всі зараз волонтери, і я також.
В общем, слідкуйте за нами, 205 кілометрів, 40 годин, як і планували. Зустрінемось у Краміку.
15 тисяч кілокалорій. Давайте одна наша кілокалорія, 1 гривня від вас на ЗСУ, будь ласка.
Ми хочемо подякувати нашим партнерам, завдяки яким цей забіг є сьогодні можливим. Компанія Jim Beam, дякуємо вам. А зараз наш забіг вже починається. І зараз фізично наші бігуни всі вже збираються починати свій біг. Дивіться.
3, 2, 1, старт!
Забіг оголошуємо розпочати. Слідкуйте. Так, що, друзі, беремо перші коментарі в наших бігунів, перші емоції, які в них за перші 20 кілометрів по місту Харків. Побігли.
Слава Богу, що ми мали цих прекрасних людей біля нас, але мусимо з ними прощатися.
Ну так, ми вже добігли, вже все, Харківська брама, далі ми біжимо далі, а от ці прекрасні люди, вони будуть бігти далі.
Ну що, давайте побажаємо удачі.
Так, бажаємо всім успіху. Тобі швидко не бігти, тому що ви не встигнете. Ось, і ми дуже раді, що ми стали частиною цього проєкту, і якщо будуть такі івенти, взагалі завжди за. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Зараз наші бігуни вже добіжали до нас. Емоції наживо. Друзі, розкажіть нашій студії, будь ласка, як ви зараз себе почуваєте? І що ви зараз взагалі відчуваєте?
Ну, бігли там одні марафонці, що з нами бігли, розказали, що бабка пише «в честь чого?», а цей каже «в честь перемоги». Вона така, що вже?
Так що все, перемога майже вже наша. Ну, все чудово. І я думаю, краще підійди через 50 кілометрів, і у нас емоції будуть трішечки інші.
Ми зараз знаходимося вже біля Чугуєва. І наступний великий підстоп ми перерву зробимо в Чугуєві. А зараз така хвилинна пауза. Можемо підійти ближче до наших бігунів. Як ти себе почуваєш? Все добре? Все добре?
Я читер, коротше, я біжу швидше, лягаю тут, лежу, у мене кров відтікає від ніг, тому що в Криворівні, типу в горах, ми йдемо 200 кілометрів, ми йдемо за 7 днів. Тут я маю це пробігти за 36 годин. І тому я просто біжу швидше, лягаю, чекаю, поки кров відтече, і так як свіженький біжу далі.
Зараз чекаємо на інших. Вони вже повинні добігати. На горизонті ми маємо вже їх бачити. Ось вони там. Зробимо з ними також маленький підстоп. Та будемо бігти далі. Так, зараз ми знаходимося вже фізично у Чугуєві. І у нас плановий досмотр лікарів, наших бігунів. Григорію, ну давай, нагадую тобі, що за десь кілометрів 7 у нас з тобою філософія починається. Ти пам'ятаєш?
Ну, да. Вона вже повинна початися. Що, ми вже в Чугуєві. Зараз ми проходимо ще одну перевірку.
Друзі, ми вже в Чугуєві і ми біжимо далі.
Я насолоджуюся.
Хочемо подякувати за дуже смачну їжу, яку нам предоставили на хлібник. Дуже смачно, дуже так по-домашньому. І це нас дуже надихає. Дякуємо.
Ну що, Павло, розкажи, будь ласка, як ти себе почуваєш?
З журбою радість обнялась, коли бігаєш. Короткі періоди екстазу і ейфорії, які трошки напливають. І після масажу я взагалі на сьомому небі від щастя.
120 на 80. Це кажуть добре, як в космосі.
Це ідеально, артеріальний тиск ідеальний. Ну, перевіряємо артеріальний тиск, сатурацію, тобто насиченість киснем крові. І якщо якісь проблеми в них є, то ми будемо їх вирішувати. І також ми будемо приймати рішення, чи побіжуть вони далі, чи ліпше поїдуть.
Так, настає час темряви. Розкажіть, будь ласка, чим будете користуватися для того, щоб вас було видно? Цікаво глядачам почути, як воно взагалі-то бігти вночі.
Виглядає воно все дуже странно, тому що, дивись, є ліхтарі, є якісь наліпки на ноги, що там є, світловідбивні всякі штуковини. В мене жилеточка така є, бачиш, теж ліхтарик. Позаду там якийсь марсіанський фонарь, бачиш, ззаду є там марсіанський фонарь. Так що, бігти буде, я думаю, легко. Ти, коли біжиш, ти відчуваєш якісь, кожні 5 хвилин нові відчуття. І вони змінюються. То ножка, то ручка, то пальчик, то там ще щось.
Отже, можемо побачити лише одне, найголовніше, що наших хлопців є запал, вони біжуть на одному диханні і гарні, посміхаються. 65 кілометрів, а вони ще посміхаються. Ну що, подивимося, що буде далі.
Чекаєтесь.
Якщо вам цікаво, слідкуйте за нами у нашому лютому лайф-маратоні.
Благодійного фонду LIUTYI Life Ukraine. З перших днів повномасштабного вторгнення ми працюємо у Харкові та Харківській області. Наша діяльність спрямована на допомогу цивільному населенню, медичним закладам, а також, звісно, нашим захисникам. Протягом війни ми залучили близько 20 мільйонів гривень Наші хлопці проїхали 30 тисяч кілометрів. Ми отримали та роздали допомоги біля 520 тонн, а також залучили медичних препаратів та лікарських засобів десь на суму $440 тисяч. Одним з головних наших досягнень ми вважаємо придбання броньованого ЕВК, який буде вивозити поранених бійців з передової. Це перша така автівка, яка з'явилася на Харківському напрямку. В перші місяці війни, коли наш улюблений Харків був постійно під обстрілами, ми допомагали саме по місту, але все одно допомагали Куп'янському напрямку. Після деокупації наша географія поширилася. Ми також їздили і до Ізюма, і до Куп'янська, і до маленьких селищ, які після окупації були у дуже скрутному становищі. Після Нового року ми трошки переформували нашу працю. У нас з'явився постійний партнер Global Empowerment Mission. Це благодійний фонд з Америки, який нам допомагає сімейними наборами, і ми вже своїми силами розповсюджуємо його по Харківському регіону. Також зараз ми зайнялися відкриттям дитячих кімнат у Харківській області. Ми вже відкрили кімнату у Дергачах і також підписали меморандум на відкриття другої дитячої кімнати, яка вже буде спрямована суто на спортивний розвиток. Ми розуміємо, що це потрібно, тому що у Харкові, а також у регіоні взагалі не працюють школи, дитсадочки, діти не можуть спілкуватися один з одним. Це впливає на їх фізичний стан, моральний стан. І ми вважаємо, що такі проекти допоможуть нашим діточкам краще підлаштовуватися під ці умови, в яких ми зараз знаходимося. Дуже багато ми допомагаємо військовим саме лікарськими засобами та тактичною медициною. Ми постійно передаємо тактичні аптечки, ми відшили партію м'яких нож, яких передаємо на Бахмут, Солідар та другі інші гарячі напрямки. Ми підтримуємо хлопців ліками, а також закупляємо для них військову форму, комфортне взуття, передаємо спальники, каремати тощо. Ми плануємо, що діяльність нашого фонду буде продовжуватися також після війни, тому що ми всі розуміємо, що після війни нас також чекає багато роботи. Головною метою нашого фонду є відкриття реабілітаційної клініки для військових після війни. Але ми вже починаємо відбудову, зараз ми обираємо приміщення, будівлю у Харківській області, яку відремонтуємо і зможемо навіть у війну дати можливість людям вірити у світле майбутнє. Зараз у нашому фонді працює близько 15 волонтерів, але ми постійно поширюємося і тому долучаємо нових амбіційних, талановитих людей до нашої співпраці. Ми дуже вдячні організаторам подібних проєктів, які допомагають розповсюджувати інформацію щодо діяльності благодійних фондів, які допомагають розповсюджувати інформацію щодо подій в Україні. А також ми дуже вам вдячні за те, що ви даєте змогу благодійним організаціям, волонтерам об'єднуватися і становитися більш потужними. Дякуємо вам за вашу працю. Все буде Україна, звісно.
Калинин.
Ага.
Все, можно. Так, тут самое.
Гіпертензія у вас, так? Так, так. Зараз отак, не нервуємо. Ладно, поїхали.
Мы пока тут стоим, прилетела туда еще раз.
Заходим в квартиру, где должен находиться.
Евакуюємо екопарк, довкола стріляють.
Це були собаки, там був вовк. Це година часу була витрачена тільки на те, щоб зробити укол. Почали вести, він почав вже трошки засинати, волокти лапи. Пташка, дрон пролетіла і почали прицільно стріляти по них.
Не бійся, пішли до машини. Ось один. Хлопчик, у нього прилетів осколок чи що. Тебе двоє підлітків. Виводимо коз з лісу. Ось цей автобус, який привозить людей до Рукопалаху, був розстріляний російськими потворами. Водій, на жаль, помер. это уже озеро, водохранилище зимнее. Русские.
Вот собака. Забираем собаку.
Сейчас, пошли, пошли, пошли.
Вовка, вони сюди просто збігаються і їдять,
да.
Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася, чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася, а ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну розвеселимо. Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася, чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася,
Ось моє плече, я поруч, браза. Ось воно напроти суне, зараза. Ось заходить з флангу нова фаза. Працюємо спокійно, як того вчили нас. Там наше завтра за нашими спинами. І наші діти, батьки, родини там. І ті, що пішли на щиті, побратими. Також за